Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. Izuku's no good, very bad day. Be realistic. Midoriya Izuku's world had shattered when those 2 words had come from All Might's lips. Everything fell away from him as those DMN words hit him from the one source he had never expected to hear them from. All Might, who had long been his #1 hero and who would always save the day with a smile as well as had always said that anyone could be a hero, had just told him the same words everyone else had over the years. Izuku could never be a hero. A quirkless person could never be a hero like he had always dreamed. He needed to be realistic. Izuku shook with a deep rattling sob as the world slowly came back into focus. The disappearing sun far off in the distance showed that he had clearly been up on the rooftop for at least a few hours. Strange. It had felt like hardly any time had passed at all. Izuku had never disassociated for this long before, and the amount of lost time was frankly concerning. But what did it really matter? It wasn't like he was good for anything anyways. No, quirkless was. Maybe I should just take your advice, 𝐭𝐿. Izuku was standing near the edge of the roof now, having drifted over while thinking. Wondering how long he had been standing at the edge with no one noticing, he looked over the low railing. Looks like it is less than 10 stories. Less than ideal. Not a guarantee at this height, still it was probably the tallest building around this part of Musutafu that wasn't a part of the UA campus. If he was going to jump it would have to be this roof unless he wanted to take a train somewhere else. Izuku let out a huff as he pulled back from the edge. What am I thinking? If I jump, 𝐭𝐿 will just get blamed for it. I can't screw up that for him. The door to the roof was thankfully unlocked when he tried it. The building was some sort of commercial building that was largely empty of people this late in the evening. No one stopped him or even commented on his presence as he passed down the stairs to step back out into the early night air. As Izuku walked home, he watched lights flicker on as it began to grow dark, hiding the stars from his eyes. Before he knew it, he was opening his apartment door. Mom, I'm home. Izuku baby. Without warning, Izuku found himself wrapped tightly in his mother's arms. Are you okay? You are never out this late. Did you hear what happened to Katsuki? Mom, I'm fine, I just got distracted on my way home. What do you mean? Did I hear what happened to 𝐭𝐿? Tears were pouring down her face. He now saw. I got a call from Mitsuki about an hour ago now that Katsuki is in the hospital. She said the doctors told her he was caught up in a villain attack. Ice clawed down Izuku's spine. What were the odds that both of them would be attacked on the same day? Is he okay? Thankfully his mother nodded as she released him from her vice-like hug. While he was still unconscious when they brought him in, he's woken up since Mitsuki and Masaru got called to the hospital. Visiting hours would be over by the time we got there, but we should be able to go visit tomorrow morning. From the sound of things he should make a full recovery in a few days, but they are holding him to monitor him for a possible respiratory infection. I can call you out of school for tomorrow, so you can help keep him company while he recovers if you want. Well, Izuku wasn't sure how he felt about that. On one hand, his best friend, who was family in all ways except BLD, was recovering in the hospital. On the other hand, 𝐭𝐿 had just told him to jump off a roof just a few hours earlier. Something that he had nearly done too. Not that he really blamed 𝐭𝐿. It wasn't like the suicide baiting was new for Izuku, just new from him. Still, if he didn't at least try to go tomorrow, all he would likely be thinking about while at school was 𝐭𝐿 anyways. That would be great, Mom. Wiping tears from her eyes, his mother gave Izuku a smile as she moved back from the front door so Izuku would have room to remove his shoes. After removing them, Izuku followed his mother into the kitchen to grab dinner. The pair relaxed in their normal evening quiet as they ate dinner. As they finished up, his mom spoke up once more. So what were you thinking about that distracted you for so long? Izuku paused with his chopsticks still raised to his mouth to think of how to respond to that. It wasn't like he wanted to lie to his mother, but there was no way he could tell her the whole truth without scaring her. I ran into All Might on the way home. His mom's eyes widened at that. Really? Did you get a chance to ask for an autograph? I know you have been wanting to get a chance since you were little. There was something in her voice that was strange. Like she wasn't as happy as she was pretending to be for Izuku's sake. He signed my hero notebook. I also got a chance to ask him a question. It didn't go the way I expected it to. His mother's face fell at that. Oh, sweetie. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku shook his head. Not really. Not yet anyways. I am just not sure what I think about him anymore. His mother seemed to think about that for a moment. If it makes you feel better, I don't think your Uncle Mirai knows how he feels about All Might either at this point. Izuku felt his jaw drop at that. But Uncle Mirai is the one who always bought me the rare and limited edition All Might merchandise. How could he always know what to get and not like All Might? His mom chuckled lightly at that. Your Uncle Mirai has met with All Might quite a bit over his career. I think the fact he knows All Might on a somewhat personal level is part of the problem. Last I heard from him on the topic, he and All Might were not on speaking terms anymore, though I am not 100% sure as to why. Izuku's brain felt like it was imploding from this new information, the remainder of his dinner long forgotten. Izuku did not really know much about his mother's two younger brothers outside of the fact that, much like his mother, they were involved in the heroics industry, though he had long suspected that unlike her, they were actually heroes. The fact was that, while he knew their civilian names, he was forbidden from looking them up in the quirk registry after his mother had outright refused to say one word as to what their quirks were like. It was much the same with his grandparents on her side of the family, though given that she never spoke about them, that could just be because they didn't get along. Still, the apparent confirmation that his Uncle Mirai had at the very least worked with All Might for likely years was an earth-shattering revelation. Izuku, honey. Are you okay? Izuku blinked as his brain rebooted. So you don't think he would be mad if I sold some of the All Might merchandise that he gave me as gifts over the years? His mom gave him a puzzled smile. I don't think so. Did you want to redecorate your room then? Yeah. Even if I do end up deciding that All Might is still okay, he probably isn't going to be my number one hero anymore. Does Uncle Mirai have any hero merchandise? His mother gave a small laugh at that. I suppose you are old enough that I don't have to worry about you telling everyone either your uncle's civilian identity. Mirai's hero name is Sir Night-Eye. What? The yelp of surprise escaped Izuku's mouth before he could stop it. Of the heroes I've considered he could be, Sir Night-Eye never crossed my mind. I never thought he could be Sir Night-Eye because Uncle Mirai's sense of humor clashes so much with his heroic persona. But now that I think of it, it makes so much sense. Setting aside the obvious height difference, he shares several physical features with Mom and myself. The difference in eye color is obviously due to his quirk, which is a mental type quirk like Mom's. The yellow in his hair is likely added highlights and not natural like many think, so his hair color and texture most likely matches Mom. A laugh from his mother brought Izuku back out of his thoughts. Wait. Are you telling me that Sir Night-Eye bought me his own action figure? I believe the fact that you would want one was the only reason he agreed to All Might's idea. Neither he or 𝐿𝐼 have ever been fond of the merchandising industry part of being a hero despite how much of the stuff Mirai likes to buy. If it hadn't been for All Might, I suspect that he would have been an underground hero instead of limelight. Izuku grinned as he latched onto all this new information. He had fished for information like this for years from his mother. It appears that now that the dam withholding the information had broken, that he might get more information than he had previously hoped for. Is Uncle 𝐿𝐼 an underground hero then? What's his hero name? The petite woman returned her son's smile a bit sadly. I actually don't know his hero name, just that he is actually an underground hero. 𝐿𝐼 mostly cut contact with Mirai and I when he started at UA as much as possible while still living with me up until he graduated, since he wanted to make a name for himself without having to rely on his connections to us. Outside of the odd phone call once a month and on holidays and birthdays, I personally haven't really spoken with him. We don't normally talk about our work during those times. The only time we came close was when he asked for a referral for a therapist. Izuku's eyebrows raised at that. Why not just see you? You see hero patients all the time. His mother shook her head. For the same reason as why a surgeon can't operate on a family member, the conflict of interest would interfere with the patient receiving the best treatment. Mirai sees another therapist for the same reason. Izuku reluctantly nods at that. I guess that makes all sense. Do you think you could ask him what his hero name is though? I am just wondering if I already know who he is. Maybe if you tell me his quirk I could figure it out. His mom seemed to consider it. I think maybe I should ask 𝐬𝐽 first. Do you think you can wait for a few weeks for our normal call? I might be able to get a hold of him before then if I go through Mirai, since he would be able to get a hold of 𝐬𝐽's patrol schedule. I don't want to risk calling him while he is on patrol unless there is an emergency. Izuku lights up at that. You could ask his hero name when you next talk. I can wait. Oh, maybe, since you don't have to worry about me finding out their civilian identities, you could invite them over for my birthday this year. It would be awesome to thank them for their presence in person for a change. The brunette woman laughs lightly before jokingly narrowing her eyes. Are you sure that is the reason you want to invite them over and not the fact that one of you uncles is in your top 5 favorite heroes? Izuku blushed. Ah no. Can't a kid just be excited to meet family he hasn't had the chance to meet in person before? Well, I wouldn't say that is entirely true. Your uncle 𝐬𝐽 did babysit you regularly when you were little after all. I didn't think my face could get even redder. I had forgotten that. Well, it isn't like I remember what he is like and all. Besides, he wasn't much older than me now the last time I saw him. I'm sure he is loads different now. His mother could only smile at that. I suppose that is probably true at least to a degree, though if I am honest, the last time we spoke on the phone, he seemed just like the quiet and kind soul he always was. She paused as a puzzled expression seemed to cross her face. Actually, now that I think about it, you have met another of your top 5 favorite heroes in person before. While I am not sure if he still is close friends with him now, while he was in school, 𝐬𝐽 was rather close to present MIC. He helped 𝐬𝐽 watch you at least one time that I know for sure of, though he might have visited 𝐬𝐽 while he was watching you a few other times. Izuku could practically feel his brain short-circuit. Present MIC had been in his top 5 hero list for as long as he could remember. Izuku had been a fan of his radio show since basically the beginning. Present MIC had inspired Izuku early on when he was struggling with the changes to his life in the wake of his diagnosis with his first of what became many anti-quirk discrimination broadcasts. He was the first and, sadly thus far, only hero to include the quirkless in their campaign alongside the villainous and mutant quirks. Izuku found words escaping him before his brain could catch up. I think he might still be. His mother seemed surprised at that. Oh. He did a broadcast about quirk discrimination not long after we visited the doctor. Izuku trailed off for a moment before shaking his head. The timing is a bit suspicious in hindsight. You told Uncle 𝐬𝐽 not long after, right? Izuku could see the look of understanding the moment it dawned on his mother's face. I called both him and Mirai after Hisoshi got home that day. You are right about the timing being suspicious. I am not really surprised though. It does sound like something Yamada-san would have done from what I do know of him. Izuku once again caught a new possible fact on a hero and quickly latched onto it. Yamada-san. I forgot for a moment that you wouldn't recognize the name. I have only ever spoken to present MIC while he was acting as a civilian, so I have only ever really thought of him by his civilian name. The fact that he is both the same age as my baby brother and the first time we met he was still just a teenager probably doesn't help. Izuku considered if he should push the subject more. Maybe if he did he could get a given name also. Unless, of course, his mother had already used his given name and not his family name. Still, maybe when you invite Uncle 𝐬𝐽 you could offer him the chance to bring friends. His mother laughed at that. Do you want to extend the same offer to Mirai or did you just want to have present MIC at your birthday party? Izuku felt the blush return. Uncle Mirai can bring friends too. It would be rude to just invite Uncle 𝐬𝐽's friends and not his. His mom smiled at that. I will be sure to extend the invitation. Perhaps it would be good to warn Katsuki tomorrow of what your next birthday party might turn into. It could be something to talk about tomorrow. Izuku tensed at that thought. He had momentarily forgotten what he would be doing tomorrow before his mother's words fully clicked. The tension in his shoulders vanished. I didn't think about that. I can tell Kaken who Uncle Mirai is then. Given that Katsuki would be the only one who wouldn't know that Mirai is 𝐼 before your birthday otherwise, I think that it would only be polite to inform him. Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru already know. They were just as much part of my wedding as Mirai, and he had his hero's license by that point, so they have known for years. Oh yeah. That did make sense. I guess Kaken can join me in freaking out over the fact that I have 2 pro heroes for uncles tomorrow. Izuku shook his head to clear it. I'm going to go to my room now. I want to take down my All Might posters before I go to bed. His mom gave him a sad smile at that. Do you want any help? Izuku shook his head once more. No. I think I want to do this by myself. As he pushed himself up from the dining room table, he paused. Do you want help with the dishes first? It was his mother's turn to shake her head. You go ahead. I would rather do the dishes by myself tonight if it means you go to bed on time. Now shoo. She made a small shooing motion at him. Smiling brightly once more, Izuku headed down the short hallway to his bedroom. He paused at his door as the sign on it caught his eye. After staring at one of his 5th birthday presents from his uncle Mirai for a moment, he decided to leave it be for now at least. The sign had been custom made for him, so even if he took it down, he would have still kept it for sentimental reasons. As he opened his bedroom door, the sheer amount of All Might-themed belongings hit him. Contrary to what some might have thought, he did have non-All Might-themed hero merchandise, but looking around it was harder to spot. After looking around the room for a moment, Izuku decided the best thing to do was to collect all the All Might merch from around the room and set it on his bed that had All Might-themed sheets that he would definitely be replacing sooner rather than later, to be sorted into 4 piles. Keep for sentimental items, sell for more expensive items in good condition, donate stuff that was still in acceptable condition to keep but couldn't be resold, such as clothing and some of the more common toys, and trash for everything else. By the time he had finished working his way around the room, Izuku was surprised to find that he still had a good number of items left decorating his room. In hindsight, his room had been rather cluttered, but now merchandise that had been partially hidden due to the lack of display space stood on display. The top of his desk now displayed his whole collection of hero figures along with his limited edition present MIC portable radio that he now had a sneaking suspicion might have come from the hero himself, given that it came in the box with his Uncle Shouter's gift for his 6th birthday. Beside the radio stood a figure of the hero himself that he had bought himself after that first broadcast, alongside figures of the heroes in 𝐵𝐸𝑚, his uncle Sir Night-Eye, and the Wild Pussycats action figure collection. The only poster left decorating the wall was a limited edition print of All Might with Sir Night-Eye and David Shield on it. That one got to stay for obvious reasons, though it would be packed away if he could find another print of his uncle. Despite the number of pieces in his collection of All Might merchandise coming from his uncle Mirai over the years, the fact that the poster and the sign on the outside of his door were the only 2 pieces that he would be upset about never seeing again was a bit disappointing. Even the All Might figure that had come with his Sir Night-Eye one sat in the sell pile, though it was unclear for the moment if he would be able to sell it without the Sir Night-Eye. Most collectors would want the whole set, but maybe someone out there would be looking for the All Might by itself. Over the remainder of the evening he went through the sell pile and photographed each item before moving all of it to the side of his desk. If he had time tomorrow, he would work on listing everything online to sell. He returned to the main living space briefly to collect trash bags for the trash and donated items before he found himself done. The only thing left in his bedroom that remained to be removed was his bedding, but that would have to wait for now. Poking his head into his mother's office that she left the door ajar to when he was allowed in, Izuku cleared his throat to get his mother's attention from where she was working on her laptop. "Did you need something, sweetie? I was wondering if I could borrow your credit card to order replacement bedding." His mother gave him a sad smile but nodded. "Just make sure to put it back after. If you see any other decorations you want for your room, feel free to order them too. Just try to keep it all under 100,000 yen. Any more than that and I will have to call the bank to approve the transaction." Izuku nodded before going to collect the card. One thing they had never really worried about was money. The one thing Izuku knew for a fact about his father's job in America was that it paid really well. If it hadn't, he doubted his father would have agreed to move overseas in the first place. Despite not having actually seen his father a bit over 5 years now, with how often they spoke on the phone, it was clear that his dad loved both of them. From what he understood, his father worked in the real estate industry, but what he actually did was still a bit of a mystery to Izuku. All he knew for sure about it was that every time his father had tried to plan a trip home, someone would do something at or with one of his properties that he would have to deal with personally. It was annoying, but there was not much they could really do about it unless his father could sell all his property for full price and buy equivalent property here in Japan. That was unfortunately not likely to happen with the way the market was currently. Or at least that is what his father had said when he asked. After about 30 minutes, Izuku returned the credit card to his mother's purse and started getting ready for bed. The new bedding he had ordered was made up of a set of dark green sheets that Izuku thought might match his hair and a large black comforter decorated with small holographic stars that he decided he liked. Additionally, he added a few hero posters to the online cart for Fat Gum, Present MIC, Gang Orca, Best Jeanist, and a buddy poster of Miko and Hawks. The Fat Gum poster was actually an ad print for a brand deal with a takoyaki company, and the Present MIC poster was technically a Put Your Hands Up poster that had a simplified silhouette of Present MIC on it talking into an old-style radio MIC. The Gang Orca print had apparently been an overstock print from the wildlife conservation campaign that he had been a part of a few months ago at the Tokyo Aquarium, and the Best Jeanist was a print from an old photoshoot that the Bakugus had been a part of. The last poster had been a surprise when he had found it, since it was pretty well known that Miko doesn't do team-ups, but while Hawks really doesn't either. He had mentioned in an interview a few months ago that he got along well with the rank 7 hero. That interview had probably led to the creation of the poster design. Smiling to himself, Izuku finally got ready for bed. For the first time in a while, Izuku went to bed not worried about what the next day would bring. Izuku had been a bit disorientated when he woke up the next morning. The lack of All Might smiling down on him from every surface momentarily confused him until the previous day came back to him. Right, All Might turned out to be a quirkist PP. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Izuku felt slightly embarrassed. While he was decidedly mad at the hero for what he said, that didn't change the fact that All Might had still largely the same man he had looked up to for most of his life. Even if he was no longer Izuku's number 1 hero, he still admired the man for apparently working so hard as a hero that he was clearly physically destroying himself. No. All Might was not his number 1 hero anymore. That honor was now held by his uncle. His uncle. That was a novel thought. All these years, Izuku had looked up to Sir Night-Eye for being the closest he could get to a quirkless hero due to the nature of the hero's quirk, and the man turned out to be his own uncle. Kaken was going to freak when he found out. Thinking about his top 5 favorite heroes, Izuku had to pause. His other uncle was a pro hero also, so maybe he should wait to add his previous rank 6 hero, Best Jeanist, to the 5th place spot. Humming to himself, he ran through the remaining 4. Sir Night-Eye Present MIC, Eraserhead Nezu Present MIC had only ever been beaten out by All Might and Sir Night-Eye in his eyes, but there had been times where he had held 2nd place over his uncle. The fact that his radio broadcasts were such a big part of his life had always made him one of his top heroes. As it was, he still wondered if he should rank him over his uncle. Sure, thanks to the nature of MIC's quirk, Izuku could never be a hero of the same variety as him, but that didn't make Izuku admire him any less. Eraserhead, on the other hand, was an easy rank. Admittedly, Izuku didn't know as much about him as he would like due to the man being an underground hero, but there were a few things that put him up over so many other heroes. As an underground hero, he is clearly in the business to help people before anything else. That was something Izuku had to consider with all the limelight heroes. He was a local. Izuku had seen him in person out his bedroom window a few times. He basically fought quirkless. The only way Izuku had seen him fight was from a few blurry videos that never lasted long online. Even still, it was clear that his erasure quirk only worked on emitter and transformative type quirks. All erasure did was level the playing field. When it did work. He liked cats. While not as important as the other reasons, Izuku was always delighted when the hero stopped during his patrol to give cat treats to the cat that lived in the alley across the street from his window. It made Izuku happy for some silly reason that the hero liked to feed the same cat as him. Nezu's reason for ranking high was different from the other heroes. While he did not have a personal connection with the hero, unlike even Best Jeanist, Izuku had a deep admiration for the Chimera. He looked up to him much the same way he had All Might. There was not much that was publicly available about what exactly the UA principal had gone through before he became a hero and teacher, but Izuku couldn't help but feel a kinship from what he did know. As a quirkless kid, Izuku had, at times, been treated like he was less than human. He was less evolved than the other kids. The fact that Nezu was able to overcome something like that and still seem to care about humankind as a whole spoke volumes of his character. So yeah, Izuku was pretty sure all those heroes were in his top 5 even if he was not 100% sure where they ranked against each other at times. It was a shame that there was not much in the way of merch for most of them, but maybe he could make stuff himself. Izuku hadn't realized how deep inside his head he had been until his mother opened the door to check on him since he still hadn't come out to eat breakfast. With a blush painting his face, Izuku shooed her so he could change into clothes to wear to visit Kaken. And it wasn't until they were checking in at the visitor's desk in Musutafu General Hospital that the reality of what had happened to Kaken struck Izuku. Kaken had been rendered unconscious during a villain attack, which was not good. Over the years, Izuku had learned a lot about first aid since his mother had thought it was important enough that everyone, not just heroes and first responders, should know at least the basics. If Kaken had been knocked out by a head injury or oxygen deprivation, there was a possibility that the boy they were about to see might not be the same Kaken that Izuku had grown up with. That was a frightening thought. By the time they had gotten signed in, nervousness was beginning to rack Izuku's body. He was not 100% sure how Kaken would have reacted to his coming to visit normally, but the added worry of his most recent thought did nothing to help with his nerves. Still, as they entered the room, he was surprised to see a flicker of what looked like guilt and relief of all things when the other boy spotted him. "Why are you skipping class to see me, nerd? How am I going to make up for the missed work while I am stuck here if you aren't there to take notes for me?" Whatever Izuku had been expecting from Kaken, it was not that. Honestly, that was pretty tame of him. Maybe it was because his mom was here too. Kaken had always adored his mom. Izuku hoped it was just that and not something worse. "You asked that like you aren't the top of our class, Kaken." Izuku gave the boy a smile as he allowed some of the tension in his shoulders to fade. "How are you feeling, Katsuki?" The woman smiled at her boys as she guided Izuku into the room and over to the chair nearest her honorary nephew. "A hell of a lot better than last night when I woke up. Still have a killer headache from the oxygen deprivation, but the painkillers they have me on have taken the edge off. I am more sessed off than anything. Did the hag tell you over the phone that almost all the heroes on the site of the attack just stood back and watched because they had a bad quirk matchup? I think Death Arms was the only one that even tried to get in close enough to get me out." "That's fing bullshit." The words left Izuku's mouth before he could stop himself. His face immediately flushed red as Kaken let out a bark of a laugh. "Nerd, I never thought you would curse in front of Auntie like that." His mother chuckled at that. "Honestly, you do realize that between Mitsuki and my baby brother I have heard more than my fair share of curses over the years. Not to mention I am just as guilty of saying them from time to time." A shared horrified look passed over the faces of the two boys before a puzzled look appeared on Kaken's face. "Wait. Since when did you have a brother, Auntie?" "She has two actually, I just haven't seen either of them in person since we were really little. You've seen me open presents from them on my birthday before." Izuku's grin from earlier returned. "You are never going to guess what I found out about them yesterday night though." Kaken grinned at the challenge. "Does it have to do with why I've never heard about them before now?" Izuku quickly checked that the door was closed to the room before leaning in and speaking in a lowered voice. "They are both pro-heroes. Mom didn't want us to know until we were old enough that she was sure we wouldn't tell everyone and put ourselves in danger from villains who want to get back at them. Anyways, I don't know my Uncle Shouter's hero name yet since Mom doesn't know, but my Uncle Mirai is Sir Night Eye." Kaken's eyes widened. A quick glance over to his auntie to receive a smile and nod of confirmation left him with his jaw dropped. "You're shitting me. You, the ultimate All Might fanboy, are BLD related to the only Fing sidekick that All Might has ever had." Izuku failed to hold back a wince at that. Kaken narrowed his eyes at him suspiciously. "Whose but do I need to kick?" Izuku jerked back in surprise. "What? You can't just say stuff like that, Kaken." Kaken gave a small angry huff before leaning over and lightly bopping Izuku on the head with his fist. Nerd, you look like someone just killed your favorite alley cat. What happened with you between when I left you at school and now? Besides the whole being related to two pro-heroes thing. Izuku had to consider what to say next. First of all, his mother was still in the room and clearly still paying attention to the two of them. Additionally, Kaken was nearly as much of an All-Might fanboy as he had been, albeit not nearly as openly. Still, the hero had basically crushed his dreams atop that roof and then abandoned him there. If the building had been just a bit taller, Izuku was honestly not sure he wouldn't have jumped. Maybe he should just tell them both everything. It wasn't like he didn't trust them. Do you want the long version or the short one? His mother looked a bit surprised but gave Izuku a sad smile in realization that she would be getting the full story of what had broken her son's heart so badly yesterday that he had basically purged his bedroom of the man's presence. Maybe you should start with the short one so Katsuki is on the same page that I am. Kaken looked back and forth between the two before nodding. Start with what you told Auntie. I expect you to explain afterwards in more detail, though. Izuku considered what he told his mother the previous night before deciding where to start. So on the way home, yesterday, I met All Might in person. I got to ask him a question I have wanted to ask him for a while now and it didn't go the way I expected it to. Izuku paused only for a moment to check to make sure that no one outside the room would hear him. All Might is apparently quirkist. That clearly caught both of them just as off guard as it had Izuku when it had happened. Kaken recovered first. What the F do you mean quirkist? He is always going around saying SHT about how anyone can be a hero. Izuku chuckled darkly at that. Apparently, anyone doesn't include the quirkless. His mother's frown deepened at that. How on earth could he even think like that? With the exception of for an hour a day, Mirai is essentially quirkless. If this type of thing is the reason that the two are fighting, I suddenly understand why Mirai is so frustrated with the man. Izuku shrugged. You would know better than me. Maybe you could ask him about it. His mother did not even hesitate to pull her phone out of her purse. The boys watched quietly as she stood up to momentarily lock the door and move back away from it. Mirai apparently answered on the first ring. Are you aware that All Might considers the quirkless as lesser than the quirked? She paused to listen to his response. So that is not why you are not currently speaking with him. Izuku ran into him yesterday and while I don't have all the details yet I suspect that when Izuku asked his previous number 1 hero if he thought he could be one, the man shot him down because he doesn't have a quirk as if he had forgotten that you are in the same boat for the vast majority of the day. When his mother looked at Izuku for confirmation, he nodded. I told Izuku about your hero identity last night before I knew all the details to cheer him up. Katsuki was caught up in a villain attack yesterday. I thought it would be good for the both of them to spend the day together while he recovers. Kaken frowned at the reminder but didn't interrupt. Hold on. Izuku, Katsuki, do you mind if Mirai comes to talk with Izuku about what happened yesterday? While Kaken just shrugged in response, Izuku had to think for a moment. I think I would prefer it if I don't have to talk about it more than once if that is okay. His mother only nodded before turning back to the call. Izuku said he would rather not have to explain it more than once. We are at Musutafu General Hospital. They are holding Katsuki for observation for the next few days. After pausing to listen to Mirai's response, she turned back to the boys. Do you mind if he brings a detective along with him? Izuku narrowed his eyes suspiciously at that. Why would his uncle want a detective to come with him? How trustworthy is this detective? Without missing a beat, the petite woman turned her attention back to the phone. Izuku wanted to know how much you trust the detective. He said that he trusts him. Given the pause his mother had given to listen to his uncle's response, he suspected his uncle Mirai had actually explained why, but it didn't appear that his mother was going to elaborate on the subject. It's fine. Izuku said it's fine. When do you expect to get here? All right. We will see you in an hour then. With that, his mother hung up. So what do you two want to do for the next hour while we wait? The answer to that was apparently Kaken helping Izuku transcribe his hero notes into the new notebook. The boys had played off the damage to the book as mostly accidental, neither of them wanting to go into detail about the actual incident, but Izuku had to admit at least to himself that Kaken had genuinely sounded guilty about yesterday. It did raise the question as to the cause of the guilt though. Izuku felt slightly guilty as he had to admit to himself that if this was the new normal in how his best friend was going to act, then he wasn't sure if he cared as to the why. Kaken was largely still himself, just calmer. It was like he had his old best friend back from when they were little kids. Kaken had scoffed at Izuku's drawing skills and demanded that he take over drawing the heroes for the notes, but he didn't say anything else negative in regards to them otherwise. It was strange. Nice, yes, but strange. The pair were drawn out of a small relaxed debate over whether Izuku could draw the picture of Mount Lady. Izuku argued that he should since he had actually gotten a good look at her costume at her debut fight, but Kaken shot him down, pointing out that he was both the better artist and that they had cell phones to look up thing reference photos. Dumbass, when a knock sounded on the now once more unlocked door. His mother quickly rose to answer it. Opening the door, the trio saw a man in a plain tan trench coat with a hat in his hand. "Are you the Midoriyas and Bakugo Katsuki?" The woman studied him for a moment. "Detective Tsukochi." The man nodded and pulled out a police ID. "Detective Tsukochi Naomasa, Musutafu Police Division. Sir Night Eye called and asked if I could sit in on an interview with your son, though he didn't go into details over the phone as to why." After studying the ID for a moment, his mother nodded and moved aside to let the man enter the room. As he closed the door, he spoke up. "Did Sir Night Eye mention when he would get here?" "He told me that it would be at least an hour from when we spoke, so hopefully he will be here anytime now." The detective accepted that with a nod. "I've only had the pleasure of working with Sir Night Eye the one time, but I do recall that his office was in downtown Tokyo. You spoke to him over the phone while he was there, I presume?" The smaller woman shook her head. "No, I don't think so. Given the time, he was probably still eating breakfast." The detective's brows shoot up at that. He seemed to study her for a moment as well as Izuku when he seemed to have a revelation. "Ah, you're his sister and nephew. I should have realized when you opened the door." It was the trio's turn to look surprised. As always, Kaken recovered the quickest. "How the F did you figure that out?" The detective gave a bit of a sheepish smile at that. "My apologies, I should have mentioned when I introduced myself, but my quirk makes it impossible for someone to lie to me. Sir Night Eye keeps a framed drawing of All Might and himself on his desk that you gave him for his birthday a few years ago. When I asked why he had a kid's drawing framed on his desk, I had been expecting something more along the lines of receiving it from a fan, not a nephew that he was clearly trying to keep out of the public's eyes." Izuku had lit up when the detective had briefly mentioned his quirk, only for his face to fall and be masked with embarrassment. "He kept it on his desk. It wasn't even that good of a drawing." His mother smiled and reached over to ruffle Izuku's hair. "He called me right after it turned up in the mail to tell me how much he loved it. I think the fact that you sent him one of your first drawings of his hero persona even without knowing it was him made his day." The detective got a puzzled look on his face at that. "You didn't know he was Sir Night Eye?" His mother turned her attention back to the detective. "Mirai hasn't seen Izuku in person since he was a baby. We both agreed that Izuku would be safer if we waited to tell him that we were related until after he was old enough to understand and properly keep it a secret. Working as a sidekick to All Might gave him more enemies than he likely would have collected by himself." As the detective nodded in understanding, another knock came from the door before it opened on its own. Sir Night Eye looked tense and slightly ruffled as he ducked slightly through the door. At 200 centimeters he was just a bit too tall for the doorway. While the ceilings in the hospital were still tall enough to move around freely, the pediatric wing of the hospital had been built back when the average height was well below 180 centimeters for adults. "I didn't think that I would be recognized by the staff that quickly. Sorry for letting myself in, but I thought it would be best if I avoided drawing a possible crowd." The man's sister and Tsukochi exchanged amused looks as Izuku tried to cover Kaken's mouth to smother his laughter at the sight. "It's fine. We were just chatting while we waited you. Kaken, did you just like me?" Izuku yanked his hand back to wipe it on the bedding. "Like you never liked me and ended up having to go to the hospital." The detective looked a bit alarmed at that. "What was that?" The smaller woman patted the man's arm. Katsuki's quirk changed the chemical makeup of his sweat to that of nitroglycerine, which we discovered when they were rather young is rather poisonous. It was a mistake that once it was made, never happened again. Katsuki is always careful to make sure of it. He has a minor quirk use license so he can burn off the nitroglycerine when he is in public so stuff like that doesn't happen again. While the man was still clearly concerned, the truth of her stating that as fact seemed to let him drop it for now. The fact that Sir Night-Eye had not reacted additionally calming his nerves. Izuku was surprised at how calm he actually felt about his uncle actually being in the same room as him. While yes, Sir Night-Eye was one of his favorite heroes, he could easily find the man that he had spoken to over the phone and exchanged gifts with over the years in the voice the man had spoken with. He did have the rather sudden realization that, had he paid more attention to Sir Night-Eye in the odd interview he did alongside All Might, he might have actually put the pieces together about the man's identity himself. He was brought back out of his thoughts as the attention turned to himself. Izuku, would you like me to explain to Detective Tsukochi why he is here, or would you like to do it yourself? Izuku gave his uncle an odd look at the question. Why didn't you tell him over the phone? Tsukochi's quirk doesn't work over the phone. The detective in question brows shot up at that. Whatever this is it really that unbelievable? The only reason I believed the nerd was I knew he would never make up some SHT like that. Kaken chimed in. Hearing him go from praising the ground All Might walks on to talking about him like this basically overnight is just weird. The detective had a notepad out now with a frown on his face. Why don't you start from the beginning? The next hour was filled with Izuku's story of his walk home from school with the odd interruption from the others. They were all rather alarmed when Izuku started to explain the villain attack that he had been caught up in, especially when Kaken revealed that the villain sounded like the one that had landed him in his current hospital bed. The only reason they didn't immediately call a doctor to get Izuku looked over was him asking to at least finish explaining what happened first so he wouldn't have to begin his story again. The revelation that while All Might had rescued him, he had failed at every turn to ensure that Izuku was actually okay after the attack, had almost angered Mirai to the point of storming out to go hunt the man down for nearly killing his nephew. It was when he got to the point of the story of All Might's answer to his question that Izuku paused. Sure, he had probably ruined All Might's standing in the eyes of those in the room with him, but he wasn't sure if he should mention the man's weakened form. Thankfully his uncle made the decision for him. The idiot ran out of time, didn't he? Ignoring his mother's and Kaken's confusion, Izuku nodded. I didn't notice at first because I wasn't looking directly at him while I asked since I was embarrassed about grabbing onto him like that, but when I looked up, he had already powered down. Mirai just let out a frustrated sigh before turning to look at his sister. That is why All Might and I have been arguing. The man was badly injured in a villain fight about 5 years ago. He refused to give his body time to recover and has been burning himself out by pushing his new time limit on his quirk to the point that he is slowly killing himself. I refuse to be there to watch him destroy himself when he shouldn't have to. He turned his attention back to Izuku. Sorry. You can continue. No. Wait just a thing moment. You can't drop a bombshell like that and not expect us to react to it. Izuku just blandly turned to Kaken and deadpanned, image how I felt up on that roof when he did just that, only to follow it up with stomping all over my dreams of being a hero because it wasn't realistic for someone without a quirk to be one and then abandoning me up there. He what? For the first time since this began, Izuku could see visible anger on the detective's face. It was like a SWCH had been flipped on the man as he dropped the remains of his now snapped pen, ink dripping all over the legs of his breathes. Izuku knew he did not need to repeat himself for the man thanks to his quirk, but did so in increased detail. After I saw him in his powered-down form for the first time, I accused him of being an imposter at first. I only really believed it was him after he explained and showed me his injury. Mirai cut him off. He showed that mess to a child. Izuku let out a huff of annoyance at his uncle. I'm not a little kid, Uncle Mirai. Mirai gave Izuku a look through his glasses. Izuku, teenagers are still very much children. Until you are considered a legal adult, heroes are supposed to act accordingly since one of the roles heroes play in society is as role models. Even still, he shouldn't have shown you that even if you had been an adult. That was just a plain act of stupidity. Izuku reluctantly let that drop for now. As I said, after he showed me his injury, he told me in no uncertain terms that it would be impossible to be a hero without a quirk. He said that if I really wanted to help people, I should set a more realistic goal and just be a doctor or police officer. Remembering the detective, Izuku turned to him a bit apologetic. Not that there's anything wrong with being a police officer, it is just I've never seen a reason that I couldn't be a good hero. Tsukochi waved him off as he leaned back in his seat, note-taking abandoned. It's fine, kid. If you are anything like your uncles, then you will be a fine hero. Heroics is in your BLD, like detective work is in mine. Izuku smiled at the response. He wondered if he had met the detective without either of them knowing about his relationship with Sir Nightai, he would have said the same thing. A part of him liked to think he would have. Thanks. That was basically it. After crushing my dreams, he just left. I sort of dissociated until it started to get dark. After that I just walked home. Izuku scratched at the back of his head, a bit embarrassed, though he doubted anyone in the room, even Kaken, would have made fun of him for the lost time. The adults looked rather panicked now that he looked at them. He quickly found himself wrapped up in a hug from his mother. The moment she pulled back, she seemed to study him before speaking. I know it may be hard, but I need you to answer a few questions for me. Sure. When you woke back up on the roof, were you colder than you were expecting to be? Izuku had to think for a moment. Maybe. It was windy up there though. Was your pulse elevated, or were you breathing faster or harder than normal? Yeah, both, but that is normal when I have a panic attack. I was fine by the time I was back on ground level. Tsukochi stopped his mother before she could ask the next question. Kid, do you want to explain why you lied? That threw everyone off for a moment. I didn't lie, I was fine when I got down. The detective sighed. I should have interrupted sooner, I suppose. I was asking about why you lied about just walking home after you stopped disassociating. Izuku tensed up at that. He hadn't realized that had registered as a lie to the man's quirk. As he quickly scanned the room to decide what to say, he noticed he hadn't been the only one to freeze up. And he wasn't the only one to notice either. Mirai moved to rest a hand on Kaken's shoulder. You have an idea of what might have happened, Katsuki? Kaken cast a look over at the detective before slumping in resignation. The bullying for the nerd has been getting worse each year. About midway through last year, a kid, from our class I think, started telling the nerd to follow their example every time there was a mention of suicide on the news. I never thought. His eyes, wet with tears, snapped back up to glare at the adults in challenge. The nerd is too smart to do something like that. The detective looked to Izuku for confirmation. Shaking slightly, Izuku felt the tears on his cheeks as a sob escaped him before he managed to speak. I'm sorry, Kaken. I don't know why I was even seriously considering it. The worst part about it is that if the roof had been much higher up, I think I might have. Sobs cut him off. Not all of them were his own, he quickly realized as he clung to his mother, struggling out apologies to her. Izuku distantly heard his uncle asking about a doctor before he collapsed into the waiting arms of unconsciousness. Katsuki was afraid. It had been a long time since he had felt fear of any kind. Not since he got his quirk. At least, not for himself. Katsuki had been afraid for Izuku for years now. He was scared that the stupid nerd was going to get himself killed. He was reckless and a magnet for trouble. Honestly, with the SHT that happened to Izuku, Katsuki could have sworn it was the nerd's quirk had he not known better. But the nerd had to be born quirkless. Useless in the eyes of others. Just a Deku. Katsuki had felt guilty that the playful insult that he had made for his cousin had caught on among his bullies. He had never seriously meant it that way. It was just another way of reading Izuku's name after all. The meaning had seemed ironic since, despite not having a quirk, Izuku was one of the most brilliant people Katsuki knew. Just taking a peek in one of the nerd stalker notebooks could tell anyone that. It was funny how the nerd had reacted the first time he had referred to them as such. Like he hadn't filled half of one on just Katsuki's quirk alone. Honestly, the nerd had even liked him once to test a theory he had that Katsuki's sweat tasted as sweet as it smelled. It didn't. That was the scariest day of his life up until today because he had to sit by the nerd as he had been slowly dying and it had been all Katsuki's fault for letting him do that. His fault for not sparking before he could. That was what his medical quirk license was for after all. To prevent SHT like that. But sparking scared people. It was better to just be careful what he touched. No one got hurt and he didn't have to scare people. Like he was now. Katsuki was pretty sure he was dying. The villain that had grabbed him had cut off his oxygen supply what felt like ages ago. And the heroes weren't doing anything. At least, not anymore. Death Arms was the only one that had even tried to get him free, but he hadn't been strong enough to rip him out of the sludge. Katsuki's last clear thought before he passed out completely was that he deserved this. He had not been expecting to wake back up again. He could still taste sludge on his tongue, but the sound of beeping to the right of his head and the sharp odor of rubbing alcohol told him he had survived to make it to the hospital. He could hear the beeping pick up pace as his heart began to race. He was alive, so why was he still so afraid? Katsuki, it's okay. You're in the hospital. You're safe now. Katsuki opened his eyes to meet the worried eyes of his dad standing next to the bed. Katsuki could feel the tears beading up in his eyes but couldn't stop them from falling. He was alive. He was going to be okay. He felt his father wrap him up in a hug that he was helpless to prevent. He hadn't let his dad hug him like this in years. After all, he was strong enough that he didn't need hugs. Or at least he had been. He had missed this. There was a light knocking sound and his dad pulled away. Katsuki could see through his now watery eyes that a man in a lab coat stood in the doorway. Good to see you here with us once more, Bakugo. Thankfully, all you needed when you arrived was for us to flush out your lungs and to be put on oxygen. We should be able to take you off of it once your BLD oxygen level evens out more. Comparatively, you came out of a villain attack in fairly good condition. Unfortunately, we will still need to hold you for the next few days to ensure that your lungs are fully clear and you don't contract a respiratory infection. A nurse will be by in a little while to take your readings and see about getting you something to eat. Since you were not conscious at the time of the end of the indent, a police officer will stop by some time before visiting hours are over. With that, the doctor spun on the back of his heel and walked back out of the room. Katsuki tried to speak only to trigger a coughing fit. After drinking from the glass of water his dad handed to him, he tried again. Can the nerd write? His dad might not realize who he is talking about if he just calls him nerd. Izuku. Can Izuku come visit while I'm stuck here? His father smiled gently at Katsuki, like he always did, but it felt less annoying right now. Your mother is on the phone with 𝐒𝐭 right now. Give me a moment to see if she can ask her. Katsuki let his head fall back on the pillow as he wiped his eyes. It was one thing to let his dad see him cry, but Katsuki had no intention of letting the hag see him like this. As much as they loved each other, Katsuki knew that their relationship wasn't what most people would consider normal. It was what they needed though. With both of their short tempers, playful insults and the odd light tap on the top of the head or in the side with a closed fist looked way more aggressive to outsiders. It was just their way of showing their love for each other. Katsuki had mostly collected himself by the time his mother had forced open the door, phone still in hand. Brat, was Izuku with you when you got attacked earlier? Caught off guard, Katsuki responded without thinking. I haven't seen the nerd since I left him in the classroom at school. His mother seemed to relax slightly at that before turning her attention back to his auntie 𝐒𝐭 on the phone. No, he wasn't with him. He said he last saw Izuku when he left school. I'm sure he is okay. You know how easily sidetracked he can get sometimes when he sees heroes on his way to and from school. I heard All Might is in town. Maybe he ran into him and got to ask him for an autograph or something. Izuku is a smart kid. He knows how to stay out of trouble. Katsuki wanted me to ask if you could bring Izuku with you when you can stop by. Keep us posted, 𝐒𝐭. See you tomorrow. Katsuki could feel his heart climb up his throat as he listened into the call. Why isn't he home already? Surely he left not long after. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. He didn't really think I meant if. He wouldn't ever do that. The nerd is one of the most stubborn people I know. Not a single one of those shitty extras have ever scared him off when he got it in his head that he wanted to tag along with us, and I know that he is more annoyed than anything when they try SHT with him. SHT, what if he did because it Was me that said it. SHT. No, the nerd is okay. Just distracted. He has a terrible attention span when he isn't hyper-fixated on something. Yeah. He will be home to auntie soon. Katsuki didn't register that he had been pulling on his hair until he felt his father help pull his hands away. He vaguely registered his mother looking at him worried as she spoke with a nurse that had entered the room while he had been spiraling. It wasn't like he hadn't been scared by something the nerd had done before, so why was he panicking? Was it because he wasn't with him? He forced himself to focus. The nerd was fine. He had to be. And if Izuku wasn't, then Katsuki needed to be okay to make sure the nerd was. He couldn't afford to freak out like this when he became a hero. Especially not if the nerd was going to be his sidekick. The beeping that had been annoying him at the back of his mind began to slow. The sound of BLD rushing in his ears began to fade as he began to hear the words being exchanged in the room with him. Was stupid of me. The last time we were in a hospital together was when my nephew accidentally poisoned himself. I should have finished the call outside after he answered the question. He watched the nurse nod and give a small smile. It is something to keep in mind for the future. You should see about setting him up with a few appointments with a therapist. Setting aside the possibility of needing to see someone about this panic attack, your son just went through what would be a traumatic experience for anyone. It is our hospital's policy to refer out patients to a therapist after they finish physically recovering from a villain attack. Does your son see one already for his anxiety? Katsuki lowered his gaze to his hands still cupped in his father's. The man's well-calloused fingers and palms grounding him from returning to his spiraling thoughts. Technically no, but a referral won't be necessary. My friend Inko is a therapist herself, and if she can't see him about this, then she knows most of the other doctors in the area and can set up an appointment. She has been helping us with Katsuki's OCD since he was fairly young. That caught Katsuki a bit off guard. He knew what OCD was obviously, but he had never realized he had been formally diagnosed with it. He just knew that some things needed to be a certain way or he would start to get stressed out about it, like the fact that he had to leave for school, wake up, and go to bed at the right time every day. He always saved things digitally between 5 to 8 times before he consider it saved. Sometimes he just needed to pace in circles to think, and that Izuku had to sit behind him in class or he couldn't focus. The nerd had pointed all that out to him when they were still pretty young after Izuku had gone to be tested for ADHD, which Katsuki wasn't surprised to find he had with how much the nerd got distracted and hyperfixated on things. While Auntie Inko was a great therapist, she was more practiced on treatment of patients and not the original diagnoses of them, so had set up an appointment with a different doctor. I'll make a note that a referral will not be needed then, since he already is seeing someone. What is your friend's full name for future reference? I am not sure which name I should give you. She technically changed her name back when she married, but she still practices under her maiden name. That Katsuki had not been aware of. It made sense as to why, given the large number of hero patients his aunt saw, that she might not use her legal name, but he had never really thought about it. It would be safer for her family if someone tried to go after her because of one of the patients that way. I understand. She is not the first doctor I have heard of who continued to practice under the same name they did before marriage for the sake of the patients. We would need the name she uses professionally. That would be Sasaki Inko then. Katsuki heard the sound of a pen gliding quickly over paper. I've heard good things about her from returning patents we have referred to her in the past. I am glad to hear that your son won't have anything to worry about when it comes time for us to release him. He heard a throat clear and made himself look back up. Are you feeling better now, Bakugo? There is a police officer waiting to take your statement about what happened to you during the attack if you are ready to talk to him. If you aren't, I can see about asking him to come back tomorrow morning. Katsuki shook his head. I'm fine. I just want to get this bullshit over with. The nurse smiled at him and nodded before moving closer on the side of the beeping machine. I am just going to quickly see about taking updated notes on your BLD pressure and BLD oxygen levels before I go send him in. Can I borrow an arm for a moment? Katsuki freed his hand closest to the nurse and raised his arm. A BLD pressure cuff was quickly wrapped around his upper arm, drawing Katsuki's attention to the fact that the upper part of his uniform was no longer on him. How long have I been shirtless? After a few moments of discomfort, The nurse let his arm drop as she recorded the reading she had needed and removed the cuff. She briefly seemed to study the machine next to him, wrote something down and then clicked her pen closed. "All right, I will go collect the officer and send him in. Your mother told me you don't have any food allergies or a major dietary requirement for your quirk, so there shouldn't be any issues finding you something good to eat for dinner. Tonight we have a few kinds of soup, curry, and sandwiches to choose from. Do you have any preferences between those options? Whatever is the spiciest thing on the menu. I don't care other than that." Katsuki was not holding out much hope. Hospital food was notoriously bad. The nurse smiled at that. "Lucky for you, we have a rather hot curry tonight." Seeing the confused look on his face, she explained. Some medications for longer-term patients can affect the sense of taste. Spice level is one of the few things that aren't affected, so it is not uncommon for patients to enjoy spicier foods than they normally would. "I will go put your order in and see about bringing it up after you finish with your statement." With that, the nurse left the room. The rest of the evening dragged on for Katsuki. Giving his statement to the officer hadn't been terribly exciting. If he was being honest, he wasn't really paying much attention to the man at the time. His only real thought about him until the man had left was that Izuku would have loved his quirk. One thing Katsuki knew for sure was that the one thing Izuku loved just as much as heroes and quirks was cats, so there was no way he wouldn't have been delighted about a police officer with a feline mutation quirk. His statement was basically this. Katsuki was walking to the nearby arcade with a couple other guys from class when he had kicked an old soda bottle and was attacked by a guy with a slime quirk that had apparently been inside it for some dumb reason. The villain had said something about using his body as his own before Katsuki had tried fighting back to try to keep the villain from drowning him. Death Arms was the only hero that appeared on the scene that had tried to pull him out, and he had lost consciousness before he had been saved. The officer clarified after he had finished recounting his side of things that when he had passed out, Death Arms had been able to tap into something known as hysterical strength and had rushed back in and punched the villain hard enough to blow him apart enough to both free Katsuki and stop the villain from running long enough to arrest him at the cost of a serious injury to his right arm and shoulder. While the hero would recover, he would be out of action for the next week or so. Then the officer had left and Katsuki had gotten his dinner that was nowhere near spicy enough for him, but admittedly would have been spicy for someone who did not enjoy eating food with a Scoville rating above 1 million on a regular basis. Katsuki knew most people didn't keep ghost peppers stocked in their kitchen. After that, visiting hours ended and Katsuki shooed his parents both home. He reasoned that there was no reason for them to stay when he would just be trying to sleep for the next several hours. It wasn't like they got up as early as he did anyways, so he was just going to be bored in the morning before visiting hours started regardless. And Katsuki was annoyed to discover he was right. He had been up for 2 hours when visiting hours started and his parents had returned. They had gotten up early and had brought him a bag with his sketchbook, pencils, and his phone charger. He had been returned his phone shortly after dinner the previous night alongside the rest of his belongings that he had had on him when he had been attacked shortly before he had been told to change into the uncomfortable set of hospital pajamas. They had not stuck around for long since they had not been able to skip work this morning after having left early the previous day. They were in the middle of a commissioned redesigning of a new hero team's outfits after all. They had scheduled the first trial fitting for this morning a bit before lunch and couldn't push it back without completely messing up the patrol schedule for the heroes in the territory covered by the team for likely a month. They had given him the good news that Izuku and Inko would be coming by shortly after they left and spending at least the morning with him. While his mother had given him the news that Izuku had shown back up at home shortly after sunset after receiving a short text from Inko, Katsuki suspected he wouldn't feel better until the nerd was right in front of him in the flesh. With that in mind, Katsuki couldn't help but feel both guilty and relieved when Izuku walked in the door to his hospital room. He couldn't help but see the nervous tension in his cousin's frame. So he tried to make a joke to lighten the mood about him skipping class, knowing full well that his request to see him was likely the entire reason the nerd had missed class in the first place. It all went downhill from there. Sure, the nerd had relaxed back into his more normal excited energy to explain his most recent revelation of his who was a part of his extended family, but he slid back into his tense state the moment All Might had been mentioned and wasn't that alarming. From there it was revealed that All Might did not practice what he preached about how he said anyone could be a hero, which had led to 𝐼𝐴 and a detective that the hero trusted joining them about an hour later. Things only got worse as it was discovered that the villain that had attacked Katsuki had both attacked Izuku first and then had been captured by All Might before Katsuki's incident. The revelation that Katsuki might not have been attacked at all yesterday had the number one hero done his job by the books had done nothing but lower him in the eyes of everyone in the room. The revelation that the hero was on a time crunch did nothing to improve matters, but then the man had abandoned his best friend on a rooftop after he had crushed his dreams. Even the detective lost his composure at that. Then Izuku had dropped the bombshell. He had almost jumped. The confirmation of what Katsuki had been most scared of since he woke up in the hospital crashed over him, sending him once more into a panic attack. The situation was only made worse when Izuku collapsed. Katsuki was vaguely aware of doctors hurrying into the room behind 𝐼𝐴 and the feeling of a hand on him trying to help him ground himself. As the sound of his own BLD filled his ears, Katsuki felt something cold force itself into his veins by way of his fore. Then he was gone. Sasaki Mirai had been in a rather good mood this morning. It was his day off from patrolling, so there had been no rush to get up and into the agency this morning. Additionally, he was between cases, which was a rarity these days, so even if he didn't turn up until midway into the afternoon, he could still leave at his normal time this evening. There wouldn't be much to do these next few weeks until the UA Sports Festival at the start of May unless he started a new case, but given how long and stressful the last one had been on him and his staff, it was likely Mirai would hold off until after Mirio's second internship. Mirai smiled lightly to himself as he thought of the boy he had decided to take under his wing after a disastrous showing at the boys' first sports festival. The week of his stay last year had improved the boy's skill by leaps and bounds. Privately, Mirai blamed the boy's absolutely miserable quirk control on his former quirk counselor, since the moment Mirai had helped him realize that he already could activate his quirk on only limited parts of his body and actually had never fully activated it over his whole body before, everything seemed to click for the young hero to be. Honestly, it had taken Mirai less than 5 minutes to figure out the issue, and that was frankly unacceptable. While he would likely never say it out loud, he couldn't help but feel Tagata Mirio was likely as close to a son as he would ever get. Mirai had given up on love years ago when he was still just starting as a hero after he had found himself in the hospital for the first time. The looks on his family's faces when they had entered his hospital room had honestly hurt more than the broken rib had. The realization that on day he could go out on patrol and just never come back had never sunk in for Mirai until he saw the relief from his family when it was clear that he was actually just as fine as he claimed to be when he had spoken to them on the phone to let them know what had happened. It was bad enough what his sister's little family and his younger brother would have to go through when that happened, that Mirai decided that he could never put a romantic partner through that as well. It hadn't helped that outside of a ridiculous fanboy crush on All Might before he had actually met the man, Mirai hadn't really had feelings for anyone. That wasn't to say he hadn't found other people attractive, but Mirai had never seen the point in getting emotionally invested in someone based purely on their looks. Who a person was at their core was what you build relationships on. Still, it was nice to have another child besides his nephew that he had an emotional investment in, even if the relationship with Mirio would be that of mentor and mentee. Mirai could humor himself in the comfort of his own head and play off gifts to the boy if he asked about them. Mirai had to admit to himself thought that it was a bit silly that he would be buying birthday presents for 2 different boys to receive on July 15th this year. He had sort of done it the previous year when he had sent a package with a card and a joke book that Mirio had found in his collection during his internship that he had clearly enjoyed but had refused keeping when Mirai had offered it to him at the end of the week. Mirio had sent him a message thanking him for it and had offered to return it once he had finished reading it before Mirai had clarified that he had just bought another copy. He was lost in such thoughts as he ate breakfast when he found his phone was ringing with an incoming call from 𝐒𝐭𝐻. That was strange and a bit worrying given that normally she would be with her first patient of the day, but it was possible that they had cancelled and 𝐒𝐿𝐻 wanted to kill time since she knew that unless he was deep in a case, Thursday mornings he often wasn't too busy. Are you aware that All Might considers the quirkless as lesser than the quirked? When Mirai had picked up the incoming call from his sister, that was not how he had expected her to start. No, I was not. So that is not why you are not currently speaking with him. Up until now, it had been All Might ignoring his calls, not the other way around. Well, maybe that would have to change. Well, I can't say that it won't be now. We weren't speaking due to an unrelated difference of opinions. I assume something happened between him and Izuku. Izuku ran into him yesterday, and while I don't have all the details yet, I suspect that when Izuku asked his previous number 1 hero if he thought he could be one, the man shot him down because he doesn't have a quirk, as if he had forgotten that you are in the same boat for the vast majority of the day. Or as if the man had forgotten that he himself had originally been quirkless. That is honestly a frightening thought. Is there a way I could speak to Izuku about this? I think we should make sure there is a record of this in case this is not a one-off occurrence with All Might. Because if it was not, Mirai was not sure what to feel. I told Izuku about your hero identity last night before I knew all the details to cheer him up. Mirai gave a hum in response as he checked the time again. I assume that since you are calling now that the two of you took the day off. Katsuki was caught up in a villain attack yesterday. I thought it would be good for the both of them to spend the day together while he recovers. That was another frightening thought. What were the chances that his nephew and his sister's honorary nephew would both be caught up in separate incidents during the same day? Poor Izuku probably needed the time off from class for his mental health more than Katsuki would for his physical. Given the proximity to UA, the general hospital in Musutafu was one of the best in the country. Should I wait until tomorrow to visit then? Hold on, Mirai could faintly hear that Inko was speaking to someone but with the phone pulled away, but he failed to make out any clear words. Izuku said he would rather not have to explain it more than once. Are you at the Bakugus, or did they hold Katsuki at a hospital? We are at Musutafu General Hospital. They are holding Katsuki for observation for the next few days. As he had suspected. It was concerning that they were holding him there for more than a day, but from the sound of it, Inko at least didn't seem too concerned. Given that of the two of them, she was the one with a doctorate, he thought she would likely be the better judge as to what was going on. Suddenly a thought struck him. Given that Izuku doesn't want to explain more than once, would he mind if I brought a detective along with me? Tsukochi's assistance would be helpful if I end up having to build a case against All Might. It would be better if the man was on their side and not All Might's like he would have likely defaulted to otherwise. Unless Mirai dragged 𝐿𝐼 into this too, though he didn't know the detective well enough to know which of those two heroes he would have favored over the other. Izuku wanted to know how much you trust the detective. Admittedly, I have only worked one case with the man, but I know 𝐿𝐼 trusts him. He was the one who introduced me to him after all. He is one of 𝐿𝐼's primary points of contact with the Musutafu police, apparently. Which said a lot about the man. 𝐿𝐼 had suffered from trust issues since their parents had kicked the two of them out shortly after Inko had moved out on her own when he had only been 6. They had been afraid of his quirk even more than they had feared Mirai's own, but had waited to kick the two boys out because they had wanted their perfect daughter to succeed. The thing that angered 𝐿𝐼 the most about it had been that, even though they refused to help pay for Inko to take care of the two of them, they had given her a full ride through college. Mirai had never been happier than when Inko had started dating her now husband Hisoshi. While Mirai had been an independent adult for a few years at that point, 𝐿𝐼 had just been 10 and in desperate need of a father figure in his life. Earning 𝐿𝐼's trust must have felt like pulling teeth, but the man had never complained and adored them as his family as much as they eventually felt in return. Inko's voice brought Mirai back to the present. Izuku said it is fine. When do you expect to get here? It will take at least an hour even if I catch the next train. Tsukochi will probably beat me there since he works and lives in your district. All right. We will see you in an hour then. A quick goodbye, and Mirai lowered his phone to dial his brother's favorite detective as he got ready to leave. Tsukochi. The man's voice filtered through the call rougher than Mirai had been expecting. Oh, right. The detective had likely still been asleep. Detective, are you free this morning? He could always ask Izuku to wait until this afternoon when the detective was properly up. I can be. What is going on, sir? I heard you aren't on any active cases yesterday. I still technically am not. I was hoping for your help in a more personal matter. One that involves All Might. SHT. Well, there is no chance of me going back to bed now. Where do you need me? 𝐒𝐿 General Hospital. Ask for the room of a boy named 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐿 Katsuki. He isn't the reason for the call, but the one I want us to talk to together is there visiting him. That was the victim in the sludge villain incident yesterday, right? I assume so. I didn't ask. I would have thought you would have. You aren't exactly known for letting details slip past you. Mirai could hear the surprise in the detective's voice. Like I said, he wasn't the reason for the call. Midoriya Izuku is there with his mother, Inko, visiting the boy, but I have no reason to think he is directly involved in what is going on. Both boys are stressed out right now from what I understand, and given that I was asked to meet them at the hospital, I assume that the two would be uncomfortable being separated right now. That makes sense, I suppose. I guess I'll meet you there. I will see you there. Mirai disconnected the call and leaned back in his seat on the train. The call had taken a little over the time it had to walk to the station, but part of him wished it had taken longer. In his rush out the door, Mirai had failed to grab anything to keep himself entertained on the train ride outside of his phone. He had a puzzle game downloaded to it, but that would hardly keep him distracted from the eyes he could feel on him. The biggest downside to his hero outfit blending in with normal civilian wear was that when he was seen by someone who recognized him as Sir Night-Eye, it didn't matter if he was in his more casual clothes. Thankfully, outside of the area of Tokyo that he patrolled regularly, in the years since he had gone independent of All Might, the public at large had seemed to forget about him. Looking around the train car subtly, he spotted a man he recognized from one of the restaurants that he often ordered food from for himself and his team during lunch. The man was obviously on his day off and clearly trying to debate if he should come over and greet the hero who seemed to be bored. Mirai decided to make it easy for him and waved at the man. The man moved to the seat across from him. Good morning, sir. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't expecting to see you on my day off. I was just as surprised to see you here, Zero. How is your family doing? The man lights up much the way Mirai had been expecting him to. I'm actually heading to meet them now. Hanta's school got closed for a week due to a villain attack in the area around it damaging the building, so we decided to take advantage of it and have a little vacation. I still had to go in for work last night since I couldn't just ask for the rest of the week off, but a couple extra train rides isn't that bad. Did you decide on 𝐒𝐿 because he is hoping to enroll in UA next year? The chef nodded. That's right. Hanta wanted to familiarize himself with the area so when he gets in, he knows a few good places to spend time with his classmates. The two continued to chat about several similarly liked topics and the few odd jokes for the remainder of the train ride, parting at the exit of the station. Mirai enjoyed the man's company whenever they got a chance to chat. There were not many people outside the hero industry itself that were able to see past the supposed glitz and glamour that the media portrayed the industry to have. Sometimes, it was clear that the public at large had forgotten that ultimately, heroes were just people too. Mirai was still riding the high of his renewed good mood when he entered the hospital. Walking up to the front desk to check in to visit, Mirai experienced a sinking feeling as he realized he recognized the women behind the desk from when he had last been at the hospital back at the he had been visiting Yagi Toshinori recovering from surgery. A woman with a perfect memory recall quirk. SHT. So much for visiting as a civilian. Hopefully he wouldn't draw too much attention towards the 𝐵𝑎𝑘𝑢𝑔𝑢s. The woman looked up as he reached the desk and he could see the recognition dawn on her face with a hint of confusion. Sir Night-Eye, what brings you here today? I am here on a case-related matter. Has Detective Tsukochi arrived yet? She nodded. He went up about 5 minutes ago. Does this have something to do with the incident that the poor boy involved that he is with right now? Mirai let out a sigh as he handed over his hero ID. I can't say anything more than the boy himself is involved in an ongoing case. Can you give me the room number? After taking it for a moment to scan in, she handed back the ID and listed off a set of directions. As he parted from the desk, he walked as quickly as he could toward the room without drawing attention to himself. It didn't work. By the time he had reached the pediatric wing, he had caught a few of the nurses he had met previously pointing and whispering to some of the other staff. When he reached the door in question, he only stopped long enough to give a warning knock before just entering. When he saw that all eyes were on himself, he thought it best to explain. I didn't think that I would be recognized by the staff that quickly. Sorry for letting myself in, but I thought it would be best if I avoided drawing a possible crowd. Mirai was a bit annoyed to see 𝐒𝐭𝐻 and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 exchange amused looks but did not comment on it due to quickly becoming distracted by the sight of his nephew. Mirai had seen many photos of him over the years, but this was the first time since he had seen him as an infant in person. Mirai quickly decided that cameras did not do the boy justice. The grin he wore as he carefully wrestled his hand over his injured best friend's face was brighter than any he had seen before. In that moment, he felt a pang of sadness over all the years he had missed and silently promised to himself that he would not allow life to prevent him from keeping this living embodiment of sunshine in his. It took a moment for Mirai to realize he had just been staring at Izuku and not saying anything for a few minutes. He thought it would be best to just start. Izuku, would you like me to explain to Detective Tsukochi why he is here, or would you like to yourself? Looking back on everything later, he would regret being the one to start the conversation. The information uncovered did nothing but destroy the image of the man who had once taken him under his wing. But there was little he could think about as the doctors rushed Izuku from the room following his collapse and Katsuki's pulse dropped thanks to his sedation. His nephew had been abandoned on a rooftop and gone into shock. He was lucky he didn't die up there where who knows how long it would have taken to find him. He was lucky that the heightened emotions he was feeling as a result hadn't led to him jumping from the roof in his despair. Sasaki Mirai was no longer in a rather good mood this morning, but there were now things he knew about Yagi Toshinori that he wouldn't wish to be kept in the dark of. The man that had once been his closest friend was clearly long dead. Likely lost in the same conflict that had lost the man his lung and stomach. Or was that really true? Maybe this was who the man had always been. Self-destructive to the point that people around him got hurt and never seemed to care. A thought absently crossed his mind as he fell into the waiting room chair beside 𝐭𝐻, who was lost in her own thoughts as they stared together at the doors that her son had been carried away behind. How would the shields react if he told them what the man had done? Desperate for the distraction, Mirai gave 𝐭𝐻's hand a small squeeze. "I'll be right back. I need to make a phone call." "Shouter. He is in class right now, I think." "I was thinking David. Melissa is quirkless too." The same realization seemed to dawn on her that he had himself. She returned a gentle squeeze before releasing his hand. "Let me know how it goes." Mirai moved back into the relative privacy that was Bakugo Katsuki's hospital room. He was greeted with the sight of Tsukochi glaring down at his phone, only looking up when Mirai closed the door. "I just called the station to check if I had remembered correctly or not. Your nephew was not listed in any part of the incident as being involved despite Yagi filing a report stating he was involved chasing the villain into the sewers. He apparently claimed in his report that he had gotten turned round in the sewers and lost track of the villain completely. The fact that he actually filed the report himself would have been enough to have told me he was lying when I had gone into work later today, as well as the fact the villain himself could have and likely still will tell a different story, so I am not sure what he thought he was doing even trying. I am beginning to suspect we might not know the man as well as we thought we did. I was going to call S.H.I.E.L.D. While I admit I don't know the man that well personally, I do know that he will not be happy to hear about what happened to Izuku because of his actions and lack thereof." Tsukochi nodded before turning his attention to the young teen sedated in the bed. "I'm going to go check to see if his parents have been contacted about his panic attack and sedation." Mirai grabbed his arm as he moved past him to stop him momentarily. "Thank you. Don't mention it. If something like this was happening to my sister, I would hope that had I asked you would have done the same. I would hope I would have done it for anyone had I found them in a similar position, otherwise I don't think I would deserve to carry my hero license. Nor would I with my badge." The detective shook his head and left, the door pulled. Closed behind him. Sighing to himself, Mirai pulled out his own phone. This was not going to be a fun phone call. Waking up with no idea where he was for the second time in one day had not been on the agenda for Izuku, so he was definitely less than happy about it. Thankfully, the beeping that was starting to get on his nerves that was coming from two different parts of the room was sort of a giveaway. "Hey, nerd, you awake yet? Kaken. What is he doing here?" "No." Izuku grimaced as he opened his eyes and quickly shut them again at the bright light. "Can someone turn off that light?" "I've got it." Was that Uncle Mirai? 𝐒𝐿 braved opening his eyes again and things started to click in place. Sort of. 𝐭𝐚 was in the bed to the left of him, hooked up to similar machines to that of 𝐒𝐿. On the other side of 𝐒𝐿 were 3 occupied chairs. The first was a man that seemed familiar, but the fog in 𝐒𝐿's brain made it hard to remember why. His hands were stained with ink and he wasn't really paying much attention to 𝐒𝐿, more focused on the tablet in his hands. The second was his Uncle Mirai, though it took a moment for that fact to register. As he noted the last chair occupant, his mother, he wondered distantly why his brain had jumped to labeling Sir Night-Eye as his uncle before as the hero. 𝐒𝐿 closed his eyes and rested his head back. Weird. Weird what? 𝐭𝐚 again. He had an odd look on his face when 𝐒𝐿 opened his eyes again. He looked worried. Brain's acting funny. Not sure if I like it. The anesthesia is still wearing off. They had to give you a larger dose than they normally would have because you started to wake up partway through your surgery. His mother gently brushed his hair back. Surgery? 𝐭𝐚 gave him a glare. Yeah, surgery. Why the F didn't you say anything about your chest hurting? Do you have any idea how scary that was to see you just go limp like that? You had several broken ribs. We were lucky none of them got displaced earlier. His mother tapped his chest. Oh. When did that happen? You said that All Might freed you from the villain attacking you by using a Texas smash. I can only presume that the force of the punch did more than just free you from the villain, given the fact that nothing else leading up to you returning home could have led to that kind of damage. I would have thought perhaps the villain had contributed possibly to the damage had it not been for the fact that your lungs were completely clear. Mirai had a strange look on his face as he spoke. All Might broke my ribs. That's why I am still here, kid. I am officially helping you and your family build a case for heroic negligence. The man covered in ink. Detective Tsukochi stated as he ran his hand over his head. We're suing All Might. No. The HPSC would never allow something like this in the public eye. Besides, we don't exactly want to reveal the identities of everyone in your family. You would be targeted by both All Might supporters and enemies alike because of your uncle. What we are doing is building a case to try to force him into retirement so what happened to you can never happen to anyone else. 𝐒𝐿 nodded in acceptance of the detective's explanation before turning back to his mother. So how long am I stuck here for? Normally you would have been here for the next week since the doctor with the bone knitting quirk is only at this hospital on Wednesdays, but I was able to get in contact with Recovery Girl when I heard of the issue, so you should be good to leave with Katsuki Sunday evening. The moment Mirai's words registered, 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened. I'm getting treated by Recovery Girl. Oh. That was a bad idea. 𝐭𝐚 snickered at that. No SHT, that hurts. You poked a hole in your lung, dumbass. Yeah, 0 out of 10, would not recommend. Remind me to never do that again. It wouldn't have happened in the first place if you had just told someone your chest hurt, dumbass. But it didn't hurt that bad. Or really at all now that I think about it. Just felt like I had maybe gotten a bruise over my sternum, but when I didn't see any discoloration in the bathroom mirror I figured it wasn't that bad. Mirai frowned at that. 𝐒𝐿, your sternum didn't just get bruised, it was destroyed. There was so little of it left intact that they used a metal plate as a replacement to heal your ribs back in place. Heh, cool. What type of metal did they use? And how much of it? The woman narrowed her eyes at her son suspiciously. Why is that important? It isn't, but I think it could be funny if the metal is magnetic. If the plate is large enough, maybe I could spell something out with fridge magnets. That earned a bark of laughter followed quickly by sputtering coughs from 𝐭𝐚. 𝐭𝐚 gave 𝐒𝐿 the middle finger as he tried to recover in response to 𝐒𝐿's eating grin. His mother only sighed and shook her head at the two boys' shenanigans. And by the time visiting hours ended for the day, 𝐒𝐿 was already pretty done with being trapped in his hospital bed. If it hadn't been his longing to both meet Recovery Girl the next day and talk with 𝐭𝐚 privately, 𝐒𝐿 might have considered making a break for it. As it was, the vast majority of the day was spent with the adults in the room telling them to be careful with talking as much as they did. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that 𝐭𝐚 would sometimes breathe hard enough that his lungs would momentarily forget how to work, 𝐒𝐿 would have said they were completely overreacting. Of course, Izuku was on some really good painkillers apparently, so maybe he couldn't really trust his own judgment on the subject. Not that Izuku really thought he needed them in the first place. Something that Izuku had to remind himself of often over the years was he clearly had a much higher tolerance for pain than most people. He had not been lying that his chest just hadn't hurt any more than a bad bruise, but maybe that was a sign that the bad bruises on his arms and legs from the bullying he had received over the years might have actually been more than just bruises. Oh. Well, not much he could do to change that now. Those injuries had long since healed and his chest would be back to normal come Monday, with the new added benefit of now magnets being able to stick to him. Izuku snickered lightly to himself. Nerd, what the F is so funny that you're laughing instead of going to sleep? Izuku turned his gaze away from the ceiling tile he had been studying to look at 𝐭𝐻𝐿 glaring at him from his own bed. Sorry 𝐭𝐻𝐿. Was just thinking about how everyone in our class would react to me sticking magnets to my chest. You think they would believe me if I told them it was a quirk? First of all, that is really f***ing stupid. Secondly, if you wanted to pretend to have suddenly manifested a quirk while we were in the hospital together, surely we could come up with something better than that. Lastly, how would you even explain it other than you now have a hunk of metal in you? 𝐭𝐻𝐿 rolled his eyes. Of course that is what your drag-addled brain chooses to focus on. Yeah, since you are clearly not going to let me sleep until you do. Here. Why are you being so nice to me anyways? What do you mean? I am always a f***ing delight to be around. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 didn't even try to keep a straight face as he spoke. That earned sputtering laughs from the pair, tears from a mix of pain and joy leaking down their faces. Wiping his face clear as the laughter settled down, Izuku turned smiling lightly at 𝐭𝐻𝐿. But in all seriousness, what's up? 𝐭𝐻𝐿 paused, wiping his own tears from his face. A frown fell over him as the tension that had vanished earlier in the presence of their family members reappeared. I'm sorry, Izuku. I've been a complete PP to you for years now, and I am not sure I even would have stopped had yesterday not ended the way it did. He turned to meet the frowning gaze of Izuku eye to eye. It started because hearing you go on and on about how you were going to be a hero honestly scared me. How were you supposed to be a hero when you were getting hurt all the time by the extras at school? I thought that maybe if I got you to give up on it, I would stop being scared that you were just going to get yourself killed. I didn't realize how bad I had gotten until it sunk in what I had actually said to you the last time I had seen you. I can't even begin to explain how much it scared me when I found out you were late getting home. I thought, a sob filled 𝐭𝐻𝐿's chest, forcing him to break his gaze away. Katsuki, the other boy, flinched at the lack of the long familiar nickname. I am not going to say I forgive you for what you said, but I do want you to know that I never once thought you really meant it. You are my best friend and I know who you are at your core. There is a reason I have never once doubted you will be an incredible hero, and it has nothing to do with how powerful and flashy your quirk is. Yes, you went way too far, but the regret you feel for it proves that you are still the good person I have always known you to be. That is why I trust you. I don't deserve your faith in me. It is all my fault that the shitty extras at school have been so bad. What can I do to help you become the awesome hero that everyone says you can't be? Izuku had to consider that for a moment before grabbing his phone off the bedside table. Do you mean to support me in general, or, I'll bite, you have some crazy plan, right? What do you need me for? Izuku flashed 𝐭𝐻𝐿 a smile before turning his attention back to what he had been looking at. So I don't really have a plan as such, but there is something I realized a while back that I could do with a bit of help. The legality of all of it is a bit sketchy, but I think it should work, though with the revelation of the fact that I am related to Sir Knight I might make it unnecessary. You actually going to explain, or am I going to have to decode the answer from your ramblings? Sorry 𝐭𝐻𝐿. Izuku blushed before tossing his phone over to the next bed. Read the highlighted section there and you should understand. 𝐭𝐻𝐿's brows furrowed as he turned to the phone and scanned the section of what appeared to be a legal document. By the time he reached the end, he seemed to understand why Izuku had been interested in it. How the F is that fair? Izuku grinned. Cool, right? Someone on the support forum for quirkless people that I am on posted about it a couple years back following the appearance of the Narahata vigilantes after they mentioned that Knuckle Duster would never be able to be charged for anything despite being the most violent one in the group. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 huffed before tossing the phone back over. Why do you even want to bother trying to get a hero license then? If you can't legally be considered a vigilante, why even worry about it? Izuku's smile turned sad at that. Not everyone would think that way. The whole reason that loophole exists is because the public at large would never think a quirkless person could ever do it. The assumption would be that I had a quirk, and most heroes aren't very pro-vigilante. It is something that I would have to worry about. On the bright side, I could lean into that expectation to help hide my identity. If there was a quirk I could get away with faking, that would throw them off my tracks. Here. How does this all factor into whatever your plan was anyway? And how does your uncle change things? Oh, that is easy to explain. They both have to do with getting me into UA. The normal hero course entrance exam is heavily weighted in favor of flashy quirks like yours, but for people with mental quirks, or none at all in my case, the recommendations exam is the way you get in. Since there are only 2 ways to take that test, I was originally considering my most viable option first. Wait, 2. I thought you could only take that test with the sponsorship of a licensed hero. Normally that would be the only way, but since I am under the age of 18, if I was caught as a vigilante and entered into the Vigilante Reformation program, I would receive a recommendation for enrollment at the nearest hero school. Realization seemed to dawn on 𝐭𝐴𝐾𝐻, which for you would be UA. Wait, if you had all this figured out already, why aren't you already running around as a vigilante? Izuku smiled a bit sadly at that. I wanted to do a bit of training before I started, but I was having trouble finding a way to. Most gyms require you to state your quirk for liability reasons, and given my age and that I don't have one, all the local places would either turn me away or refuse to let me sign up by myself. While I might have been able to get my mom to agree to help me sign up by playing it off as just training for the entrance exam, I didn't want to run the risk of her putting 2 and 2 together. So, what, all you want me to do is tag along to the gym with you? Izuku nodded. For now at least. Once I am more confident that I can handle myself, I might need more help. Plus I will need someone to help me with first aid. What about your costume and name? What? What about them? 𝐭𝐴𝐾 rolled his eyes. For some strange reason, I have a feeling that I probably should intervene. And what is that supposed to mean? 𝐭𝐴𝐾 turned to Izuku and deadpanned. You showed up here today wearing a t-shirt that said breeds on it and regularly wear obnoxiously bright red shoes. Izuku pulled an expression of fake shock and hurt. Gasp. I am feeling so called out right now. 𝐭𝐴𝐾 stuck his tongue out and grinned. You should nerd because I am. Seriously, where did you even find those stupid things? Izuku grinned back. My uncle Shouter and a shoe store obviously. You and your uncle have horrible taste in fashion. I mean fair but hey. 𝐭𝐴𝐾 just laughed before grabbing his sketchbook from his bedside table. So any preferences or can I just go crazy? Izuku had to consider that. He had drawn up ideas for a hero outfit for himself several times over the years, but given that he had based them largely on a hero he now wanted little to do with. We should probably figure out what I am faking for a quirk first and work around that for a theme. Probably a good idea from a design standpoint. What do you think I could fake believably? I'm not sure I would be a good judge of that myself. 𝐭𝐴𝐾 seemed to consider it. It would have to be mental obviously. The 2 I think you could pull off the easiest would be either an analysis quirk or some sort of danger sense. Izuku made a puzzled expression at that. Okay, I maybe could understand the analysis thing since I have put so much time into learning how to do it, but danger sense. 𝐭𝐴𝐾 shrugged. You are like some sort of magnet for trouble. If I didn't know better, I would have actually thought it was your quirk. That caught Izuku off guard. There was no way he got into that much trouble. Sure, the past few days had been a bit crazy, but it wasn't like that normally. Okay, so maybe he saw more hero fights in person than your advantage citizen, but he was normally actually looking for them anyway, so that was to be expected. He just got lucky that he always managed to wander in the correct. Izuku's eyes blew wide open. That couldn't actually be possible, right? He had been diagnosed by a doctor and everything. Right. 𝐭𝐴𝐾, you don't think that is possible, right? That I could have a passive mental quirk and no one ever realized it. That the fact I have the extra toe joint doesn't 100% mean I don't have a quirk. Kaken opened his mouth to respond before pausing and snapping it shut. After a few moments where he seemed to consider his next words carefully. I mean, it might be possible. You might just have a mutation that gave you the joint but didn't affect your quirk gene. It makes a SHT ton more sense than you being quirkless with 2 quirked parents. Plus mental quirks clearly run strong on auntie's side of the family. Holy. That was honestly the only thing that Izuku could think to say, because if this theory was right, there has to be some way to prove it, right? You're thinking too hard about it. Think about it like the quirk belonged to someone else and do your nerd thing on it. I'm sure you could figure out how we could test it. Right. So let's think about it logically and break it down. It seems like it might function as some sort of passive precognitive quirk, which, given at the very existence of Uncle Mirai quirk foresight, is actually plausible, but it is clearly not active at all times, or I would not have been so caught off guard by the slime villain yesterday, since while it clearly helps me find hero fights before they happen, I didn't wander at all like I normally do. Maybe it was because I had just wanted to go home, it didn't activate. Though we have to consider that it might be useful for more than just leading me to where I need to go to find fights like that. Maybe Kaken play rock, paper, scissors with me real quick. Kaken, who had been lost by the mumble storm, snapped back to attention. Rock, paper, scissors. Sure, but you want to explain why. Let's play first, and then I will explain. Focusing on really wanting to win, Izuku let his gut instincts take over. And it worked. Once his win streak had passed 5 and they sped up, Izuku just kept winning. Holy SHT. What the hell, nerd? Izuku's grin was massive as he stopped. I have a quirk, Kaken. No SHT. How the hell did you just do that? I have no idea. Isn't it great? Kaken let out a frustrated huff, his own grin dropping. Well, now I feel even more like SHT. What? Why? You have a quirk, dumbass. It just makes everything I did or allowed to be done to you even stupider. When we get back to class on Monday, I am going to make sure it doesn't happen again. Izuku frowned, feeling the start of righteous anger simmering just below the surface. What? The fact that I have a quirk suddenly means that I have more value? No, don't be stupid. I would have done it anyway. The thought just reminded me. Izuku felt the anger fade before a realization crossed his mind. You can't tell anyone about this. What? Why? Because this doesn't really change anything. The only way I am getting into UA is with the recommendations exam. And it would still be a bad idea for Uncle Mirai to sponsor me and draw attention to the connection between us. That is why I was still favoring the vigilante route, only now you would actually be breaking the law. Yeah. Well, SHT. I'll keep quiet about it. It isn't like I don't owe you that much. Izuku felt the tension bleed back out of his shoulders. Thanks, Kaken. So what should we do about my costume then? Right. So, given the fact that we don't want to reveal you actually have a quirk, why don't we look to some heroes for inspiration? The pair did not end up sleeping until late that night, too distracted by the rabbit hole that was costuming research. Somewhere around midnight, Izuku mentioned liking the costumes of old pre-quirk hero comic books, which resulted in them watching one of the top recommended classic group hero movies, the first Marvel Avengers made way back in the 2010s. But it wasn't any of the heroes whose costume drew Izuku in. No, that honor belonged to the lead villain of the movie. Izuku vaguely recalled that he was more of an antihero overall in the whole overarching story covered by the many films and side media. So, half asleep, Izuku made the impulsive decision Loki was who he would model his vigilante persona after. The fact that the character favored the color green and was based loosely on an ancient god of mischief might have helped in that regard. After all, what was he really doing by playing vigilante and lying about his quirk but causing mischief? Kaken had just made a small note in his sketchbook with the character to look up later when he was awake enough to actually look into designing an outfit around the character, accepting at face value that Izuku had just like the villain's long coat with dark green panels on the inside. The next morning was not terribly exciting for the two boys. Outside of a brief visit from both their families, they were mostly on their own for the day. While that could have not been necessary, given that Kaken's parents were largely free to take the day off, neither boy wanted them to hang around and risk them discovering Izuku's plan for vigilantism. Still, Their boredom was interrupted shortly after they had finished with their lunches by twin buzzes on their phones. The incident chat Sasaki Mirai added Aizawa Shouta, Bakugo Katsuki, Midoriya Hisoshi, and 4 others. Midoriya Hisoshi, well that won't do. Midoriya Hisoshi changed their name to 𝐼𝐭𝐸. 𝐼𝐭𝐸 changed Midoriya Inko to Feel the Love. 𝐼𝐭𝐸 changed Midoriya Izuku to Katsudon. Nedzu changed their name to Rat God. 𝐼𝐭𝐸 changed Aizawa Shouta to Catfeinated. 𝐼𝐭𝐸 changed Sasaki Mirai to Foresight is 2020th. 𝐼𝐭𝐸 changed Bakugo Katsuki to Sparkler. 𝐼𝐭𝐸 changed Tsukochi Naomasa to Veritaserum. 𝐼𝐭𝐸 changed the chat name from the incident chat to number 1 hero more like number 1. 0 𝐼𝐭𝐸, fixed. Rat God, I have to say I am a bit impressed at the speed at which you made all those changes. Catfeinated, why is Nedzu in here? Or the boys for that matter. Foresight is 2020th. I added everyone directly involved in the case. Given that Izuku asked that Katsuki was involved in hearing his testimony, that leaves both of them directly involved. Veritaserum, I believe Aizawa's issue was more that you added minors to the chat. Also, can I ask why my name is Veritaserum? Katsudon, first of all, rude. Second of all, Veritaserum is just a truth serum from an old PQ English book series. 𝐭𝐸, this /Sparkler, why are you even in the chat right now? Isn't it like the middle of the night where you are right now? Feel the love, it is only a little before 9 p.m. there. 𝐭𝐸, there is a reason most of my calls home happen during lunchtime where you are. Catfeinated, as terribly exciting as this is, I have things to be doing, so unless something has changed from when I spoke to you last night Tsukochi, I am going to mute the chat for now. Rat God, speaking of things you need to do, if you wouldn't mind swinging by my office before shadowing Khan's class this afternoon. Catfeinated, I'll be right there. Veritaserum, nothing has changed involving the case since we finished up yesterday afternoon, but that could change later after my talk with Yagi. Foresight is 2020th, please let everyone know how that ends up going. Katsudon, Yagi. Foresight is 2020th. I am very much interested in what he has to say about his actions on Wednesday. All Might civilian identity is Yagi Toshinori. Katsudon, thanks 𝐭𝐸. Izuku, are you free to take a call? Katsudon, yep. Nearly the moment the message was sent, Izuku's phone rang with an incoming call from his dad. The photo of his father on the caller ID was a few years old, but it was the last picture he had taken of him while together in person. His father's hair was a mess of loose curls similar to Izuku's own, though they were snow white and not the deep green of Izuku's. They shared little in the way of facial bone structure, but it was clear from the photograph whose side of the family Izuku's freckles came from. Hey Dad. Izuku, how are you holding up? Your mother called me yesterday after you got out of surgery to tell me what was going on, but I fell asleep before you woke back up. I'm better now. I guess I am still a little in shock over everything that has happened. Between the thing with All Might and finding out about Uncle Mirai, I guess it all hasn't really fully sunk in yet. Honestly, as much as I have disliked the man for a while, I never expected him to treat you like that. Disliked him for a while. Izuku heard a small frustrated huff and the familiar crackle of a tongue of flames on the other end of the line. Disliked? Yes. I will admit, the one good thing to come out of all of this from my perspective is now that the blinders for the man have been taken off of you and Mirai, I no longer have to keep pretending to like the man. That was news to Izuku. He had thought everyone liked All Might before the incident. Well, everyone except the villains he fought, but he was his own dad saying he had not liked the man even before that. Why? Why do I dislike him, or why did I hide it? Kaken was clearly trying. Not to look like he was eavesdropping, not that Izuku really minded if he listened in. Both, I guess. Well, let's start with the simpler one. I hid it from you because I was sure that you would never accept the man as less than perfect unless something big happened to change your mind. I had hoped that whatever they were fighting about would have been enough for Mirai, but he stubbornly refused to see what a walking disaster the man is. There was a pause that Izuku had to assume was his father trying to regain his composure so he didn't melt his phone. I dislike the man because he has done more harm than good for society overall. His whole symbol of peace gimmick has fostered a society built on inaction. People have become so reliant on heroes to fix everything because of that man that they have stopped actually doing anything to help themselves. People would pass a suffering child on the street and do nothing to help them, so firmly in their belief that a hero will come by and solve the problem for them. It is thinking like this that also leads to the quirkism that so many of our family has suffered from. Mental quirks are not flashy and useful for heroics like those that resemble that of All Might, so those that have weak quirks like them become villainous in their eyes. He stopped again as the call started to break up on his end. So much for that phone. His voice was chopper now. Obviously he had accidentally breathed out a flame strong enough to start to fry his heat-resistance phone. It was a common enough problem that his father was a bit of an expert on how to repair the damage. The main issue with supposedly heat-proof phones was that the batteries often cooked inside them when exposed to enough heat and would melt before the outside of the phone even started getting too hot. Love you, Dad. Talk more once you fix your phone. 𝐿𝑉- and the call died. Tucked away on the top floor of a building in downtown Tokyo, Shigaraki Hisoshi mentally glared at the cell phone in his hand. In hindsight, activating Dragon's Breath for the small added bit of realism of the lie of the true nature of his quirk might not have been the best idea. If it wasn't so easy to transfer the SIM card from one phone to the next, he might not have done it. He had known before he had even started the call that the moment he got started on talking about the currently last in the line of successors to Yoichi, he would lose his composure and fry the phone. Well, at least his youngest son had probably gotten the point he had been trying to get across. Hero society as it was a broken one and only getting worse. He sighed and reached forward to SWCH on the microphone feeding into the bar TV speakers set up for Tomura and Kurogiri as a way of contacting one another due to phones hardly being a viable option for Tomura to use with his decay. Kurogiri. Yes, sensei. Would you be so kind as to collect another phone for me? Of course. Hisoshi heard the faint whoosh of the Nomu's quirk over the microphone signaling that he would fulfill the request swiftly. The lack of comment from his elder son suggested that he was likely not awake yet despite it being nearly 2 now. Kurogiri was normally better at ensuring that Tomura at least went to bed before the sun began to rise again, but that was easily his own fault for allowing his son to push back against his caretaker over the years with so little repercussion. He realized that he had allowed himself to think on the subject of Kurogiri for too long as the guilt he felt about the Nomu's existence began to rear its ugly head. Like a lot of things he had done over the years, Kurogiri had been the result of a series of small miscommunications and bad luck. The doctor had taken initiative when he had heard about the death of a hero student of UA and stolen away his corpse to use in the creation of his Frankenstein-esque-like monstrosities. Hisoshi had helped fund the man in his research initially purely due to curiosity on whether or not he would be eventually able to mimic the actions of his own quirk all for one. He had not been expecting the man to succeed in such a horrible way. When Kurogiri had first woken up, the doctor had summoned him to meet the man's first successful masterpiece. The horror he had felt when he had met the gaze of the previously deceased Shirakumo Oboro, a boy that was such a close friend of his wife's youngest brother, could not be described. When the man had screamed in horrified recognition of who he was and his involvement in what had been done to him forced him to act without thinking. Hisoshi called upon a memory-altering quirk and buried Shirakumo in his own mind. What remained was Kurogiri, the monster to the doctor's Frankenstein. One day, Hisoshi swore to himself that he would correct his mistake, but not long after Kurogiri had been created, Hisoshi had found Tomura and the need for a caretaker for the boy who would be safe in case of another quirk accident on the scale of the one that had taken the boy's first family had taken precedent. As soon as he trusted Tomura enough to take care of himself, he would correct the mistake. Hisoshi pretended that he wasn't aware that Tomura was old enough to manage on his own. He ignored Kurogiri when he slipped free of his mental prison and had begun to be Shirakumo once more, but chose to stay for Tomura's sake, who the Nomu cared for as his own son despite the circumstances he found himself in. Hisoshi said nothing when Kurogiri stole away his phone to look at pictures of his old friends and their families that they had built after he had died. If the voice of present MIC happened to play in the bar starting at 7 every Friday evening, then that was not worth mentioning. If Kurogiri called him by the nickname that Shirakumo had once used for him, then that was no one's business but their own. There was a whoosh of a portal opening over the table next to him, followed by the sound of a phone box being set down. Thank you, Kurogiri. No problem, sensei. Would you like me to send some tea over as well? I am about to prepare a batch for Tomura in the hopes it will help him wake up. That would be lovely. Shirakumo had always made an excellent cup of tea. Tsukochi Naomasa smiled lightly to himself as he read the last of the messages in the new group chat as conversation died off. It had been a good distraction as he waited for the time to leave to meet Yagi to arrive for the much-needed conversation, but he could only allow it to distract him for so long. He had work to do after all. Texting a secret girlfriend. Naomasa looked up to a smiling Tamakawa Sangza in his office doorway. Well, the equivalent expression to a smile that Sangza's feline face could produce anyways. Naomasa raised a brow in response. What led you to that conclusion, Sangza? I came in to you grinning at your phone, so what else could it be? Naomasa rolled his eyes. For your information, I was added to a Hero Network group chat made for the purpose of keeping everyone involved on a case I am assisting in on the same page. I doubt you would be smiling like that if it was just a chat for a case. Truth. You sure that you're not smiling because someone caught your eye? Sangza, the only people in the chat that aren't married or literal children are Eraserhead, Nedzu, and Sir Night Eye. I'm pretty sure. That caused Sangza to frown. Children. Should they be included in something that will likely contain presumably sensitive details on the case? Sir Night Eye added them with the thought that since the boys already know all the details there was no point in not including them. For multiple reasons, Sir doesn't trust one of the boys to not have accidentally hidden information that could assist in the building of the case. The most important reason being he sustained a critical injury during the incident in question and chose to decline to mention it. Thankfully he was already in the hospital when he collapsed, or we would have been dealing with a dead body instead of just a scatterbrained 14-year-old with a severe lack of both self-worth and self-preservation. He paused before adding, and a frankly terrifyingly high pain tolerance. Should we be concerned about how he developed a pain tolerance level like that? Nedzu is looking into that. Given that he certainly didn't develop it from his home life, we suspect the schools he has attended are the primary source of possible abuse. What makes you so certain that the family isn't involved? Normally you wouldn't write them off that quickly. Truth. Not normally, no, but given that the boy in question is quirkless and evidently had been the victim of suicide baiting for at least the past year at school, it is likely the other students, the staff, or possibly both have been contributors to the possible abuse. I am not hearing a reason for writing off the family yet. Truth. Naomasa considered what he should say. I have spoken with all the family members in close physical contact with the kid and they have been cleared of suspicion. Sangza nods at that. They all passed your quirk. You could have just led with that. Truth. Unfortunately, that is all I can really say about the family. Anything else and the kid might accidentally end up with an even larger target on his back than he already has. DMN. I feel bad for the kid already. Truth. Do you need me to do anything to help? Naomasa shook his head. Not right now. There are some people I need to handle talking with personally before we can start looking at bringing people in. Sangza nods in acceptance. Well, keep me posted. You know I am always interested in helping out. Truth. Naomasa internally winced at the redundant reading from his quirk but just openly smiled and waved Sangza away. Will do. And now he was alone in his office again. Looking at the time, he should probably head out to the cafe down the street he was meeting Yagi in. It annoyed Naomasa that in order to truly get answers from Yagi about what he had done the day of the incident, he would have to pretend that everything was still the same between them as it had been the last time they had met. But that would be a lie. Naomasa, as a rule, hated to lie if he could help it. It was likely a side effect of growing up in a family of lie detectors. He had often been jealous of his sister Makoto when they were younger because, unlike both her and their father who their quirks had come from, he could not turn his off. So long as he was in the same place as or could both see and hear a person, he would know the moment they lied. It was a quirk that had burned many bridges in his life. Something he had never understood was why people got mad at him for it when they lied to his face. It was not like he had ever hidden the nature of his quirk from anyone. Even the criminals he spoke to in his line of work were always informed because, morally speaking, hiding his quirk was a lie he had no intention of telling if he could help it. So why was it that his friend for nearly a decade now was trying to lie to him? More than anything else about the case, that fact bothered him the most. It spoke of a man who, at least on some level, knew what he did would be seen as wrong in at least 𝐂𝐽𝐺's eyes, but had the man felt truly guilty he would have tried to avoid 𝐂𝐽𝐺 so as not to be caught in his lie. The way Yagi had spoken with him on the phone seemed to imply that the man thought that by filing the report himself, he had hidden what he had done from the detective. 𝐂𝐽𝐺 spotted Yagi shortly before reaching the cafe, the man in question just ahead of him about to open the door. Yagi! Ah, Tsukochi. Excellent timing, my friend. Truth. He still considered 𝐂𝐽𝐺 a friend then. They would have to see if that was still the case by the end of this conversation. 𝐂𝐽𝐺 met him at the door. Afternoon. Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice. Yagi pulled the door open and gestured for the detective to enter first, smile on his face. Of course. I am always happy to make time to have coffee with a friend. Truth. Do you want your usual order? I can pay. Truth. No, I think I might mix it up today. You go ahead and put your order in, I need a moment to decide. 𝐂𝐽𝐺 probably would have been fine with his normal order of a plain coffee with just a splash of creamer, but the stress of how this conversation would go and how the case had already progressed made him crave something stronger. After allowing Yagi to finish placing his order, he joined the short line himself. By the time his order had been placed and collected, Yagi had found a quiet table in a back corner of the cafe. An espresso. You must be feeling stressed about your current case. Truth. Did you just call me for a chance to vent? 𝐂𝐽𝐺 sighed. Where to begin? It wasn't just that, but, yeah, I wanted to talk about my current case. I'm all ears, my friend. Truth. How can I help? First I need to ask you a few questions. That all right? Of course. Lie. 𝐂𝐽𝐺 would have caught that one even without his quirk with how the man had suddenly tensed and the way his smile changed to become fake. I can already tell that this is going to go well, 𝐂𝐽𝐺 deadpanned before shaking his head. I already noticed the report that you went out of your way to file yourself, so don't worry, I was already planning on asking about what you tried to hide from me. But we will come back to that. Please try not to lie again, Yagi. Does the name Midoriya Izuku ring any bells? 𝐂𝐽𝐺 watched as tension shifted to embarrassment and then to confusion. No, I don't think I am familiar with the name. Truth. So he didn't even bother to find out who the kid even was that he had spilled his secrets to. Stupid, but good to know for sure. What about Sasaki Inko? 𝐂𝐽𝐺 watched Yagi take on a puzzled frown. What does Mirai's sister have to do with the case? Did something happen to her? In a way. Are you aware that she has a son? A look of understanding dawned on Yagi's face. I had not been. Truth. I presume that Midoriya is the name of her son. Truth. 𝐂𝐽𝐺 nodded. Sir Knight I contacted me, oh geez, I guess it was only yesterday morning, about going to interview his nephew for a case. The case must really be bad if it seems like you have been working on it for longer than that. Truth. Given that the kid is currently in the hospital after walking around with a shattered rib cage for close to half a day without anyone noticing until he just collapsed, I would say bad is an understatement. 𝐂𝐽𝐺 downed the last bit of his espresso and grimaced. Oh dear. Is he all right? What even happened? According to him, you did. 𝐂𝐽𝐺 watched as Yagi jerked back with a look of horror, sputtering in his shock. Before the man regained his ability to speak, 𝐂𝐽𝐺 continued. Let's get everything on the table before you start trying to explain your thoughts on the matter. The day before yesterday, you didn't actually lose track of the villain you had been chasing but caught up to him as he attacked his first victim of the afternoon. After freeing the boy, you not only then failed to ensure the health and safety of the victim but tried to abandon the boy at the scene of the attack. Next, when you found yourself several meters up in the air with said victim, you tried to shake the boy free in midair. I think it is a safe assumption that you lost the villain at that time, who had only been loosely contained in an old empty soda bottle. Following that, you landed on a roof, proceeded to crush the dreams of a Fing child and then abandoned said kid up there. Additionally, you told that very same child what amounts to a state secret and never even bothered to try to figure out the identity of the child. Yagi, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, what the actual F were you thinking? It had taken 𝐒𝐿 all his self-control to keep his voice at an even level to not be overheard as his anger that he had been stewing in for the past 24 hours caught up with him. 𝐒𝐿 felt a twisted sense of satisfaction as the man sat across from him only grew paler and paler. After a few moments, 𝐷𝐻𝐻 seemed to finally collect himself enough to try to speak. It sounds really bad when you phrase it all like that. Truth. 𝐒𝐿 only stared at him and gestured to continue. Up until my secret was revealed, I had been so focused on getting away as to not let myself be seen as my time ran out, that I failed to consider what my actions would do to possibly harm others. Truth. I really should have thought about getting the boy's name at the time. Truth. I hadn't realized until later that I failed to do so. Truth. The boy's question caught me at a bad time, so I admittedly was harsher than I needed to be, but I thought it best that the boy knew the truth about just how dangerous heroics as a line of work could be for someone like him. Truth. And there it was. Someone quirkless, you mean? 𝐷𝐻𝐻 seemed to relax at the remark, taking 𝐒𝐿's carefully neutral tone as a sign of agreement. Of course. Truth. Without power, it would be incredibly dangerous to even consider it. Truth. 𝐒𝐿 sighed and just held his face in his hands for a moment, trying to regain mental equilibrium. Sir is going to throw the book at you for this, you realize that, right? What? I don't understand why would 𝐿𝐻𝐻. Truth. 𝐒𝐿 could hear the exact moment the man realized who that the quirkless kid he had so readily written off was. 𝐒𝐿 lifted his head to level his gaze with his former friend, because honestly there was little chance the man would be able to come back from this in his eyes. Exactly. You have no idea how lucky you are that the boy was Midoriya. Setting aside Sir Nighteyes wrath heading your way, there are a few things I need to make sure you are aware of. First, are you aware of our nation's rate of suicide for the quirkless due to quirk discrimination, much like you yourself just admitted to doing? I didn't. 𝐒𝐿 cut him off. Yes or no, 𝐷𝐻𝐻? 𝐷𝐻𝐻 lowered his gaze to not meet 𝐒𝐿's eyes. No. Truth. 𝐒𝐿 pulled out his notepad from his pocket to read off the statistics that he had written down earlier. Of the roughly the 20% of our current population that are currently quirkless, close to 93% are over the age of the remaining 7%. The vast majority are under the age of quirklessness is not disappearing from the gene pool at the current rate just from a reduction in the number of 𝐷𝐻𝐻, but from systematic eradication. The quirkless born now are dying in acts of hate crimes and by suicide at a rate that is frankly horrifying. Lowering his notes, 𝐒𝐿 stared the man in front of him down. Midoriya was lucky enough to be born both to a good family and with a stubbornness that has pushed him forward towards his dream regardless of what others might say about him. If he had not, there is a chance we would have been having a completely different conversation right now about a boy you abandoned on a roof to die. It hasn't really gotten that bad, has it? 𝐷𝐻𝐻's voice was weak and shaking with disbelief. It is honestly probably even worse. Crimes are not always filed when they involve quirkless individuals making the accusation or when they go missing. I would like to say that no one in my own department would do such a thing, but I would be lying to myself. Pain tolerance levels like the sort Midoriya has don't just appear from nowhere. The kid is so good at tuning out pain from his injuries that he never even realized you broke his ribs when you saved him. 𝐷𝐻𝐻's head snapped back up. I really? 𝐒𝐿 nodded his head. Your Texas smash was the only force he encountered that afternoon that could have caused him that much damage. The villain was quickly ruled out as a potential cause because of the other boy he had hospitalized. 𝐷𝐻𝐻 ran a hand through his hair. I didn't realize that the smash had struck him so hard. Truth. He was moving around so quickly and easily, I never considered he might have been hurt. Truth. 𝐒𝐿 felt himself relax a bit at that. The fact that the man had genuinely thought the boy unharmed at least helped explain why he never called for emergency services for the boy. 𝐷𝐻𝐻, procedure exists for a good reason. There is a good chance you could lose your license for this if Sir finds more instances of this sort of thing. That was a textbook case of heroic neglect. 𝐷𝐻𝐻 nodded sadly in understanding before letting out a sigh. Perhaps I should take this as a sign to step back sooner rather than later. I had hoped that I would be able to find and train a successor before stepping down from my spot as number one, but maybe continuing to hold off was a bad idea. Truth. Naomi-sir only nodded before checking the time. I need to head back. If it makes you feel better, you are not sir's only target. It is possible that if you actually retire and give both him and his nephew a formal apology for this, he will drop the case on you in favor of just giving you the cold shoulder. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, my friend. Truth. And wasn't that sad? I'm not sure what I would have done if the first I heard about this was when Mirai was raking me over the coals in front of the commission. Truth. Naomi-sir sighed and shook his head. Don't thank me for this. This conversation was more for sir's benefit than yours. While the hope had always been that the cause for some of your worst actions on Wednesday was just a result of momentary stupidity in your hurry to hide before you changed back, we had no way to be sure. Still, I have one more question before I head back. Do you really think it is impossible for someone quirkless to be a hero? Without a moment's hesitation, the hero answered. Yes. Truth. Mirai slammed the phone back down on the hook. This, right here, was the whole reason that he had always used a generic office phone and not one of his limited edition All Might ones. The small act of violence often had done him wonders over the years when he needed to get his frustrations out about a call before he had to speak to someone else. The conversation with Tsukochi had not gone well. Mirai had been still clinging to the desperate hope that maybe the conversation between Tsukochi and Yagi wouldn't confirm his own fears. Hope that had already been weakened by the discovery that the man had already actively discouraged the dreams of a bright young girl becoming a hero because she too had been born quirkless. Mirai wanted to scream in frustration. He couldn't stay here in this office littered with the man's face. He wanted to toss his cabinets full of the stuff out the window and let Izuku set it alight. Mirai had always more or less considered himself quirkless for all intensive purposes. Foresight was only useful for an hour once in every 24, and the hero had never made a habit of using his quirk frivolously. If he was honest, he maybe used his quirk once a month, if even that. Yagi had always known this, so how was it that he was hero material in the man's eyes but Izuku and Melissa weren't? Had all he ever been to the man just a useful quirk? Just a tool to use? Mirai stalked out of his office, heading for the front door of the agency. He was going to take the rest of the day off and go back to Musutafu to visit his family before he hurt someone in his current state. Sir. Mirai stopped and took a deep breath before turning to face Iwata Karuko, aka Bubble Girl, at her desk near the front door. I am removing myself from the office for the remainder of the day before I can take out my anger on one of you. Could you see to it that all of my All Might collection is boxed up and stored away where I won't see it? Iwata's jaw dropped. Sir, what on earth happened? Mirai paused to weigh the pros and cons of what to say next before coming to the realization that now that Izuku knew who he was as a hero, it was just a matter of time before he came to visit Mirai in person at the office. The short version is that All Might crossed a line that he will never come back from in both my eyes and that of my family. My nephew is currently stuck in a hospital bed because of that idiot, and the man apparently hadn't even realized that he had really done anything wrong until a detective, who was a mutual friend of ours, read him the riot act a little while ago. Mirai pulled off his glasses to run his hand over his face. Like I said, I need to remove myself from the office for the rest of the day. When he turned his gaze back to Iwata, he was met with the poor girl's look of shock and horror. How? She trailed off, holding her hand over her mouth before seeming to refocus. Right, consider the All Might mech as good as gone. You saving it to destroy with this nephew? Mirai shook his head. Tempting, but no. Come hell or high water, All Might is going to retire soon if I have anything to say about it, so a lot of that junk will be worth holding on to until after then, when the value of everything increases. I can put the money to better use. Iwata nodded at that. I forget how much some of that stuff is worth sometimes since I see it all the time. Mirai was amused to watch as she seemed to quickly make a note to invest in All Might merchandise to resell later. Is there any chance you would let me see a picture of your secret nephew before you go? Mirai made a big act of sighing and pulling out his phone. He opened up his photo gallery to the most recent picture on it that he had taken just the previous day of Izuku in the hospital bed, laughing playfully, holding up his arms to shield his face, with Katsuki trying to smack him with his own pillow from the other bed. I hope I don't have to tell you which of the two he is. Iwata let out a squeal of excitement as she took the phone from his hands. He looks so much like a mini you. A few highlights and a bit of gel and the two of you would be twins. Izuku takes rather strongly after my sister as far as looks are concerned, but he does have his father's freckles and general build. He most strongly resembles my brother-in-law in habits and interest in quirk analysis. So who is the other kid with him? The son of my sister's best friend. The two boys are more likely to refer to each other as their cousin than they are to just call each other their best friend. Since they were caught up in a villain attack on the way home from school on Wednesday, they have been impossible to separate without causing them to panic. Handing back his phone, Iwata frowned. Poor kids. Are you going to go visit them then? Most likely. Well, in that case, you can tell them I am hoping they get well soon. Mirai gave the young hero a smile. I will be sure to pass the message along. I'll see you tomorrow. With that, the hero left the agency in a slightly better mood than he had before. Now he just had a train to catch. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 shouted aside as he stretched at his desk. The main problem with his decision to try and expel his entire homeroom class was all the extra free time he had that he was still required to be on the campus grounds for. He only had the next 2 weeks to make it through until the sports festival, where he would be able to pick and choose his students from the other courses to replace his now missing class. Contrary to popular belief among the students at UA, Shouter did actually like teaching, much to his annoyance about the fact. It was extremely frustrating how smug Nemurai always got about it when another member of staff pointed it out. After all, he only took the job in the first place because the heroine had volunteered him for the position without his permission. Still, as much as he would vehemently deny the fact, Shouter liked kids. Which is why he was a bit annoyed that apparently the wall between his older brother and their nephew had been lowered. Yesterday, he had received a call from Inko about the chaos that had been going on, which had been like a knife to the gut. All these years they had tried their best to keep their distance from one another to prevent something just like this from happening. They had done everything right and Izuku had still nearly died. The thought still made him feel sick. Sho, are you okay? Shouter turned to meet the worried eyes of his best friend at the desk next to him. Less than a year after he had started teaching, Yamada Hisashi had followed him like always to take over teaching English. Shouter turned to check that they were actually alone in the room before giving a small shrug. Not really sure. I told you what happened yesterday and nothing has really changed since then. Hisashi frowned before opening his arms wide in an invitation. One that Shouter reluctantly leaned forward into. Face buried in the blonde's leather jacket, he continued. I don't know what to do. It was like Burrow all over again. I had no idea it had even happened until it was already over. Shouter felt a hand carding through his hair as he began to dryly sob. Here's okay, Sho. You have that picture on your phone as proof of that, yeah. And now there is no reason you can't go and see the little listener in person. They just sat there, Shouter clinging to his friend like a lifeline, until the phone on Shouter's desk began to ring. Shouter jerked back fast as the realization of where he was hit him. Embarrassed, he turned his face so Hisashi couldn't see it as he picked up the line. Aizawa. Sorry for startling you, Aizawa, but I thought you could run an errand for me in regards to the investigation into young Midoriya's schooling. He hated when the rat did that. While Shouter knew there were cameras all over the school that the Chimera had free reign to access, the reminder that moments like the one he had just had were not even remotely private from Nedzu still bothered him. I'll be there in a minute. Nedzu. Shouter nodded as he stood up away from his desk. He's helping with the investigation that Mirai started. Apparently he needs help with his part. Hisashi shot his friend a soft smile. If you need any help, you know where to find me. Shouter nodded before turning and beginning the short walk from the room to Nedzu's door. Like almost always, the door opened before he could even consider knocking. Aizawa, please close the door behind you. We wouldn't want to risk being overheard now, would we? Something changed in the case since we talked earlier. While Shouter would never openly admit it, it was times like this that he was glad to have suffered through the madness that had been his adoption as one of Nedzu's personal students back when he himself had been attending UA. When Nedzu claimed something or someone as his own, he would protect them as territorially as any of the animals that made up his messy genetics would have protected their own burrow or nest. Those same protective drives had been what made the Chimera such a good teacher and now principal despite his obvious disdain for the vast majority of humanity. If anyone understood where 𝐿𝐴 was coming from in hiding his family to try to keep them safe, it was 𝐁𝐸. Once the door had closed, 𝐁𝐸 had spun the computer monitor on his desk so that 𝐿𝐴 could see it. I have done some digging into everything I could legally have access to without the issue of a warrant, and even that small amount is less than encouraging. It appears that your nephew's education is actively being sabotaged by his teachers, though I suspect that if he was asked about it he would admit to already knowing. Over the course of the past year and a half, young Midoriya has been actively protesting by submitting nonsense to be graded in an attempt to create a record of the history of his work not being properly graded. Most interestingly, his English papers he has been assigned since his protest started have been replaced with him copying large passages wholesale from the English novel The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and his latest history paper was a letter he directly addressed to me. 𝐿𝐴 could feel his eyebrows shoot up as he leaned a bit closer to read what 𝐁𝐸 had pulled up for him to read. It was clearly meant to be a history assignment based on the title of the paper, but the vast majority of the paper was clearly not written on the assigned topic. 𝐁𝐸, I don't know if you will ever actually read this, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to write even if you don't. I know that you or at least someone on the staff of UA will review the files on any student attempting the entrance exam to check that they meet the standards of one of the top schools in the country, and I highly suspect mine at first glance just won't. My grades have been held at barely passing for a few years now by my teachers regardless of how well I actually complete an assignment or do on a test that is graded in-house. Additionally, I suspect they may have put marks on my record to say I pick fights with other students, which is completely ridiculous. The only person I would ever even consider actively provoking would be Bakugo Katsuki, who, despite his short temper due to the nature of his quirk, would never actually fight me given that we are practically family thanks to our mothers. The so-called fights, if they are based on any actual physical conflicts, are just cases of the other students attempting to put me in my place as a quirkless freak. Anyways, I hope that this short letter to you will turn out to be an unnecessary precaution on my part, but my parents have always spoken of the benefits of being safe rather than sorry. After that, the paper continued on with presumably the assignment until randomly in the middle of a later paragraph, P.S. I read on your website that present MIC teaches English. He mentioned once on his show to being a fan of some PQ English works of fiction, so he may find my papers for my English teacher entertaining. That made 𝐿𝐴 snort in amusement. He had known for a few years that Izuku was a fan of Hisaashi's radio show thanks to both Inko and later Izuku himself from the thank you he received for the themed radio that Hisaashi had shoved on him to send to Izuku when he was younger. Still, the fact that Izuku had apparently chosen a pre-quirk novel to plagiarize for his English essays specifically because he hoped that one of his favorite heroes would enjoy reading it was cute. Hisaashi would probably freak out when he found out that his little listener had done so with him specifically in mind. So what did you need me to do? 𝐁𝐸 flashed 𝐿𝐴 a fanged grin. I was hoping you could approach the school about letting young Midoriya attempt to test out of his year placement with the offer that they would be able to outsource the testing itself to our own staff here at UA. While it is currently unknown how he will do on such a test at the moment, given the intelligence that he has displayed by enacting this plan of his to create evidence of educational misconduct on the part of the school staff leads me to the belief he will rise to the occasion. Have you spoken to Inko about doing this? If Izuku tests out, he wouldn't be going to school until he starts at UA next year. 𝐁𝐸 offered a tilt of the head in a gesture of his confusion. You don't want him to take one of the empty sets in your class this year then? 𝐿𝐴 sighed and shook his head. Between his current lack of real physical training and quirk status, I doubt any of the future Class 1A would treat him particularly well for getting in with so little effort when they would have just had to earn their spots by way of the sports festival. Besides, he would still be too young to get his full hero license if he graduated with the current class. 𝐁𝐸 gave 𝐿𝐴 another smile. That is true. Does this mean you are considering approaching him to train him before his entrance exam? 𝐿𝐴 just shook his head. Mirai already mentioned planning on offering for him to train alongside Tagata Mirio during his second internship. Besides, unless he intends to use a capture weapon like my own, Mirai would be the better teacher if for no other reason than scheduling. If I tried to take over his training, either my sleep would suffer even more or I would have to start dropping patrols. And we wouldn't want that. Alright, here is the letter that I need you to run down to 𝐒𝐿𝐷era Junior High. If you just so happen to stumble across more evidence for the case, 𝐒𝐿𝐷era's face twisted into his wild grin. I will keep my phone recording while I am there. Suddenly a thought hit him. What should I say is the reason for us wishing to assist with the testing? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 waved his paw in a vague gesture. Given that this is your nephew, I believe that I should leave that up to you. Just know that UA will fully back your claims, whatever they may be. 𝐿𝐷era was not very impressed with 𝐒𝐿𝐷era from the first look at it. The building was painfully average in both design and size but showed the beginning signs of a decline in recent upkeep. The planters near the front of the school were beginning to become overgrown enough to start overhanging onto the surrounding walkways, and there was litter in some of the more out-of-the-way places that the janitorial staff had clearly decided wasn't worth the bother to collect yet. But it would be best to hold off on judgment just yet. The decline in care for the grounds could just be the result of one lazy worker. 𝐒𝐿𝐷era pulled out his hero ID and held it up to the camera near the front door and pressed the doorbell to be buzzed in without saying a word. There was a small clicking noise as the door unlocked with little fanfare. Pocketing his ID, 𝐒𝐿𝐷era pulled the door open and walked the short distance over to the administration desk. The woman behind the desk pulled a bit of a strange expression as she seemed to take a proper look at him. I'm here to see your school's principal on behalf of mine from UA about one of your students. The eyes of the woman in front of him widened in surprise. 𝐒𝐿𝐷era absently noticed her nails dancing through a handful of different colors as she pressed the intercom on the desk in front of her. Principal 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿, there is a hero from UA here to talk to you about a student. Send him back. The woman gave a small gesture to the door behind and to the right of the desk. Through that door. His office is the one at the far end of the hall. After giving the woman a small nod, he headed back. He opened the door to the principal's office to see the man's face flickering through a mess of different emotions before settling on confusion at the sight of 𝐒𝐿𝐷era. Giving a small sigh realizing the issue, 𝐒𝐿𝐷era pulled out his license once more to show to the man. Pro Hero Erase Ahead. I am here on the behalf of Principal 𝐻𝐻𝐿 in his current mission to steal one of your students for himself. 𝐒𝐿𝐷era put away the license to pull out and hand over the letter the rat had given him to hand it over. As much as the idea did not sit well with him personally for 𝐻𝐻𝐿 to sink his claws into Izuku, 𝐒𝐿𝐷era suspected it would not take long with the interest the rat had shown in him already. Had he just been interested in him just due to the case, he most likely would have not just offered to possibly waive the entrance exam for the kid. Still, he had to suspect that perhaps something the rat had found during his less than legal snoopings, because who was he kidding? Of course the rat would have started looking into things farther while he waited for the warrant to make his search of the school's camera actually legal, had caught his eye. 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐷's confusion seemed to only deepen as he read over the letter, eyes skipping around as if to double-check that what he had just read was correct. Are you sure he has the right student? Midoriya Izuku. 𝐒𝐿𝐷era nodded. He was brought to 𝐻𝐻𝐿's attention yesterday under currently confidential circumstances. From what I understand, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 believes the boy's current grades might reflect a boy that is bored by classes far below his current level and not a true reflection of his intelligence. That transformed the man's confusion to shock. Are you sure? The boy was medically diagnosed as quirkless. 𝐒𝐿𝐷era frowned at the blatant quirkism that the man had just given. You don't need an intelligence-based quirk to have a higher-than-average IQ, it is just rarer. The man seemed to actually consider 𝐒𝐿𝐷era's words as he turned back to the letter. If we agree to work with UA on this, what would we need to do on our side? If you agree, then sometime next week, Midoriya will be pulled from class and taken to an empty classroom where I, or another, UA staff member will proctor a series of written assessments that will be able to determine what year of schooling he should really be in. I would have a room set aside Monday if possible, given how excited 𝐻𝐻𝐿 seems to be about the whole thing. Just give the number at the bottom of the letter a call when you have that arranged, and I am sure 𝐻𝐻𝐿 will send the tests out the same day. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 reluctantly seemed to accept that this was in fact happening. I will see that Midoriya's teachers are notified and have the room set up by the end of the day. Izuku had never been so happy to wake up to see his own bedroom ceiling before. While his brief stint in the hospital hadn't been too terrible, staying put in one place had never been either his or Kaken's strong points. If it hadn't been for the distraction of the visits by his uncle Mirai and recovery girl, Izuku was pretty sure at least some of that time would have been spent by the two of them trying to escape. The two of them had been surprised Friday afternoon when Mirai had just turned up out of the blue, but a quick explanation of the fact that Izuku had not been to only one collecting All Might merchandise in the family and that the man didn't want to burn down his own hero agency had answered most any questions that they had held. They were less surprised when the man returned the next 2 days following his patrols to keep them company with the addition of his laptop so he could still work his normal hours. Izuku was however surprised that his uncle 𝐬𝐽 had never turned up. The man was still very much a mystery to Izuku. Despite being added to the group chat with everyone else, the man had made no effort to talk with Izuku directly and had even gone so far as to mute the chat. As much as his gut twisted at the idea, Izuku couldn't help but worry that his other uncle didn't actually want to meet him. Still, he should wait to worry about this until after he had at least gotten ready for his first day of school with Kaken, since they had both been attacked. 𝐬𝐽 would never openly admit it, but he was nervous. He had known the moment the words left his mouth about himself being a possible proctor of Izuku's exam, that he was going to be stuck with the job. It was only logical that he would be the one to do it since he didn't currently have a homeroom and thus was the most available person on the UA staff. It however meant he had to put off meeting Izuku as his uncle until after the exam. If it was discovered that the student knew the teacher proctoring the exam personally, the test could possibly be thrown out, but if they held off until after the scores had been finalized, then it would be fine. Which is why the first time he was going to see his nephew after the kid had nearly given him a heart attack would be not as his uncle 𝐬𝐽 but as the pro hero Eraserhead, member of UA staff. So no one could really blame him for internally freaking out as he stood waiting in a mostly empty classroom, test papers on the currently empty student desk in front of him. 𝐬𝐽 could just hope that the kid would forgive him later for this bit of subterfuge to quickly get him out of this horror show that called itself a school. While the request for a warrant for the investigation had yet to go through, Nezu had not held off on beginning his investigation. Based on the rat's barely contained fury when he had spit out the name of the school in question just this morning to 𝐬𝐽 as he stopped by UA for the testing paperwork, what he had found had been likely less than good. 𝐬𝐽 had just leaned back against the wall and started counting his breaths to regain some semblance of calm when the door opened. Before 𝐬𝐽 could even register the presence of his nephew, Izuku's eyes widened and a small panicked squeal escaped his mouth. "You're Eraserhead." It took all of 𝐬𝐽's self-control to not react to his surprise that Izuku had recognized his hero persona without a moment's hesitation. Thankfully 𝐬𝐽 quickly realized the beginnings of what seemed to be a panic attack buried in the mumble storm that was escaping the kid's lips. Slowly he approached the kid and rested his hand on his shoulder and gently tugged him into the room before closing the door behind him. When the kid showed no sign of reacting to the touch or even being moved, 𝐬𝐽 lowered himself to be eye level with Izuku. "Kid, you need to breathe. You just were in the hospital for a punctured lung." Izuku had not been expecting to be sent down to the front office the moment he set foot in class, trailing through the door behind Kaken. He was additionally caught off guard when he was informed he was going to be taking a level assessment test proctored by a UA staff member. In other words, a pro hero. On the walk to the room he would be spending the day in, he couldn't help but run through his mental list of the members of UA staff openly acknowledged on the school's website. Not every hero on staff was listed, of course, given that they openly admitted to having underground heroes for the classes where the staff member was unlisted, but Izuku couldn't help himself as he tried to make a guess as to who he would be stuck for the majority of the day with. Eraserhead had never occurred to him. Izuku heard the startled cry pass his lips of "You're Eraserhead," before fully short-circuiting. All he could do was helplessly listen to himself excitedly ramble on how cool a hero he was and how he was one of his favorite heroes that he had never thought he would get a chance to meet in person. Izuku hadn't registered their change in positions until the hero spoke. Suddenly jolting out of his thoughts, Izuku took in a sharp breath and forced himself to focus on counting them like his uncle Mirai had helped him and Kaken learn while stuck in the hospital. After a moment, he registered a hand moving from his shoulder. Izuku shifted his focus back to the hero in front of him. Eraserhead's eyes held a soft look of concern when they met his own. "You good kid. Sorry for touching you without asking, but you seemed completely out of it." "It's fine. Sorry if I worried you. I just get so excited sometimes about different heroes that my mouth just runs away on me. You are sort of one of my favorites and I had never really expected to actually meet you. Eraserhead cut him off. How do you even know about me, kid? I'm an underground hero. Oh. You patrol near my apartment building, so I've seen you sometimes outside my window when I stay up a bit late. You stop to feed the cat in the alley across the street sometimes. The hero seemed a bit dumbfounded at that. Okay, but how did you find out my hero name? You couldn't have just found out who I was from that. Izuku felt his face heat up at that. You have a sort of underground following online. Most underground heroes do. I asked around on one of the hero forums after I had seen you a few times once I realized that you were an underground hero. Someone you helped out recognized my description of you and told me your hero name before asking me to take down my post. The hero seemed to accept that explanation as he straightened back up to his full height. Good to know my information isn't that easy to find still. You good to start your test now, or do you need a minute? Izuku blushed but nodded and moved over to the desk set up for himself. He watched as Eraserhead pulled out his phone before turning it around so Izuku could see the timer app open on the screen set to 3 hours. You will have 3 hours to complete that test packet to the best of your ability. After you either finish or the time runs out, you will head back to resume your normal classes. Normally I would tell you that you should expect a few more days of normal classes while you wait for the test to be reviewed, but Nezu told me this morning that he would be grading your test himself this afternoon, so you and your mother should be informed by tomorrow morning at the latest of your score. I will start the timer when you flip over the test sheet to begin. That was a lot to mentally process. Izuku had known that Nezu was at least aware of him thanks to the Chimera's presence in the investigation chat, but he hadn't realized the 𝐿 hybrid was that interested in himself. Izuku idly wondered if he should be concerned about that fact. Taking a deep breath, Izuku flipped the test over. Solve the following equations for x: 1/2 x, 3 plus x 17 plus 34, xx, 5 4 minus 2x plus 4 greater than or equal to 3x squared, x, 2 greater than 0 here. Izuku was surprised at how simple the first questions were. Of course, the test could just start with some easy questions and only scale up in difficulty as the sections progressed. Still, as he flew through the math section, Izuku was starting to get the sneaking suspicion that maybe he was actually just good at math. All of the questions were just as straightforward for him in the section as the first few, and before he finished thinking to himself that there would be more challenging questions later on, he was flying through the sciences portion of the test. Before he knew it, Izuku went to flip to the next page of the test only to find that there was no next page. He was already done. Quickly flipping back to the start, Izuku read over his answers to double-check his work. Then he was at the end of the packet again. Just as he was about to flip through once more, a voice spoke up from the front of the room. I found that overthinking my answers on a test is counterproductive. Right? Eraserhead was watching him. Izuku looked up to watch as the man stopped the timer on his phone. If you're finished already, I can go ahead and see about getting that packet to Nezu and you can rejoin your class. Izuku nodded before standing up and walking the test over. How much time did I have left? Eraserhead took the test and began to quickly thumb through it. A little under an hour. It took just over an hour and 40 minutes for you to work through the packet and another 30 minutes to review all of your work. I already have a sneaking suspicion that you will be working on classwork on a higher level than most of your classmates next year once you start officially at UA. I wouldn't put it past Nezu to change your schedule slightly so that you are able to work on things on your actual level. At UA next year, you have a spot guaranteed for you in the general studies and business courses at the bare minimum. If you want to shoot for heroics or support, you still have to take their courses practicals. From what I can tell flipping through this, you already aced the entrance exam. Izuku felt his brain fizzle slightly. What? Eraserhead gave Izuku a wide, albeit slightly crazed-looking, grin. It was a bit of a logical ruse on our part. Why do you think a UA staff member had to be the one to proctor the test? He reached forward and ruffled Izuku's hair slightly. You should head back to your class for what should hopefully be the last time. I'll see you around, kid. With that, the underground hero turned and vanished out the door. Katsuki was concerned when Izuku had been sent out of the class the moment he had entered. It took a lot of work on his part to focus on his classwork to try to get caught up with what they had missed while in the hospital. So when Izuku staggered in and sat down wordlessly at his desk behind him partway through their math class, Katsuki was worried. The nerd didn't take out anything for notes, which was very much not like him. Before he could register what he was doing, Katsuki had written a note and quickly turned and placed it on the desk behind him for Izuku to read. "What is going on? You look dead." A few moments later, he heard the faint sound of pen on paper before the scrap of paper rested on his shoulder. "I apparently just took the UA entrance exam. They told me it was just a level assessment test before I started. Eraserhead thinks that I did well enough on it to have passed already." "No way. How the F did that happen? Also, who the F is Eraserhead?" Eraserhead is an underground hero that patrols the nearby area. Apparently he is one of the unlisted teachers at UA. As for how it happened, all I know is that apparently Nezu took an interest in me because of the case. Don't tell me that this means that you are going to transfer into UA a year early. That would mess everything up. I'm not starting this year. Eraserhead said that I will have a spot in one of the courses next year. All this means is that I apparently won't have to come to school here anymore. That makes sense, I guess. Passing a high school's entrance exam would probably be proof enough that you don't need to stick around in a junior high for the rest of a school year. It is not like you would get much out of sticking around. You could use the extra time for your hero training. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I will still need to pass some sort of practical portion of the heroics exam to enter the hero course. I will use all the extra time to get into proper shape. We will have to see about getting you signed up for a gym this afternoon for sure." Satisfied with this newfound knowledge, Katsuki turned back to focus on class. Internally he was frustrated at the situation. It was painfully clear now that the school had been screwing with Izuku's grade. How was Katsuki ever supposed to really be the best if the main person he was competing against was not even being allowed to play the game? Izuku forced himself to relax as he led Kaken into the gym halfway between Aldera Junior High and their neighborhood. While it was hardly the nicest gym around, it was the largest gym that Izuku would be able to join. Theoretically anyways. The pair of boys walked casually up to the front desk. The man behind the desk, some sort of mutant-type quirk that left the man with a full body covering of fur, waved to the two in greeting. "Welcome. I don't think I've seen you two around before. I'm Ketsuken Sochi. How can I help?" "My name is Midoriya Izuku and this is Bakugo Katsuki. We were hoping to sign up here to work on our training for the UA entrance exam." Izuku offered. The man flashed a wolfish grin as he picked up a table from the counter between them. "I can help you with that. We actually have a few different kinds of training programs for hero hopefuls. So what kind of quirks are we working with?" Izuku felt his tongue glue itself to the roof of his mouth. This was as far as he got before he had his application rejected due to his quirk. Status. Thankfully Kaken took over. "Mine is called Explosion." He held up his hands before sparking them. "I have a medical license to use my quirk periodically, so I am good on that front. The nerd is quirkless." And there it was. Izuku felt his stomach churn as the man on the other side of the desk got a puzzled look on his face for a moment as he shifted his gaze to the tablet. "I'm guessing that you're aware of the gym's policy for minors who have non-combative type quirks as well as quirkless, that you cannot be given access to certain parts of the gym without a designated spotter for liability reasons. That's why I am here." Ketsuken nodded as he continued to search for something on the tablet. "Ah, here it is." He gave the pair a smile. "Sorry about that. The forms I needed to find for you two were not where they were supposed to be. We don't get many new non-physical quirk sign-ups, with both new members being minors." He passed the tablet over. "Make sure you both add a good emergency contact number. Can I make a copy of that medical license for our records? I would hate for the two of you to have your training interrupted by someone when you are using your quirk as directed by your doctor." Izuku felt his heart rise at that. He had known this would be the best gym for them, but having at least one staff member that was clearly unbothered by the fact Izuku was medically quirkless was a pleasant surprise. He took the tablet and they moved over the bench that sat to the side of the entranceway. "Do you want me to fill out your paperwork too?" Kaken pulled his sketchbook and a pencil out of his backpack. "Knock yourself out. It'll give me more time to work on finalizing this design for you. 𝐒𝐿 gave him a smile and began filling out the forms. The longest section to fill out for the pair was on the form for 𝐭𝐿 in the relevant medical conditions section. 𝐒𝐿 entered a concise, for 𝐒𝐿, explanation on how 𝐭𝐿's quirk worked and why it was so important that he be allowed to spark frequently while he worked out. Who did you want me to put down for your emergency contact? My dad or auntie? The hag doesn't always answer the phone if she doesn't know the incoming number. Besides, if something happens while we are here that requires the staff to call for us, your mom is getting called anyways. Good point. 𝐒𝐿 quickly added his mother in as 𝐭𝐿's contact, noting her as 𝐭𝐿's aunt. Then came the fun of filling out the billing information, which 𝐒𝐿 filled out for the pair of them with the information on his mother's credit card he remembered from the other day. They could always update the information later if they needed to change it. That finished, 𝐒𝐿 hopped back up and walked back up to the desk. 𝐾𝐿 smiled as he accepted the tablet back. He studied the information for a few minutes. Everything looks good here. Can the two of you move to stand in front of that blank bit of wall there? We need to get a photograph of each of you for our records and your gym IDs. Those should be done printing out pretty quick. Are you two planning on using the facilities today? 𝐒𝐿 nodded as he moved into position. A quick flash of the camera and 𝐭𝐿 swapped places with him. We want to look around so we can best plan our training. You two seem fairly confident. I'm guessing the pair of you are working hard studying for the written exam too. 𝐭𝐿 snorted at that. The nerd has nothing to worry about on that side of things at least. He has a spot guaranteed to him in the UA General Studies course at a minimum next year. He just tested out of our year earlier today. 𝐾𝐿 raised his brows at that. Impressive. Alright, we are good to go. You two can pick up your cards when you leave today. The gym lockers are just through those doors there if you are planning on changing. From there you should have full access to the facilities. I would advise you to invest in a pair of locks for the lockers for next time if you don't already have some. While there hasn't been any issues with anyone stealing stuff from unlocked lockers recently, it has happened in the past sadly, so it would always be better safe than sorry. 𝐒𝐿 gave 𝐾𝐿 one last smile as he turned to enter the men's locker room. He and 𝐭𝐿 quickly found a pair of free lockers that their backpacks would fit into and pulled out their workout clothes that they had shoved to the bottom of their bags before leaving for school that morning. Once changed, they headed out to the main room of the gym. In addition to your normal gym workout equipment, at the far side of the room was one of the main reasons 𝐒𝐿 had wanted to join this particular gym. The parkour course. Do you think you can time me running that course? 𝐭𝐿 rolled his eyes. I'll have to go back and grab my phone. I can't watch you and the clock at the same time otherwise. You'll have to do the same for me after. 𝐒𝐿 grinned and shoved 𝐭𝐿 lightly back in the direction of the locker room before moving off to the side to do a few of the stretches he had read up on during his research. Or at least try to do them. Something 𝐒𝐿 immediately realized was that a few of the stretches were beyond what his current range of motion could do. Oh well, that would just have to improve with time. Once 𝐭𝐿 had returned, phone in hand, they wandered over to the course. It was currently in use, so the pair took up positions to watch the teen on the course. It took a second for it to register that the boy on the course already was partially in a UA gym uniform. 𝐒𝐿 watched in a bit of awe as the blonde suddenly phased into the final obstacle only to reappear moments later on the platform at the top of the wall. Time! That was 15 seconds faster than the last run. 𝐒𝐿 turned his head to look at the voice. Another presumably UA student, this one with indigo hair, stood off to the side with a stopwatch in hand. 𝐒𝐿 didn't hesitate before walking over to him. Hey, are you running the course next or can the two of us run it? That led to the indigo-haired boy to let out a startled cry of alarm. Thankfully, before he started to really panic, the blonde hurried over and threw his arm over the other teen's shoulder. It's all yours. Sorry about Tamaki here, he gets nervous easily in front of new people. It's one of the reasons we use this gym's parkour course and not one of the gyms back at UA. 𝐒𝐿 frowned at that. That must make the sports festival pretty miserable for you. Yeah, the nerd has some social anxiety too. If it wasn't for his ADHD, he would probably not be able to handle crowds. The older blonde gave 𝐒� a curious look at that. Really, you seem fine right now. Izuku shrugged. I mostly have issues with adults. The two of you are just a bit older than us, so my anxiety isn't too bad right now. Besides, you look like your anxiety is worse than mine. He then plastered a grin on his face and gave a short bow. I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way, and this is my cousin Bakugo Katsuki. We are actually here to train for joining UA's heroics course next year. The grinning blonde released his hold over his friend and folded himself in a more formal bow. I'm Tagata Mirio, and this is my good friend Majiki Tamaki. The two of us are currently members of UA's Class 2A. It is nice to meet our possible future Kohai. Kaken scoffed at that. Nothing possible about it. The nerd already has a seat in next year's class as a Gen Ed student at a minimum, and I have aced all the mock written exams for UA that I have taken. The only thing we need to worry about is the heroics practical. Tagata's brows shot up at that. A guaranteed seat. I don't think I have ever heard of that happening before with UA. Izuku blushed. Apparently I just took the written portion of the entrance exam today. Nedzu sent someone from UA to proctor the test for me this morning at our junior high. Tagata let out a low whistle at that. You've caught the principal's eye. I am not sure if I should be more impressed or worried by that. The last person I heard of that caught his eye was Aizawa-sensei. That caught both of the younger boys' attentions. While they had known to some degree that Izuku's uncle Shouter was on UA staff thanks to the exchange between him and Nedzu in the investigation chat, they had not expected to meet someone who had had the man as a teacher before they even met him. Aizawa-sensei. What is he like? Tagata shook his head. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned him. All I think I would be allowed to say about him without getting into more trouble is that he doesn't teach students he doesn't think have real potential. He is sort of a UA cryptid. Kaken let out a huff of annoyance, but Izuku gave a nod of understanding. That is fair. All the teachers for heroics course students are pro-heroes, right? The last thing they need is for students to run around revealing their civilian identities to anyone who asks. Tagata brightened back up at that. Exactly. He clapped his hands together. You two wanted to run the course, right? Do you want any tips beforehand? Kaken gave a feral grin at that and sparked his palms. Nah, we can handle it. Nerd, you wanted to run first, right? Izuku nodded. If you still don't mind, Kaken. I hope you don't mind a bit of an audience. I'm sure Tamaki and Tagata cut himself off as he finally seemed to realize his friend had vanished over the course of the conversation. Maybe another time then. It was nice to meet the two of you. Izuku grinned and nodded. You too. With a final wave, Tagata vanished into the maze of gym equipment. New possible friends now gone, Izuku turned his attention to the course. You have the timer ready? Kaken nodded. I'll count down to start the timer for you, nerd. Izuku flashed another grin at him and walked over to the starting platform. On the ground all over the course was a series of different colored paths made of colored tape. Following the green one with his eyes, Izuku quickly plotted the course in his head. Then, as he heard Kaken give the signal, he allowed his body to move without thinking. Trusting his instincts and the mental map he had created, Izuku rapidly flew through the start of the course. The first section was all just basic running and jumping over obstacles. It wasn't until he reached the rings over a pit of foam that he had his first real issue. Izuku just did not have the upper body strength yet to make it past the first two rings. Nor was he even able to attempt the salmon ladder that Izuku had already questioned the helpfulness of learning to do later on. Thankfully, outside of those two obstacles that relied so heavily on a person's upper body, Izuku had no real issues. Even the vertical wall run to the final platform was doable once he got a proper run up to it. As he flopped onto his back breathing, Kaken walked over to nudge him with his foot. Going to be honest, nerd, you did a hell of a lot better than I was expecting with how often you trip over your own feet. We should probably work on your endurance and upper body though. Breathing, Izuku shoved himself back up into a sitting position. I need to work on my flexibility too. How fast was I though? You finished in under 5 minutes, but that doesn't take into account the fact you had to completely skip that one obstacle. Izuku nodded. You ready to give it a go? Kaken only grinned as he passed his phone over to Izuku. Both boys were comfortably sore as they walked out of the gym. They had only worked out for a total of half an hour, but 𝐒𝐿 thought it would be best to not push it on just the first day and risk hurting themselves. As they walked home, a thought hit 𝐒𝐿. It's your birthday tomorrow. 𝐭𝐿 turned his head to give 𝐒𝐿 a bit of an odd look. Yeah, and? Sorry, it's just with everything that happened over the past few days, I totally forgot. 𝐭𝐿 snorted and bumped their shoulders together. It's fine, nerd. I've been in butt to you for years. 𝐒𝐿 frowned. I'm not saying it like that. I bought your birthday present weeks ago. I am just saying that it is possible we won't be able to do much after school tomorrow because of it. 𝐭𝐿 shrugged. Well, if you don't end up having to go back to school tomorrow, you will have to make up for the time we are losing later. I feel kinda bad that I might end up ditching you at school on your birthday. It's not like you have been getting anything out of going. Yeah, it will suck not having you there in class, but I would be lying if I said I would rather you be there if it meant you were just going to get bullied. Today wasn't that bad. You also missed homeroom. You don't want to hear some of the SHT that some of the extras were saying about you. Plus you missed the SHT they did to your desk. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. I doubt it would be much of anything new. 𝐭𝐿 practically growled. Any of them leave you spider lilies before when I wasn't around. 𝐒𝐿 froze mid-step. No. That is new. He shook his head and fell back into step with 𝐭𝐿. There are a couple of guys in our class that have suicide baited me before, but normally they just tell me to go kill myself. 𝐭𝐿 seemed to curl into himself. It's my fault. Word probably went around the shitty extras what I said to you after school before everything happened. 𝐒𝐿 bumped their shoulders together again. Don't blame yourself for their actions. I wouldn't be surprised if they had done the same thing even if you hadn't told me to jump. I know you didn't really mean it even if it was a shitty thing to tell anyone, not just me. Sorry again anyways. 𝐒𝐿 gave 𝐭𝐿 a sad grin. The fact that you're actually sorry is why, even if I can't forgive you for what you said, I still consider you my friend. 𝐭𝐿 sparked his palms before throwing his arm over 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. I don't deserve you. 𝐒𝐿 grinned as he leaned into the rare display of physical affection from his best friend. Nope, but you can't get rid of me that easily. 𝐭𝐿 ruffed 𝐒𝐿's hair. Don't I know it? So, nerd, what is the plan for tomorrow if you get to skip out on school for the rest of the year? 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. I guess I could go shopping for stuff for my vigilante outfit, though I am not sure how I am going to explain it. 𝐭𝐿 seemed to take a moment to consider it. Isn't there that one hero convention in a few months? We could plan on going there together in cosplay. It would give me an excuse for why I need the sewing machine for a few hours at night. 𝐒𝐿 felt his brows shoot up at that. You would really go through that much trouble? 𝐭𝐿 shrugged. While I still think hero conventions are stupid, I wouldn't mind actually going to one with you. At least if we are both in costume, there is less of a chance people will recognize me later as the guy with you as you completely nerd out over all the heroes there. 𝐒𝐿 snickered. Okay, that is fair. So who should we go as? I should probably do something simple so that you aren't making 3 costumes mostly by yourself. I was going to do best jeanist for myself. We still have some of the patterns from that one photo shoot my parents did with him a while back, so it wouldn't be that hard for me to do. Not looking forward to putting that much gel in my hair though. 𝐒𝐿 considered his options. As funny as it would be for me to do a Sir Night-Eye cosplay, it would probably be a bad idea to draw attention to how much we look alike. Present MIC would be too much of a project to do for a costume, so I guess I could do Eraserhead. That's the hero that you met today, right? 𝐒𝐿 nodded. His hero outfit is pretty low-key. I would just need a black outfit and a couple accessories that wouldn't be hard to make myself. The utility belt from the costume could be the one for my vigilante out too. 𝐭𝐿 shrugged. Sounds like that would work. Get me a picture of the belt design you want so I can make it. I can draw it up tonight. You want me to get some industrial strength hair gel for you tomorrow if I end up being free to go shopping? If you want. Maybe you could look into temporary hair color that might not stain my hair. My hair is a lighter blonde than best jeanists. I'll look into it. 𝐒� woke the next day to the confirmation that he would no longer be attending school for the rest of the year. With that good news, Izuku immediately turned around and went straight back to bed. He would be lying if he said he had slept well the night before. His stay in the hospital had messed up his already less than stellar sleep pattern, and if he was honest with himself, he was surprised he had slept as well as he had Sunday night. Izuku just had to chalk that up to exhaustion from his last session with Recovery Girl. By the time he woke up again fully, it was just shy a little over an hour before lunchtime. Izuku checked his phone as he got dressed. "Mom, text me when you properly wake up, sweetie. If I had known how tired you still were from the hospital, I probably would have had you stay home yesterday. I was fine yesterday, I just had trouble falling asleep last night. Is it okay if I head to the mall this afternoon? I want to pick up a few things, Mom. Sounds like a plan for today, just make sure your phone's GPS tracking is turned on for me." We'll do with that out of the way, Izuku walked over to his bookcase and pulled out one of the thickest books on the shelf, his old Japanese to English dictionary. Years ago, after his father had informed him he could consider himself fluent in the language, he had cut out the insides of the book to hide a small box for his saved allowance. The wad of cash was by no means a small one. Between his various family members, Izuku had never really found much of a need to dip into his savings. It also didn't help that his allowance from his father was way larger than what he could reasonably spend. Pulling out a reasonable amount of yen, he shoved it in his pocket. First order of business was to get a new, non-All Might themed wallet. The trip to the closest shopping center was largely uneventful outside of being stopped a few times by concerned adults about why he wasn't in school. After the third time of explaining that because he skipped a year, he had a gap year before he could start high school since he was going into the heroics industry, Izuku was considering going into a craft store for a plain shirt and a fabric marker to write, "No, I am not actually skipping school." Thinking about it, Izuku realized that, since he had to go to the craft store anyway for stuff to make his costume goggles for his cosplay, he might as well do exactly that. It wasn't like he was hurting for money. But first, he stopped at a small hero merchandise store. The man at the till looked up from counting cash. "Hey kid, you get out of class early today or just skipping?" Izuku sighed. "Neither. I have a gap year between finishing junior high and starting high school since there is a minimum age requirement for heroics courses." The man nodded. "I've heard about that happening to a couple other kids. You looking for something specific?" "Just a new wallet. You have any that aren't All Might themed?" The man scratched his head. "There are a couple. You don't like All Might?" Izuku shrugged. "It more that I like some other heroes more. I don't have a flashy quirk, so I mostly like heroes more like me." The man nodded in understanding. "I feel YA. I've got a weak transformative quirk, so most of my favorites aren't in the top. Well, as far as wallets go, the only ones we have right now are All Might, Endeavor, and present MIC, so only flashy heroes right now. I could look into special ordering something if there was a specific hero you were looking for." Izuku brightened slightly at that. "Present MIC is fine. He is a bit of an exception for me. His quirk discrimination talks on his radio show helped me a lot when I was little." The man smiled softly at that. "You're not the first kid to come in here saying that. Give me a second to grab the two designs so you can pick which one you want." He hopped up from his seat behind the counter and walked toward a display cabinet a little ways closer to the back. "We sort stuff by the hero, not the type of merchandise here, so if there is something else in the cabinet you see that you like, let me know so I can get it out for you." Izuku followed the man back to a section of the store that was themed around the voice hero. In addition to the display cabinet full of various figurines and smaller present MIC and put your hands up radio-themed accessories, there was a small clothing rack with themed shirts and a few jackets and hoodies. Above the rack was a set of shelves with themed stationery and a few action figures. "Here they are." The shopkeeper pulled out a pair of wallets to show Izuku. One was purple and covered in music notes and the silhouettes of people with their arms raised with a simplified microphone and crescent moon on one side of the bifold and "Put your hands up" printed on the reverse. The other had a black base that the image of present MIC shouting "Where" on it. Izuku studied the pair of wallets before pointing to the purple one. "Both are pretty great, but I think my cousin is less likely to make fun of me for that one." The man frowned as he put the other one back. "Your cousin makes fun of you for your taste in hero merchandise." Izuku snickered. "No, just my taste in fashion." His parents work in the fashion industry, so he considers my lack of fashion sense almost criminal. The man laughed at that. That is understandable. Not a lot of merchandise that comes through here could really be considered high fashion with the exception of the odd piece of clothing we get for Best Jeanist. Yeah, that is why Best Jeanist is Kaken's favorite hero. Well, that, and he has had the chance to actually meet him a few times because of his parents. So who's your number one? I'm sure I can find something for you if we don't already have some. Ah, that would be Sir Night Eye. Don't worry about finding mech for him though. I am pretty sure I have every official piece of merchandise that has been made for him already. The man seemed to consider that. You know, I've never really thought about it before, but for one of All Might's former sidekicks, the man doesn't really have much in the way of merchandise. Izuku nodded. Yeah, from what I understand, so was not a big fan of merchandise of himself floating around. It makes sense when you consider he mostly works as an investigative hero, not combat. It is hard to go undercover if everyone knows what you look like. Most investigative heroes are underground because of that. The man nodded in understanding as he returned back to the register. I hadn't thought about that before, but that does make a quite bit of sense. Was there anything else you were looking for? Izuku shook his head. Not right now. I have a few other stores to go to today and I don't want to carry anything around more than necessary. I might come back later after I finish. You mind me asking what you are looking for? Izuku smiled. Just a few things for a cosplay that I am working on. New shoes mostly since my red ones won't work. The man brightened at that. Who are you working on a cosplay for? I might have a few things here that you could use or point you in the direction of the best stores for what I don't have. Izuku did have to consider that. Do you know any of the local underground heroes? I am dressing up as one of them. The man shook his head. I've never crossed paths with any of the current ones. I know the names of a couple, but only because a few UA students have passed through here asking if they had any merch. Like Eraserhead. The man nodded. Yeah, that was one of them. No idea who they are beyond that though. Izuku hummed lightly at that. Yeah, he doesn't seem to really want people to know who he is, which is understandable. You've met him then? Izuku nodded. Yeah. He patrols near where I live. The man nodded in acceptance as he rang up the wallet on the register. That will be 2,500 yen. Pulling the wad of cash out of his pocket, Izuku sorted through the bills to hand over the right amount. The man chuckled lightly as he made change. I see why you came here first for a wallet. Izuku blushed as he took the wallet and started putting the now sorted bills in. The bifold. Yeah, I don't go out shopping by myself much, so I never really had to worry about really having one before. I normally let either my mom or cousin hold my cash for me in their wallets. Well, I wish you luck in your hunt for pieces for your cosplay. You will have to stop by at some point in it so I can see it. Maybe bring your cousin by too. I'm normally here so long as the store is open, even if I am not manning the register myself. Izuku gave the man a grin. I'll be sure to swing by again at some point in costume then. With that, he ducked back out onto the street and made his way towards one of the larger clothing outlets in the shopping center. The shop was not terribly busy, so it didn't take long for Izuku to finish hunting the racks for what he was searching for. A quick stop into a dressing room and to the checkout desk, and Izuku was already leaving with a new all-black set outfit. As a bonus, they had also been on sale since it was getting closer and closer to summer. Next was a nearby shoe store. The fact that the shoes he was getting would have to match the design style of both his costume and Eraserhead's, as well as be comfortable to run around in, made the shoe hunt take longer than he had been expecting. After about an hour, Izuku was wandering out of the shop with a new pair of black steel-toed boots on his feet, his old red pair in the bag with his new outfit. The next stop on his list was to pick up the hair gel. There was a larger beauty supply store in the shopping center that Izuku thought would be the best and hopefully the only such shop he would need to go into. He had a list of products that Katsuki that he had written up for things that Izuku could use to help disguise his features in case the mask that was planned for his costume failed in some way. He was noticed almost immediately as he stepped into the store. A woman over by a side desk stood up and walked over to the very lost boy as he stared blankly around the store, trying to figure out where to even begin. Can I help you? Izuku looked at the woman in relief. Yes, please. I am supposed to get some things for my cousins and my cosplays, but this sort of stuff is more his area of expertise, not mine. The woman gave him an understanding smile. Did he tell you what you needed to look for? I would be more than happy to help you find everything. Who are you two cosplaying as? He is going as Best Jeanist and I'm doing a local underground hero. We are going to HeroCon in costume for the first time this year. 𝐒𝐭𝐚 just needed me to pick up hair gel for him since he has his own stuff already. He also wanted me to ask if you guys carry any temporary hair coloring products that won't stain his hair. He is a much lighter blonde than Jeanist. The woman motioned for Izuku to follow her as she walked toward the back right of the store. We have a couple different products that he could use. We recently started carrying a hair gel that acts as a temporary hair color that should work great for that sort of color shift. Do you have any pictures of your cousin so I can help you figure out which shade you will need? Izuku fished out his phone and pulled up the photo his uncle Mirai had taken a few days prior and sent to everyone. He zoomed in on Katsuki's head. Is the gel itself pretty strong? Or combustible? 𝐒𝐭𝐚's quirk affects his hair to at least a small extent. The woman studied the photo before shifting her gaze to the shelf of colored gels. It should be strong enough, but worse comes to worst, he should be able to fix his hair with a bit more gel if it starts to come free. The line of gels are fire safe as far as I am aware, but the two of you should probably test that before committing to wearing it long term. As a rule, all beauty products should be tested on a small area before you commit to wearing it, if for no other reason than for checking to ensure you don't have an allergic reaction to the product. Now that your cousin is dealt with, what do we need for you? Izuku looked at the colored gels for a moment before grabbing one that should shift his own hair black. I need something to hide my freckles and some black eyeliner. The woman nodded and led the way over to the desk she had been seated at. You wait here and I will grab a handful of products to test to see which ones work best for your skin tone. She then disappeared into the forest of shelves. It took a minute before she reappeared with a basket full of products. Don't worry, most of this is just so we can match your skin tone. You should only need 5 of these. Why don't you make yourself comfortable and I'll see about giving you a little makeover. With that, Izuku sat as the woman tested and applied the various different products. After a lot of taking products on and off, the woman picked up the black eyeliner that she had grabbed for him and explained how to put it on as she applied it to his eyes. Seemingly satisfied, she pulled out a mirror and held it up for Izuku to see himself in. He jerked back in surprise when the face that greeted him in the mirror was not that of himself. It took a second too long for Izuku to realize what was wrong with his reflection. I look like Mirai. That was a weird thought, but it was painfully true. Mirai. Izuku snapped his attention back to where he was as he felt his face heat up. My uncle. My mom has always joked that I look more like his kid than hers, but since I had my dad's freckles I never really saw it myself. Not until now anyways. The woman smiled. You'd be surprised how often I've had someone in my chair not recognize themselves in the mirror when I was done. You are one of the few that I have had that I've done such a large change and still recognize the person looking back at them as at least a family member. Now comes the important question. Do you want to wear that all out of the store or do you want help getting it off? Off, please. I don't want to give my family heart attacks when we meet up for dinner tonight. With a smile, the woman helped show how to take everything off and verbally walked him through all the products she had used. After that she disappeared into the cells once more, to return with a small handful of unopened items including some makeup remover. After checking out, Izuku paused before leaving to ask if he could use the mirror to put the eyeliner back on, since it was a subtle change that Izuku had liked the look of on himself. Once done he left the store for the day. As he began to wander in the direction of a small cafe between the beauty product-filled store and a store specializing in craft supplies, Izuku felt his phone buzz in his pocket. Number 1 hero, more like number 10 Veritaserum at Ratgod Nedzu. I've got the warrant for the video footage for the Oldera School District. How do you want to handle this? Ratgod, if you would be so kind as to swing by the schools in question with a few other officers to see about collecting the data starting at the junior high, that would be great. Would you like me to send Aizawa to join you? Veritaserum, that won't be necessary. If I need to call in a hero to get them to behave, Endeavor should be patrolling not far from there around that time. Katsudon, what do you need video evidence from my school for? Ratgod, I believe you mean your former school. We are building a case against the school district for quirk discrimination. I have to thank you for your foresight in creating such a good paper trail in how you were not being graded properly. It will make it hard for those that might try to cover up what they have done to do so. Katsudon, you found my letter then? Rat God, indeed. I am rather curious what made you decide to start turning in nonsense in place of actual assignments though. Katsudon, I accidentally turned in a paper written for my literature class in place of a history essay and vice versa. When we got the assignments back I realized the teachers hadn't even noticed. Rat God, as unfortunate as that is, I am glad that it happened. Your discovery had made it so this case is less of a he said she said situation, so we will be able to hold those responsible for this sort of behavior accountable. Veritaserum, that reminds me, would you be able to come by the police station so I can take an official statement regarding your treatment on the record? There is no rush. Katsudon, it will give me something to do tomorrow while I wait for Kaken to finish class for the day. Is there a time you would prefer me to stop by? Veritaserum, sometime in the afternoon would be best. While I could get to the station early, I don't clock in normally until 1 o'clock. Katsudon. Why are you working now then? It's only 11:54. Veritaserum, I got the call about the warrant while I was eating my breakfast. I wanted to make sure to coordinate with Nedzu before I went in. Rat God, something that I appreciate you for doing. Veritaserum, it's not a problem. It isn't like I don't enjoy knowing a bit about how my day is going to go in advance. Sparkler, so this is why my phone started blowing up in class. Katsudon, Kaken. Are you on your phone in class right now? Sparkler, I left to go to the bathroom so I could mute the chat while in class. What is this about a letter for Nedzu? Rat God, you are aware that teachers are required to scan in all your papers you write for class to keep a record of what you turn in case of an investigation on a student, correct? Sparkler, yeah, they warn everyone at the start of the year, every year, to help prevent plagiarism. Rat God, your friend was so kind as to include a letter addressed to me as one of his history assignments. It both caught my attention and helped with the collection of evidence for the case. Sparkler, is that why you had the nerd take the UA entrance exam instead of just testing him out of our year? Rat God, correct. It is a shame that Aizawa was so adamant that we wait for Midoriya to start here at UA until next year. Veritaserum, knowing Aizawa, I think he is just concerned that you might corrupt his nephew. Sparkler, as interesting as all this is, I need to head back to class. See you at dinner later, nerd. Katsudon, see you there. I should probably go too. I need to eat lunch. Rat God, it was a pleasure chatting with you, Midoriya. We will have to do it again properly another time so that we can enjoy a cup of tea together. Katsudon, sounds great. We will have to see about doing that sometime. With that, Izuku shoved his phone back in his pocket and resumed his walk into the cafe. It was a smaller place with blatant American theming. Izuku internally cringed at some of the decor. While he had only been overseas the one time when he was a kid, he remembered fairly well that no small diners mixed cowboy and American football themes with American heroes and movie stars. If Izuku hadn't wanted a burger for lunch, he might have just turned back around and walked over to the ramen stand not far away. He had not been sitting with his lunch in a back corner booth for long when, to his surprise, someone else slid into the booth in front of him. The boy seemed to be close to, if not the same age as Izuku, and was ducking his head to keep from being seen from the front door of the diner. Before Izuku could ask the lavender-haired boy what he was doing, the door at the front of the restaurant slammed open with a few shouts. I think he might have run out the back. The door slammed shut again. Izuku took a long look at the boy in front of him in a rumpled junior high school uniform for another nearby school before grabbing the menu tucked up against the wall and pushing it at the boy. So how long do you have to eat? The boy snapped his head up in surprise to look at Izuku. Oh, sorry. I wasn't planning on getting anything. Izuku gave the boy a bit of a knowing look. They take your money. The boy snorted. They would have if I had any in the first place. I spend what little lunch money I get on coffee most mornings. Izuku nodded in understanding. Yeah, bullies SCK. I'm glad I don't have to worry about that sort of thing anymore. So what do you want to eat? I can pay. The lavender boy raised his eyebrows at that before giving Izuku a bit of a questioning look. You don't have to do that. Izuku grinned. Sure. I do. I can't just let a new potential friend go hungry. You better hurry and pick something to eat or I'm just going to order for you. The boy looked a bit suspicious at Izuku for that before seeming to decide that free food was free food. What you have there looks good, he trailed off as he seemed to study Izuku's burger. It is just a cheeseburger with the classic fixings on it. If you don't have much time I can cut this one in half and you could eat it and my fries while we wait for a second one that you could take half of. That sounds good. I don't really have much time before I have to run back to class. Izuku smiled as he flagged down the waitress again and ordered the second burger and a coffee, which earned a bit of a smile from the other boy. After cutting off the half of the burger that he had already started on, Izuku shifted his plate so that the other boy could take his half. I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way. Shinso Hitoshi. You are not wearing a school uniform. No class today for you, I take it. Not for the rest of this school year. I tested out of my last year of junior high yesterday. Is there a reason that you don't ask questions or am I looking into things a bit too much? Shinso cringed at that. I was hoping you wouldn't notice. Izuku sighed and leaned back in the booth. You have a mental type quirk, right? At the reluctant nod from Shinso, Izuku continued. I figured with the bullies. They like to target kids with weak or villainous quirks, so that is not much of a surprise. Call and response activation then. Do you have to use questions or can you activate your quirk through normal speech? Oh, and does sign language work or is it completely voice-based? Shinso gave Izuku a bit of a weird look at his questions. You're not afraid of me using my potentially villainous quirk on you? Izuku shrugged, stuffing a French fry in his mouth. No, not really. There is no such. Izuku stopped mid-sentence as a fog blanketed his mind. It was strange, not wholly unlike when he was first coming back out from under the anesthesia from his surgery just a few days before. Here. This is weird. Shinso jerked back and the feeling disappeared. How did you do that? People can't talk when I am brainwashing them normally. Izuku blinked a few times to right his train of thought. You mean when you hypnotize them, right? It wouldn't be brainwashing unless you are actively trying to permanently change your target's way of thinking. That sort of thing generally takes long-term exposure and conditioning. The other boy sat with his mouth agape. After a few moments a weak "what" escaped Shinso's lips. Izuku had a bad feeling about this. Who do you see for quirk counseling? That was all stuff that you really should have known. Whoever they are, they have been setting you up for failure by not covering that sort of thing in your sessions. Shinso looked progressively more and more upset. I haven't really had a consistent counselor. I've been in the foster system since even before I got my quirk, so I have been moved around a lot. Most families don't want someone like me to stay with them for long. Okay, Izuku was now sessed off on the other boy's behalf. The way he talked about himself reminded him too much about how he had sometimes felt over the years before he stopped really caring what other people thought about quirkless kids. Suddenly Izuku had found himself having made a decision. If I call someone to come meet us here to talk about what you just told me, would you stay? I am on good terms with some pro-heroes and a police detective who are already working on a quirk discrimination case. I am pretty sure I could convince them to look into things for you. Shinso gave Izuku a skeptical look. I guess I could stick around so long as I don't end up in trouble for skipping school this afternoon. Excellent. Give me a second. Number 1 hero, more like number 10 Katsudon at everyone. Hypothetically speaking, if I found a kid my age who needs similar help with quirk discrimination to myself, what should I do? Veritaserum, I'm going to need more details than that. Catfeinated, start at the beginning. Izuku smiled. He had not been expecting his Uncle Shouter to respond given that he had muted the chat. Katsudon. So I was eating lunch when a kid from another junior high ran in to escape his bullies. I offered to buy him lunch and we started talking. He's a foster kid named Shinso Hitoshi. Please tell me that his hypnotism quirk is not seriously registered as brainwashing. Veritaserum. Unfortunately that appears to be the case. Aizawa, it looks like your nephew already has you beat when it comes to getting involved in headache-inducing cases for me. Catfeinated, you seem to be under the impression that I like being involved in those sorts of cases. Izuku, is the kid safe at home? If not, we need to see about arranging someplace safe for him to stay tonight. Katzen, Let me ask. Izuku looked up from his phone at ♀, who was nervously picking at the fries. They want to know if you are safe with your current fosters or if they need to find something for you by tonight. ♀ frowned. I should be fine so long as I don't talk around them tonight. Izuku frowned and looked back down to his phone. Feel the love. We have the spare futon for when Katsuki sleeps over. If we need to get him out tonight, he and Izuku could have an extended sleepover until we find something more long-term. Katsudon, we should probably do that anyway. He says that he should be fine, but I'm not sure I believe him. Catfanated, trust your gut. A lot of kids in similar situations will downplay how bad things are at home because they don't know any better. Veritaserum, it looks like I am going to have to send Sangza to retrieve the videos from your school district without me. Do you want me to come to you or do you want to try to convince the kid to come to the station? Katsudon shared their location. Katsudon, if you could come here that would be great. It was hard enough getting him to agree to let me buy him lunch. I am not sure I could talk him into going into a police station. He seemed less than thrilled while I was giving you guys the rundown. Veritaserum, I will be there shortly. Let me just talk to Sangza real quick and I will head your way. Smiling, Izuku lowered the phone. Detective Tsukochi will be here as soon as he finishes talking to another officer about my case. ♀ gave Izuku an odd look at that. Your case? Izuku's smile brightened when he realized that ♀ was no longer shying away from asking him questions. Ah, right, I never explained that. The detective is working with Nezu and a few other pros to investigate my former school for quirk discrimination too. They are mostly focused on my case of discrimination at the school, but I was not the only one who was suffering there, just the one worst off. I'm quirkless, so things were sort of extra bad for me. That got a very strong reaction from the other boy. You're quirkless? I thought you had some sort of analysis quirk with how fast you figured mine out without me even explaining it. Izuku shrugged. I like analyzing quirks as a hobby. It is something I picked up from my dad, but I am largely self-taught. I've just been doing it long enough that it is sort of second nature to study and break down the quirks of new people. ♀ gave a low whistle to that. Impressive. So are you going to explain how you were able to still talk while I was using my quirk on you? Izuku had to think about that. I'm not sure. It is possible that I am just not as susceptible as the other people you have used your quirk on in the past for some reason or another. It could be anything from the fact that I recently was in a similar mental state while I was in the hospital, or it could just be as simple as my ADHD preventing me from going completely under your control. ♀ gave Izuku a half-hearted glare at that. How do you keep doing that? Doing what? Dropping alarming information on me with no warning. Why were you in the hospital recently? Don't tell me your bullies hospitalized you. Oh, my cousin and I were attacked by a villain last Wednesday. We are both fine now, but I had several broken ribs and one of my lungs got punctured when one of them got displaced. 0 out of 10, do not recommend. This is exactly what I mean about dropping alarming information. What is next? You're secretly the son of a S+ ranked supervillain and a top 10 hero. Izuku snorted at that. Who in the top 10 am I supposed to even be the kid of? The only ones in the 10 that are even old enough are All Might, Endeavor, Crust and Yoroi ♀ snickered at the response. I'm not hearing a no. Izuku rolled his eyes and grabbed his phone. After a minute of flipping through his image gallery, he turned his phone around to show a picture he had on it of his father. In it, his father was sharply dressed in a suit and tie with his hair artfully tousled so that his curls looked messy in an intentional way and not the dense mess that Izuku normally wore his in. Beside him in a similar suit was Izuku. His mother had taken the picture before they had gone out to eat at a nicer restaurant shortly before the man had left overseas. It isn't a recent photo obviously, but you can clearly see my dad is not one of those four. ♀ lit up as he studied the picture. That's adorable. You look so small in this. How old were you? Izuku blushed lightly as he took his phone back. That would have been shortly before my 9th birthday. I would say I take after my mom's side of the family when it comes to height, but my mom's younger brother is just as tall as my dad, if not taller. My dad seems to be pretty sure I am going to grow a lot sometime between now and finishing high school. Apparently that is when all the guys on both sides of the family started to get tall. ♀ laughed from his side of the table. Well, I guess I will have to concede defeat about you secretly being related to one of the tops, so what about the villain side of things? Izuku rolled his eyes, still smiling. He opened his mouth to refute the claim when he suddenly stopped. There was a strange itch at the back of his brain at that idea. With a suddenly strange twisting feeling in his gut, Izuku realized two things. 1. His quirk was telling him that he shouldn't discount the possibility, and 2. He didn't actually know what his dad actually did for a living to make so much money. He knew what his dad said he did, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that there was more to it. SHT. ♀, who had been quietly watching Izuku as the confusion was overtaken by dawning horror on the green-haired boy's face, spoke up. SHT. Izuku blinked to force himself to refocus on where he was. Please don't bring that up when the detective gets here. That is a whole can of worms that I should probably look into first. Shinso's brows practically shot up to his hairline at that. Wait, you aren't seriously saying that one of your parents is actually a supervillain, right? Izuku gave Shinso a bit of a half-hearted glare. I really hope not, or family dinners will be really awkward from now on. Now that you have put the idea in my head, I'm going to go into the restroom to interrogate my dad over the phone. Let me take a picture of you real quick to send to the detective in case he gets here before I am done with my phone call. His name is Tsukochi Naomasa for reference. Shinso held still long enough for Izuku to snap the photo and send it off to the detective. That done, he nodded to his new friend, because if Shinso was right, Izuku was not sure what to think. Locking the door to the toilet, Izuku pulled out his phone and dialed. Hisoshi once again thanked the man who had offered him his technopathy quirk back at the dawn of the evolution of quirks. The man at the time had just wanted to be normal like the rest of his family and had been scared for years once his quirk manifested that if his family found out the truth, they would throw him out of the family out of fear. It was that way with most of the people he remembered meeting back then. People were afraid of their own quirks and begged him to take their curses away, while many who were born without begged to be gifted power regardless of what it could be. As much as he wished things had been different back then, he was still glad at least to some degree that it had happened. After all, Hisoshi never would have collected such a large variety of quirks had it not happened that way. Still, with the loss of his eyes, some that had long been considered mostly pointless for him, were now vital for his everyday life. After all, what is the good of a screen if the person viewing it can't see what is displayed upon it? He had been lurking in the background of the group chat since the detective had sent the first message of the day, wondering if he should chime in. True, he didn't really have much to contribute to the conversion at that point, but he was a bit bored. There was only so much he could do between his blindness and the machines he needed to continue functioning. He had been lucky that the part of his brain that had been turned into mush on the pavement by All Might just years prior had not damaged any of his more recent memories, but the loss of control over more basic bodily functions was less than ideal. He could go without the machines so long as he was careful to not forget to do important things like breathing. Still, ideally he wouldn't need them at all once he found someone out there with a healing quirk strong enough to repair the damage properly. At this point, he had more or less written off regaining his eyes, but even still he had not had any luck finding that one quirk or combination of quirks that would solve the issue that was holding him back from returning home the most. He didn't want Inko or Izuku to see him like this. It was a bit of personal vanity, but it was also the fact that if they saw him like this, that would mean he would have to admit to who he really was. And, if he was being honest with himself, he was less than happy about who he had become. As the saying went, his road to hell had been paved only with the best intentions in mind. People didn't want quirks, he'd offer to take them for them. People wanted quirks, he'd offer to give some of the gift quirks away. His brother slowly dying because of his illness, he'd gift him an energy stockpiler so that he would be able to regain his lost health. A global organization of quirkless people targeting the quirked in hate crimes, he'd hide those he cared about where the group would never find them. Brother run away with a new secret boyfriend, he'd keep an eye on them to make sure that Yoichi was still safe. Brother suddenly dying again after the boyfriend somehow stole his quirk, go after the boyfriend to try and get it back. The boyfriend no longer having the quirk and refusing to say what he did with it. Hisoshi regretted the choices he made that day in his desperation to try and save Yoichi. Somewhere along the line he had changed from the caring and protective man to a monster in his brother's eyes. In hindsight, the vault had probably not been his best idea, but Hisoshi had to admit, He shared more in common with dragons than just the ability to fly and breathe fire. He hoarded what was most important to him. It was a horrible habit he did his best to try to break when he had met 𝐒𝐿 to varying levels of success. Before he could continue to spiral down into a pit of self-loathing again, his thoughts were interrupted by an incoming call from Izuku. Desperate for the distraction, he picked up the call without any hesitation. Izuku, did you need something? Okay, this is going to sound weird if you're not, but I need you to answer honestly, are you secretly a supervillain? Hisoshi nearly dropped the phone in surprise. He gave a nervous laugh before he managed to strain out an answer. Can I ask why you would feel the need to ask that? He heard a string of colorful language on the other end of the line before Izuku seemed to compose himself enough to talk. My new friend made a joke about the possibility that I was secretly the son of a top 10 hero and an S+ ranked villain, and I'm sure you can figure out what part of that I realized I couldn't actually prove wasn't true. Does Mom know? Or anyone else in the family? Hisoshi sighed and rested his head in his free hand. This is not a conversion we should be having over the phone. Are you somewhere private? Do you think I would really make a phone call like this if I wasn't? Can you send me the exact GPS location you are at from your phone? I am going to send a friend with a warping quirk to collect you so we can do this in person. Izuku huffed on his end of the call before hanging up and sending his location data. Coordinates in hand, Hisoshi activated his microphone. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, if you could come here for a moment. I have a small errand for you to run. There was the familiar sound of a warp gate as 𝐒𝐻𝐻 crossed over from the bar to Hisoshi's personal lair. Before the gnome could inquire, Hisoshi held up his phone to show the location data. I need you to open a gate between here and this location. After Izuku comes through, you can go back to what you had been doing. I'll call you when I need you to open the gate back up so he can return. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 took a brief moment to read the numbers before activating his quirk once more. It didn't take long for Izuku to poke his head through the gate. Dad! Over here, Izuku. Hisoshi watched his son with his thermal vision turn in his direction and JRK back in shock the rest of the way out of the gate. The moment he was clear, both the gate and 𝐒𝐻𝐻 were gone to give them some privacy. Dad, what happened to you? You're hurt. Hisoshi sighed and opened his arms in an invitation for a hug that he wasn't sure Izuku would take. Before he could reconsider the offer, he found a head of curls under his as Izuku practically threw himself at his father. I'm sorry. This was something I was trying to avoid any of you seeing. My past caught up to me shortly after I left on that trip to the States. He could feel Izuku's tears as they began to soak into his shirt. Why? Why was I hurt so bad, or why did I become a villain? At just a nod from Izuku, he sighed and considered where to begin. I suppose it would probably be best if I start at the beginning. Like in most recountings of the tale by the various holders of One for All, the tale started with two brothers. One with the powerful gift to take and gift quirks from those who asked, and one born small and sickly with a hidden gift of transference. Where the story diverged was in how the more or less BLD feud began. The heroes passed down the story of a monster who killed his own brother when he stood up against him for what he was doing. Hisoshi recounted the moment he held his now truly quirkless brother in his arms as he struggled to regain his breath after he had thrown himself between Hisoshi and the man he only knew as the second. How the man used his shock of the one person he truly cared about dying in his own arms to run off to pass the quirk on to another. The heroes would claim that he hunted each of the holders down one by one to try and forcibly retake the quirk he had long hunted his brother for. Hisoshi explained that outside of the second who he had chased after in his rage and grief, all his other meetings with holders had been the result of accidentally crossing paths with them, always seeming to have just missed the quirk before it had been passed on. How none of the holders seemed to believe him when he told them he truly had no longing to fight them. How they always forced his hand and he killed them in an act of what he considered mercy after the damage they would force him to inflict on themselves to try to get them to stop. All Might would tell the tale of how the monster known only as All for One toyed with his mentor before ultimately killing her. Hisoshi spoke of a woman so desperate to protect the ones she loved from him that his words fell on deaf ears. A battle he had no longing to fight that had seared his appearance into the mind of then future symbol of peace. How, years later, their paths happened to cross to both of their surprise. I could see the moment he recognized me he planned on turning it into a fight. When I tried to de-escalate the situation, he spouted off how he didn't believe my lies anymore than his MSTR had. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground surrounded by rubble from a battle I had no longing to fight, with my skull smashed open on the pavement. If it wasn't for my quirks, I would have died that day in America without you and the rest of our family even knowing what happened to me. As far as I am aware, All Might thinks I am dead, which I hope I can keep that way. The last thing I want is for any of you to get hurt by all of this. Izuku, who had been listening to the tale in silence, finally spoke up. So you are a villain only because a bunch of other people refuse to even consider that you might not be evil incarnate with what your quirk is. What, do they think you just run around stealing quirks from people? As far as I am aware, that is likely the case. I have never kept a quirk that had not been offered to me to keep permanently. The vast majority of my quirks predate the quirked outnumbering the quirkless. I think I would likely only do something like that if I was forced to take a quirk in a fight to protect one of you. Izuku momentarily tightened his hug. People are stupid. So is the guy you called to bring me here a villain for stupid reasons like that? Hisoshi paused as if to consider how to answer that. Kurogiri has been dead in the eyes of the world at large for about 13 years now. I doubt he would really consider himself a villain given that he largely acts as just a barkeeper and a sort of babysitter for Tomura. Tomura? His sort of your brother. I found him on the streets back when his quirk manifested violently enough that he ended up killing his family. I didn't want to try to bring him home with me until I was sure that a loss of control like that wouldn't happen to any of you. Then the fight with All Might happened and Izuku cut his father off. How old is he? What is he like? Can I meet him? He watched the massive scar tissue on his father's face shifted into what amounted to a wince. He just turned 19 back on the 4th of the month, but he doesn't really act like it. He is more interested in playing video games than trying to socialize with other people. I think it would probably be best if I at least warned him about you wanting to meet him before we introduce you two to each other. Besides, I think he might still be asleep right now. Eyeing his father a bit suspiciously, Izuku decided to let it slide for now. I guess that is fair. You can give him my phone number if he wants it. Hisoshi sighed and shook his head. The best I can do is offer either myself or Kurogiri to act as an intermediary. While Tomura's control is significantly better than it was, he has a bad habit of accidentally disintegrating things, so he doesn't keep a cell phone personally despite how much both Kurogiri and I think he should have won. I should get back. I was going to meet with Tsukochi about my new friend back at the restaurant and I still want to finish my shopping. Hisoshi sighed before planting a kiss on the top of Izuku's head before ruffing his hair. I'll send you Kurogiri's contact information so that you can come back to visit when you are free. Let me just call him so he can open a connection back up. All I ask is that you don't tell anyone about this yet. I would rather wait until either I am well enough to leave here or I can at the very least get Tomura to behave himself long enough to meet everyone. Izuku nodded as he pulled away from the hug that they had been sharing. I guess I can wait to tell everyone for now, but you better come clean with Mom at least before I start at UA next year. His father sighed and nodded. That is a fair enough deadline, I suppose. If you happen upon any information about a quirk that could help repair this sort of damage, will you let me know? Izuku felt himself freeze at that. I suppose so. You aren't planning on taking the quirk for yourself, are you? Hisoshi gave an honest smile at that. It is fine if you are suspicious, Izuku. I would be worried. If you weren't. He shook his head. To answer the question, no, I would rather just ask for the damage to be reversed and leave it at that. I would only forcefully take the quirk if I thought the owner would take advantage of the situation and try to hurt someone. Izuku felt himself deflate at the answer. He watched as his father turned away to flip on a microphone. Kurogiri, if you would be so kind as to open those warp gates again for me. And when Izuku stumbled back into the restroom, right where he had left from, he felt extremely conflicted. Taking a moment to recompose himself in the restroom mirror, washing off the mess that had been his eyeliner as best he could, he then unlocked the door and wandered back to the table he had left ♯at. The detective looked up from the notes he had been taking as Izuku slid into the booth next to him. SHT kid, what happened? You look like you have been crying. Izuku sighed and rubbed his face. That is because I was. Sorry, my dad and I just had a pretty heavy conversion. ♀♀ opened his mouth to ask a question before seeming to think better of it after glancing back at the detective. Tsukochi looked between the two of them before asking his own question. Do I want to know what it was about? Probably not. Izuku and ♀♀ were surprised to find that they had answered in unison. Giving ♀♀ a smile, Izuku turned his attention back to the detective seated next to him. I needed to talk with him about why he hasn't come home in a few years. He has a deadline of my first day at UA to figure everything out before I tell my mom everything. The detective nodded in understanding. Your mother admitted that she thought that your father was hiding something from her back when you were in surgery. While he didn't verbally ask the question, Izuku could feel it on the man's tongue. Izuku thought for a moment before deciding that he would probably be fine with leaving out the whole 200-plus-year-old supervillain thing so long as he was honest about whatever detail he gave. Izuku looked back and forth between the two at the table with him. You promise not to rat me and my dad out before the deadline. The detective smiled softly at the display of trust. I think I can manage for that long. ♀♀ on the other hand gave Izuku a wild grin before reaching over the table to lightly shove him. Spill the tea, Greenie. Izuku smiled at the nickname before frowning as he considered his next words carefully. So the main reason that he hasn't come home is that he physically can't. At least not right now. He apparently was caught up in an incident over in the States that left him pretty badly injured. He is currently working on finding a way to repair the damage enough that he could come home. There was a moment of silence at the table as the other two seemed to think over the words. Unfortunately for Izuku, he recognized the moment something seemed to click in the detective's head. Voice shaking, the detective studied Izuku's face as he spoke. His quirk isn't just a fire-breathing quirk, is it? Izuku sighed and rubbed his face. My dad is all for one, yes. The detective made a pained noise as he put his head down on the table and covered his head with his hands. ♀♀ for his part just looked confused. All for one. Izuku sighed. Let us just leave it at that you were right about one of my parents actually being an S+ rank villain. ♀♀'s eyes blew wide open at that. Wait, you're joking, right? A muffled voice came up from the table. He's not. Izuku, for as stressed about the truth of who his dad's identity as the apparent symbol of evil was, he was still struggling to reconcile that fact with the man he had grown up knowing. For all the horrible stuff the man had just admitted to him to having done and the many other things he clearly had been avoiding talking about with him, All for One was still very much the man who very clearly loved his family as much as he did. If it makes you feel better, he claimed that he doesn't actually steal quirks normally. Most of the ones he has are all from back when people wanted nothing to do with quirks and were happy to give them away to him. The detective sighed and picked up his head from the table. As much as I would not like to admit it, that does actually help. I can't believe I am going to say this, but I won't say anything for now. The only reason I know about him as a villain in the first place is because of All Might, and given how the last conversion with the man went, I find myself in the position where it is clear that I can't trust his judgment on things. ♀♀ blinked at the detective in surprise. You're going to just let it go? Tsukochi shook his head before beginning to massage away what was likely a headache. No, but as much as I hate to admit it, I have enough on my plate without worrying about the fact that the symbol of evil apparently helped raise one of the best heroes I have ever worked with right now. Or the fact that the former sidekick of the symbol of peace added the man to a hero network chat with myself and Nedzu of all people. The two of them are apparently playing remote games of chess in another chat channel now that they have been introduced to each other. I will worry about it more when we finish getting the two of you sorted out. It was at that moment that the detective graduated in Izuku's mind to the new status of honorary family. What did I miss here with you guys while I was dealing with my identity crisis anyways? ♀♀ shrugged. Nothing all that interesting. Just a bunch of questions about my fosters mostly. The detective seemed to pull himself out of the mental fog he had been trapped in. Right, speaking of, you are not going back there outside when I help SEU to collect your belongings. I am going to ask a few heroes I know are trustworthy if they have room with them to house you under their emergency foster qualifications for the short term, and then they can help me with finding you something more long term. You will also be pulled from school until we can see about either the school replacing the problem staff or we can transfer you somewhere else. All that sound good, kid? 𝐭𝐸 blinked at the man in surprise. I don't get it, everything is fine. I mean, yeah, the bullies at my school SCK, but my fosters aren't that bad. 𝐶𝐭𝐵 just sighed. Kid, while they are leagues better than some of the other places you have told me about, neglect is still a form of abuse. Withholding your meals like that is completely illegal. He turned to Izuku. Keep him from running off, I am going to make a few calls. Izuku shifted out of the booth so that the detective could stand up and watched as the man pulled out his phone and stepped outside. Sitting back down, 𝐭𝐸 gave Izuku a curious look. Do you know who he might be calling? I have a couple guesses but nothing definitive. Why? I was wondering if it might be someone in your family since it sounds more and more like you are informally acquainted with a few pros. Izuku winced when he realized his uncles had been mentioned in passing as heroes in front of the other boy. I mean, it is possible. I'm not sure about my uncle Shouter, but I know my uncle Mirai has space since he mentioned having room for me to stay the week while he hosts his UA in turn so that the two of us could train together. Which hero is he? Instead of answering, Izuku pulled out his phone and flipped open his gallery to the photo he had taken of Mirai in the hospital to save with his contact information. Flipping his phone round, he watched as 𝐭𝐸 looked at the photo, then back at Izuku, and then back to the photo. What the hell? How did I not notice this before now? You look just like him, just with freckles instead of glasses. How do you think I felt when I realized that while shopping for makeup to hide my freckles for a cosplay I'm doing? I am surprised that the lady that was helping me didn't recognize the connection. It at least explains why 𝐒𝐭𝐸 realized who my mom and I were when we first met at least. Suddenly 𝐭𝐸 started to laugh. Oh my god, I just realized. Your uncle and dad. Izuku laughed as he realized what his new friend was implying. Yeah, Dad was thrilled when he heard All Might was on Mirai's and my SH lists. That suddenly makes a whole lot more sense in hindsight. That earned a questioning look from 𝐭𝐸. What did he do to upset the two of you? Izuku snorted. What didn't he do would be more accurate. He failed to ensure I got proper medical attention after he saved me from a villain attack. He failed to keep the villain in question contained, so the villain went on to attack my cousin. What he did do was crush the dreams of a distressed and injured quirkless kid before abandoning me on a rooftop. That earned a suitably shocked look from the other boy. Seriously? Seriously? The pair of boys jolted as the detective drew their attention. Good news, you are being transferred into the custody of a pair of pro-heroes. If you're done eating, we can go collect your belongings. He turned to Izuku. Don't worry about paying, I got the bill while you were on your call. Izuku smiled, embarrassed at that. That wasn't necessary. I could have covered it. The detective shook his head. It's fine. You can pay me back by trying to stop finding more work for me to do until I am at least done with one of your cases. Izuku laughed at that. Are you sure you won't take cash? The detective groaned in fake annoyance before reaching over and ruffling Izuku's hair. Just try to stay out of trouble, kid. Izuku gave a mock salute. Will do. 𝐭𝐸 tapped on Izuku's arm from across the table. Give me your phone for a second so I can give you my number. Happy to comply, Izuku unlocked his phone and handed it over. A few moments later it was shoved back into his hands. Good to go, detective. The man who had smiled at the exchange gave one last wave of goodbye before leading 𝐭𝐸 away. Alone once more, Izuku picked up his bag of shopped goods and headed back out onto the street once more. Yagi Toshinori was beginning to realize that he had made a real mistake. That wasn't to say he hadn't realized he had messed up before when 𝐒𝐭𝐸 had told him off about what he had done about Midoriya Izuku. It was just the severity of his mistake that had just become clear. Nezu had just reneged his offer to teach heroics at UA next year to aid him in his search for a successor. The Chimera had originally offered the possibility of a position on UA staff so that it would attract less attention when he searched for and trained the next successor of One for All, but now he wanted nothing to do with leaving Toshinori alone with his charges. It is not that I want to have to go back on my offer, but I find myself unable to trust your judgment when it comes to the consideration of the mental health of my students. Not while under such time constraints as you are at present. While I do believe you when you say that you understand much of where you went wrong in the handling of the situation of Midoriya, that doesn't change the fact that I have to take into consideration that you broke procedure to the boy's detriment. Additionally, given that I will be taking him on as my personal student next year if not sooner, I have to take into consideration how encountering you here at UA as a teacher could affect his mental well-being regardless if he succeeds or fails in his goal to enter the school in the heroics course. Toshinori had to frown at that. You think he could be a hero? You know he is quirkless, right? Toshinori had a brief moment of realization that maybe he had just messed up again when he saw Nezu's fur bristle in response. What, pray tell, does his lack of a quirk have to do with his capacity in becoming a hero? There are more types of heroes than just combat heroes, Yagi. If Midoriya is both as intelligent and clever as I suspect, he will make a fine investigative or support hero much like both of his uncles and myself. Both of his uncles. I wasn't aware that Mirai's brother was a hero as well. Nezu made a strange chittering noise that took Toshinori a moment to realize was him chuckling. Nezu never laughed. Outside of his overdramatic fake laughs made to mimic human laughter. Suddenly Toshinori was worried he might have just put his foot in his mouth. My apologies, I should have realized that if you weren't aware of the Midoriya's marriage you likely weren't aware of Aizawa's name change. It is my understanding that he changed his name at least in part because of you taking his brother under your wing. While the civilian identity of Sir Nightai is still largely a secret outside of the hero community, Aizawa wished to mask the connection so that he was recognized for his own merits and not those of his elder brother. His role as homeroom teacher for Class 1A is the reason I couldn't possibly consider you as a teaching assistant in place of a full teacher for heroics. Toshinori felt his heart sink at that revelation. He knew of Aizawa Shouter even if he had never spoken with the hero Eraserhead personally. Tsukochi had often recounted tales from his work that involved the hero that the detective considered just as good of a friend as he had once considered Toshinori himself. Suddenly a lot of Tsukochi's frustration with himself during their last talk made significantly more sense. The man had been put in a position where one of his friends had seriously hurt a family member of his other friend. The guilt he felt as the realization sunk in that he had unintentionally hurt the man as well with his actions was painful. I see. Do you have any recommendations for another way for me to look into finding a possible successor? If your heart is truly set on a student from UA taking up your mantle and inheriting one for all, I would suggest perhaps you watch the sports festival and offer a possible internship to the student you take the strongest liking to for the position. I can see about arranging a ticket to watch the upcoming festival. Toshinori plastered a familiar grin on his face at the offer. And Yoichi wanted to strangle 8th. The man had found the perfect kid for the quirk and had not only crushed the kid's dreams, but abandoned him in his time of need. A kid with his own eyes and his brother's freckles. Yoichi shook off the thought. It was just a coincidence. Eyes of that color weren't as rare as they had been before he died. But how many of them have the same curl pattern as Hisoshi or the same build that he did at that age? Or clear analytical skills when it comes to quirks and heroics? Yoichi was brought out of his thoughts by 7th as she rested her hand on his shoulder. I can see that you're thinking too hard about something. Did something happen? Yoichi was unique in that, unlike the other remnants of past holders, he didn't feel immediately guilty for spying through the eyes and ears of the current holder. It was probably just due to how he was living vicariously through them to make up for the utter SHT show that had been his actual life. 8th found the perfect kid for one for all and went and ruined basically any chance of the kid ever accepting. The kid was perfect and instead of offering the quirk, he decided to crush the kid's dreams of being a hero because the kid was quirkless. That caught the attention of the other vestiges. Especially 4th. You're saying that 8th is planning on only passing on one for all to someone with a quirk already. Yoichi had to shrug at that. He hasn't mentioned aloud what he is looking for in a successor yet, but it seems likely. 2nd sighed and prodded Yoichi again. There is something else about the kid that caught your attention. You wouldn't be this worked up about things if that was it. Holders have skipped over other potential holders in the past and you never got this worked up about things. Yoichi folded at that. There are 2 other things about the kid. First, his given name follows the pattern. Izuku has 9 in his name just like everyone else had their corresponding number in theirs. Sixth snorted at that. Or, well, everyone except Sixth. But that wasn't what was bothering me. I want you to keep in mind that I have no real proof or anything but the kid. I think he might be my brother's. That earned a wide array of reactions from the vestiges. From Second seeming to choke on his own tongue to Fifth cackling like a madman at the possibility. It was Seventh though who managed to get the question out. Why? Yoichi gave an awkward smile and shrug. The first time I saw the kid's eyes all I could think was that it was like looking at my own in the mirror. His eye shape is not quite the same but it is pretty damn and close. He has the same curl pattern as my brother and with the freckles, his build and how dark green the kid's hair is, it was sort of like looking at a version of my brother back before he discovered he had all for one but with my eyes. Admittedly his face is a different shape but that could come from the other side of the family. No idea if he is just a descendant from some secret kid of his or my brother's actual son though. The silence that followed was deafening before Second snapped. You can't seriously be happy about that. In what world is the fact the BSTRD might have reproduced a good thing? Do you really think the world needs more all-for-ones running around? Yoichi could help by feeling a bit insulted by his ex-boyfriend's words. You seem to be forgetting that any family of his is also my family. If the kid is my nephew or great whatever nephew, then there is a chance he could take after me and my heroic qualities. That is not even considering the fact that my brother is not his sole guardian obviously, or I suspect that the kid would not have been such a fanboy when it came to meeting Eighth. Third moved between the two making soothing gestures. Take it easy you two, First only thinks it is a possibility. We don't know yet if the poor boy has anything to do with All for One or not. Regardless, I don't see how it matters now anyways. First, you said that it is unlikely the boy would accept One for All even if he was offered it, so there is little point in fretting over this. Yoichi exchanged an annoyed look with Second before deciding that Third was annoying. Right again. I suppose that is true. If there isn't anything else, I am going back to keeping an eye on things. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 was excited. Extremely so. Ever since his brother had pulled him aside after dinner a few nights ago, all he could think about was how this was his chance to finally make a real friend. That wasn't to say he hadn't tried before, but being the weird rule-obsessed kid had made things difficult. Most of his classmates over the years had decided that he was too strict to be fun to hang out with, to the point that 𝐻𝐿 himself had resigned himself to the fact he was not likely to have any friends until he was enrolled at UA. No one liked to hang out with the teacher's pet. But then his brother asked him to watch over his friend's new foster son when he transferred into his school. It was a fresh start with a new possible friend. Given that the boy in question was living with two UA teachers, he was hopeful that perhaps that would mean he was more understanding of his longing for structure to be upheld. So here he was, waiting at the school gate for the boy to escort him inside. Tensai had shown 𝐻𝐿 a photo on his phone that night of a boy with wild gravity-defying lavender hair, so he knew what to look out for. Eventually he spotted the boy a little ways away on the sidewalk. Hurrying over, he moved to intercept him. "Excuse me. You're Shinso, correct?" The lavender-haired boy paused to look 𝐻𝐿 up and down. 𝐿, I take it." 𝐻𝐿 nodded. "That would be correct." The boy sighed. "Look, I know you were asked to help me get settled into the whole private school thing, but it really isn't necessary for you to give up your morning to babysit me. Wouldn't you rather spend the morning at least with your friends?" "Ah, no, I don't. I mean, I'm free this morning." Shinso narrowed his eyes at that. "You can't seriously tell me there isn't anyone else in this school you wouldn't rather be hanging out with?" 𝐻𝐿 felt his face heat up in embarrassment as he averted his gaze. "No, not particularly. I am not exactly the most popular student in our year. Phone." That caused 𝐻𝐿 to snap his head back to the boy in front of him. "What? Give me your phone. While I personally don't give a SHT, I promised my friend that I would give him your number after I told him that you were meeting me today. He got really excited when he found out that my current guardians were friends with your brother. You can chat with him instead of just loitering around the front office for me this morning while I get the last of my transfer SHT taken care of." 𝐻𝐿 hesitated a moment before handing over his phone to the lavender-haired boy, who quickly pulled up the text messaging app and sent a quick text to a number he added. Taking his phone back, he was reading over the message sent when the other person replied. Hey, Izuku. This is Ida's phone number. Going to hand him back the phone now. You can ask him your questions now. Oh, that was faster than I was expecting. Good morning, Ida. I know Hitoshi said he was meeting you this morning before classes, but I wasn't expecting him to message me from your phone so soon. Good morning. I am afraid you have me at a disadvantage since you know my name already. Degree, I don't even know why I am surprised he didn't even tell you my name when he failed to mention the fact he was living with my uncle for nearly a week. I'm Midoriya Izuku quirkless disaster, apparently future personal student of Nezu, your uncle. Yeah, I am not even going to bother pretending the two of us are not related like I am supposed to try to do, since you were going to find out anyway, given your brother is probably going to be invited by proxy to my birthday in July. Aizawa Shouter is my mom's baby brother. I am curious what you mean by invited by proxy. I opened the invitation for both my uncles to bring friends with them to my birthday this year. Since your brother is apparently one of my Uncle Shouter's friends, he would be considered invited. You are invented as well. If you want, you don't have to come if you don't want to though. I would be honored to attend your birthday celebration this year. I haven't been invited to a birthday party in a few years, if I am honest. Really? I mean, I get it. Seeing as if it wasn't for Kaken, I wouldn't have been invited to any parties either. I am not the best at making friends, sadly. Most everyone here think I like rules too much to be considered fun to hang out with. Who is Kaken, by the way? Kaken is my sort of cousin Bakugo Katsuki. His mom is my mom's BFF. Do you have OCD possibly, or do you just prefer things to be more structured? Either way, you would probably get on with Kaken given his mild OCD. I was formally diagnosed with fairly strong OCD tendencies a few years ago, so the answer would be both. Not to worry, we all have our things. I have pretty bad AE and Hitoshi has pretty bad insomnia, so don't be surprised if you get messages from him at weird times in the middle of the night, or me for that matter. I'm not sure I would reply if you two do that. I normally mute my phone both in class and when I go to bed. It's all good. Most of our vague posting in our group chat after midnight is more us screaming into the void than expecting an answer. Kaken just enjoys reading the backlogs when he wakes up at the ungodly time of 5 in the morning every day, so we haven't set aside a chat just for the two of us night owls. Speaking of hero chat, 5YGF79 the password is 4LLM1 GTSucks all my Tesikus. We don't have time to get into my tragic backstory right now. You have class in 5. Tenya jolted as he checked the clock on his phone and realized that Midoriya was right. He quickly pocketed his phone and headed to class. Once seated at his desk, he did something he had once thought unthinkable and pulled his phone back out to click on the link that he had been sent. It probably was Izuku's fault. Ida Tena has been added. I feel so attacked right now. Changed Ida Tenya to I am speed. Can I ask about the name of the chat? I feel so attacked right now. You could, but given that it has to do with my tragic backstory, I am going to have to ask you to wait. I don't want to get you in trouble for playing on your phone during class. The thing responsible one. That is bullshit, nerd. Don't believe a word he says. The nerd would be more than happy to blow up the chat all day. I feel so attacked right now. Read my name. Coffee is my lifeblood. He is not lying though. Izuku, we sort of did message a lot in the chat during school hours while I was waiting to get transferred. Tenya looked up to see that Shinso had in fact made it into the classroom before turning his attention back to the chat. I feel so attacked right now. You were supposed to be on my side, Hitoshi. I am speed. I am going to mute my phone now since class is about to begin, but it was nice to meet you all. The thing responsible one, same. Nerd, try to stay out of trouble today. I feel so attacked right now. Relax, I am going to spend the day with Uncle Mirai. I'll be fine. The thing responsible one. Why the F would you say that? I feel so attacked right now. I'm serious, I've only got good vibes for today. Coffee is my lifeblood. No offense Izuku, but there is no way you didn't just jinx yourself there. I feel so attacked right now. Later, as Izuku sat in the wreckage of the bullet train that he had previously been riding back home on that mid-afternoon, he refused to acknowledge that perhaps his friends might have been right about jinxing himself. Around him were a handful of scattered people that had previously been in the same car as himself before the sudden appearance of a villain just on the outskirts of Musutafu had knocked the tail end of the train from the tracks. Izuku vaguely registered that while his train car was more or less safe on ground level now, the two cars between his car and the remaining train up on the tracks hung at an awkward angle between the 2 points. Pulling himself to a sitting position in the ceiling below where he had previously been seated, 𝐒𝐿 fished out his miraculously intact phone. He faintly heard a sigh on the other end of the phone after he dialed the number that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had forced him to add to his emergency contacts. Midoriya. I know you said today is your day off and all, but could you call some heroes over to the bullet train line a bit east of Tatwan Station? The back half of the train I was on just got derailed by a villain. He peered out the upside-down windows in the direction of the fight. It looks like Backdraft is already on site. The detective's voice came out sharp as he snapped to attention. Where are you, kid? Are you hurt? Your speech is slurred. I'm not in any immediate danger. My car is safe on the ground now, but I am not sure how safe the people in some of the other cars are. I don't trust the connection points between the cars to keep them suspended. I put out an alert over the Hero network. It looks like Mount Lady is almost on site to help with the derailment. 𝐒𝐿, are you hurt? That caught 𝐒𝐿 a bit off guard. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had never referred to him by his given name over the past week and a half, only as Midoriya or Kid. He smiled to himself at the fuzzy feeling that the detective really did care about him. 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 blinked and had to process his surroundings again. Maybe it wasn't warm feelings that were making everything fuzzy. Sorry. I think I must have hit my head in the crash. He heard a faint 𝐒𝐿 over the phone before the detective was in his ear again. Okay, kid, I need you to focus on staying awake for me. You might have a concussion. Just try to keep talking with me while we wait for emergency services to get you checked out. MK, I can do that. Do you know if you have any other injuries? 𝐒𝐿 shook his head and winced before he realized a bit too slowly that A, the detective couldn't see him right now, and B, that shaking your head when you might have a concussion is probably a bad idea. Don't think so, but I am probably not the best judge of that. Might have broken something again and not noticed. Make sure you tell whoever checks you out that for me, okay? Do you know about the other passengers in the car with you? 𝐒𝐿 turned his head around to look at the few others that he had been in the car with. Due to the time of day, it hadn't been too busy on the train, but there was still a handful of people scattered around. It took 𝐒𝐿 a moment to realize the unnatural positions a few of the bodies near him lay in. He felt his heart almost stop as he realized he was the only one still breathing. He took in a sharp intake of breath before closing his eyes to avoid the unblinking gaze of the woman just an arm's length away. Kid. They didn't him the only one who 𝐒𝐿 felt his chest tighten as he struggled to speak. You're okay, 𝐒𝐿. Just focus on my voice. You're going to be okay. 𝐒𝐿 lost focus as he drifted listening to the man's voice. When he finally came back to himself, he found himself wrapped in the arms of a familiar hero. The smell of coffee and sweat was familiar. Like a half-forgotten memory. 𝐒𝐿 found himself burying his face deep into the man's scarf-like capture weapon. Uncle shouter. I've got you, 𝐒𝐿. I've got you. The man's voice was rougher than it had been just a week ago when he had seen the man last in person. I'm going to pick you up so we can get you over to an ambulance, okay? K. 𝐒𝐿 felt the man shift to get an arm under his legs to pick him up in a bridal carry. He kept his face pressed into the hero's chest to avoid possibly seeing his former fellow passengers. The man moved carefully from the wrecked car towards the noise of emergency services. Suddenly a voice to the side of them spoke up, Sir, we can take him over here. 𝐒𝐿 felt the change in direction before he found himself being lowered onto a cushioned surface. 𝐒𝐿, I'm going to let go of you real quick so that they can look you over. 𝐒𝐿 nodded into the man's chest and started to lean back away. The first thought he had now that he was getting a proper look at the man was that he looked a bit like death warmed over. 𝐒𝐿 had never thought the Erasure hero looked like he was in the best of health normally, but the paleness of his face made his normally tired frame and messy hair look even worse than normal. Then he found his view blocked by a woman holding a small flashlight to shine in his eyes. All right, 𝐒𝐿, was it? Can you tell me how you are feeling physically right now? Fuzzy. I don't really hurt, but it didn't really hurt when I broke my ribs a little over a week ago either, so there is that. The woman blinked in surprise before his uncle cut in. He has a high pain threshold. I would recommend taking him to the hospital for x-rays to double check. She nodded in understanding. We can do that. The good news is that it doesn't look like you got a concussion at least. She turned to Xiaota next. What about you? What about me? She rolled her eyes. Did you want to ride along with your son? Izuku found himself blushing at the comment as his uncle snorted. Nephew actually, but yes. I have no intention of letting him out of my sight until his mother takes him home. The woman nodded in understanding. That is understandable. What are your names so I can notify the police that you are being taken off site? Just tell them that Detective Tsukochi knows who we are and how to find us tomorrow. Hisoshi nearly choked on his tea as he read the header of the trending page on the current largest hero forum in Japan. Sir Night Eye's secret son. He groaned to himself as clicking on the page opened up to start with a large blown-up picture of Mirai and Izuku together walking out of the hospital. Katsuki was also in the picture, half cut out of the shot with his face blurred, but it was clearly him, which dated the picture back to the 18th, weeks ago. Reading farther, it became clear why the poster had waited so long to post after taking the picture. Apparently they had done some digging into which he read clearly as stalking on who Izuku was before they posted. According to their investigation, Izuku was secretly the son of Inko and Mirai, which first of all gross, and his supposed father, aka himself, was not actually on an extended trip to the States but a fictional person created to cover up the secret. Yeah, that would be an easy enough misconception to correct. Here there be dragons, replied Real Human. PNG Wimach. PNG Izuku's actual father here. Could you please stop shipping Sir Night Eye with my wife? Sir Night Eye happened to be involved with the case that put Izuku in the hospital in the first place. Thanks. Detroit Smashed replied, oh gee, that is such a cute picture. Original poster, I've connected them, replied, I see I have made a mistake after all. I was under the impression that since Izuku lived with your wife she was his biological mother. Thank you for correcting that mistake. Hisoshi felt his brain short-circuit as he watched as the theories shifted from why Inko and Mirai would hide their secret relationship to people seemingly having come to the conclusion that Izuku was his and Mirai's son. Ideas on how this was possible ranged from the ridiculous, such as one of them being hit by a quirk that gender-swapped them for an extended amount of time, to the far more plausible, Izuku was a test tube baby and Inko was a close friend and their surrogate. Before he made everything even worse, he decided it would probably be a good idea to call Inko to warn her and Izuku. Hisoshi, did you need something? You're normally asleep by now. Hisoshi checked the time. Alright, it was really late everywhere in America right now. Apparently Izuku is Mirai and my secret love child. He heard Inko choke in surprise at his deadpanned "why?" Yeah, that was about my reaction. At least they aren't saying you are in a secret relationship with Mirai anymore. What? Hisoshi, what the hell are you talking about? You and Izuku should pull up Japan's biggest hero forum. Izuku should know which one I mean. Hold on. Izuku. Hisoshi listened as Inko set the phone down momentarily to go find their son. He couldn't help but snicker to himself at how ridiculous the whole situation was. There was a panicked "what the hell?" before he heard the sound of running feet and the phone being picked up. What the hell, Dad? I couldn't have put it better myself. Why did you even respond to that post? You probably just made the whole thing worse. If someone had dug a little deeper into things originally, some third party could have easily proven that Mirai was my uncle, but now that they have gone off down this rabbit hole we are never going to hear the end of it. Well, to be fair, I really shouldn't be awake right now. It is way past my normal bedtime. Really, Dad? That is what you are going to go with? I'm on California time right now, so yes. Unbelievable. I'm going to see if I can do some better damage control. Go to bed. With that the call disconnected. Izuku glared at his mom's phone in his hand. He looked up at a small smothered laugh to see his mom in the doorway. Sorry honey, you just look so much like your father like that. Izuku sighed and handed over her phone. He was not sure how he felt about that comparison anymore. As much as he loved his dad, the fact that the man was the supervillain was something that he was struggling to wrap his brain around. It didn't help that this was the sort of nonsense that the man more typically got up to. I'm going to text Kaken and the others. You boys have fun. I'll let you know when dinner is ready. Thanks, Mom. It probably was Izuku's fault. I feel so attacked right now at everyone emergency meeting. Some truly cursed information has come to my attention that I need you all to suffer with. The knowledge of coffee is my lifeblood. Really selling this for us, Izuku, the thing responsible one. Just spit it out, nerd. I am Speed, I am listening. I feel so attacked right now, so I would highly recommend that none of you go on to any of the major hero forums right now. 𝐭𝐿, someone took a picture of us leaving the hospital together. Well, more a picture of me and Uncle Mirai, the thing responsible one. You're thing kidding me. Why the F did someone take picture of the two of you together and wait to post it? I am Speed, I don't understand. Who is your Uncle Mirai and why is a photo worth freaking out over? Coffee is my lifeblood. His Sir Knight Eye. Their faces are almost identical, so there is no way that you can't see the fact they are related when they are standing right next to one another. The thing responsible one. Glasses has a point though. What about that is cursed information? I feel so attacked right now. They are shipping him and my dad together. Coffee is my lifeblood. Oh, that's great. I will have to mention that at dinner tonight. I am Speed. I have to ask, what do you mean by shipping? I feel so attacked right now. Shipping refers to the act of pairing two or more characters, or in some cases real people, with one another regardless of any possible relationships they might or might not be in. I am Speed. Thank you for the thorough explanation. Coffee is my lifeblood. I knew I wasn't the only internet trash here. Spill, who is your op? Mine is now 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺. The mutual pining in this apartment is hilariously bad. I feel so attacked right now. I thought they were already in a relationship. I am Speed. If from what I understand about the situation from my brother is correct, the two of them are currently just roommates. I believe his exact words on the subject were something along the lines of how he didn't understand how Yamada was brave enough to talk your uncle into moving in with him, but too much of a coward to admit he has been in love with him since they basically met. Coffee is my lifeblood. Oh wow, that is even worse than I thought. I feel so attacked right now. We should think about doing something about that at some point. We're getting off topic though. Coffee is my lifeblood. Oh right, people shipping the symbol of evil with the symbol of peace is former sidekick. I feel so attacked right now. Hitoshi. I am Speed. I'm sorry, I feel I might have missed a joke here. Coffee is my lifeblood. Whoops, I feel so attacked right now. Hitoshi, I can hear the sarcasm in that text from here. I am Speed. I'm sorry, but are you accusing Midoriya's father of villainy? Coffee is my lifeblood. Technically, All Might is the one who named him that, so make of that what you will. The thing responsible one. I leave for 5 minutes. Nerd, the hag and my old man have been informed. Now what the F is this about Uncle Hisoshi being the thing symbol of evil? And why does 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺 know about it before me? I feel so attacked right now. Sorry 𝐭𝐿, and I have been trying to process the fact my dad is more or less a literal dragon that I was waiting a bit to tell you. Don't tell my mom. Dad has until we start at UA to come clear himself. Hitoshi knows because he was the one who put the idea in my head to even think about asking him about it. The thing responsible one. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺, what the F did you say? And a literal dragon. Coffee is my lifeblood. I just asked if he was secretly the kid of one of the top 10 heroes or AS+ rank supervillain. I was tired of him breaking my brain, so I just threw the most off-the-wall idea out there. I feel so attacked right now. My dad is a dragon in the sense that he is secretly ancient and likes hoarding things like quirks, knowledge and money, all the properties he makes money off of for us. He bought himself over 2 centuries. He also has been hiding the fact I have an adopted older brother. Coffee is my lifeblood. That's new. I am Speed. I'm sorry, did you say he hoards quirks? Like people because of their quirks? I feel so attacked right now. No, just the quirks. Dad's real quirk is called All for One. It lets him take and gift quirks. Dad predates the quirk wars, so most of his quirks are from before then, when quirks were still viewed as a bad thing to have. A lot of people gave up their quirks to him for a chance at what was a normal life. Then the thing responsible one. Most. Not all. I feel so attacked right now. All Might is apparently the latest in a series of people who have been fighting him over the years. They have been passing around my dead Uncle Yoichi's quirk since he died. Dad is still really messed up about that. He gave Uncle Yoichi an energy stockpiling quirk to help him recover from a long-term illness, only for him to die in a fight Dad had with the man who took the quirk and refused to return it despite the fact he wouldn't survive without it. I am Speed. I will be honest, if I had found myself in a similar position as your father, I would likely not handle things the more heroically. The thing responsible one. So are those FRs the only ones that are calling Uncle Hisoshi a villain? Because if that is the only reason he is seen as one, they can F off. Your dad is one of the nicest DMN people I know. Coffee is my lifeblood. Wow, all that is fed up, you tell the detective all this already. I feel so attacked right now. He knows most of the story from All Might's side of things. I guess the next time I see him in person I could fill in any blanks, but I think he might have figured it out mostly on his own. I doubt he would have let the topic slide otherwise. While he might not really know Dad personally, he is apparently good friends with Uncle Xiaotu. Coffee is my lifeblood. Can confirm the detective crashed over at the apartment while working with Aizawa on my case. It apparently happens often enough that the man keeps some of his stuff here. I feel so attacked right now. You don't think that the detective is part of what is keeping MIC and Uncle Xiaotu from dating? Coffee is my lifeblood. Given that he is on Team 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐺, that would be a no. He spent part of the morning after muttering under his breath that he should just lock the two of them in a closet together until they figure things out. It was low-key hilarious. The thing responsible one. If you two are just going to scheme about getting the two of them to hook up, I'm going to dip out for now. Nerd, your costume will be done by the time you get back from visiting Tokyo. I feel so attacked right now. 𝐻𝐻𝐷, we need to change my cosplay. The thing responsible one, obviously. I am making you a proper suit now. Since your cover is blown, you are going as your better dressed uncle. I feel so attacked right now. Kaken, you can't be serious. That is the exact opposite of what we should be doing. The thing responsible one. Nerd, you realize that the whole reason you weren't going to it already was because you didn't want to draw attention to how much you look alike. Since that is not something we need to worry about, our costumes will go better together. You will need different hair gel though and some fake glasses. Coffee is my lifeblood. What is this about costumes? I am Speed. I will admit to being curious as well. I feel so attacked right now. We are going in cosplay to HeroCon as Best Jeanist and now apparently Sir Night Eye. Coffee is my lifeblood. That is fing adorable. You think I could steal one of your uncle's extra scarves and go as a half-butted version of him to tag along with you guys? I feel so attacked right now. You would have to ask Kaken can make you what you need to. The thing responsible one. I only agreed to help you with your costume. I feel so attacked right now. I mean, we already have all the stuff to make it for him since I was going to do Eraser first. The thing responsible one. Thing fine. 𝐼𝐵, I need you to come over so I can measure you for your 𝐻𝐻𝐷. Coffee is my lifeblood. Can do. I am Speed. I am not sure who I would go as myself if you guys don't mind me tagging along as well. My brother's costume is similar to the costume I plan on using as a hero myself, so I want to do something different to hopefully blend in more. Besides, I would have to alter the costume with my quirk in mind anyways. I feel so attacked right now. Right, as a legacy hero you probably should do something to not draw too much attention to your connection to your family either. Are there any other heroes that you wouldn't mind dressing up as? I am Speed. I am not sure. I suppose I will have to think about it. Izuku shuffled his feet awkwardly on the train platform as he waited for his new babysitter for the next week to finish being dismissed by his teacher. All things considered, it could have been worse. After the attack 2 weeks before, his uncles, parents and pretty much everyone else had collectively decided that he was no longer allowed to go anywhere by himself for the foreseeable future. Izuku had been extremely lucky that he had come away from the derailment with only a minor head injury. Privately, Izuku thought his quirk must have had something to do with his surprising lack of injuries, but given that the only people he could discuss that possibility with were Katsuki and perhaps his father, he didn't mention it aloud. It took only a moment from dismissal before Tagata had crossed the platform over to Izuku. "Hey Midoriya. Are you all ready to go?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah. I'm sorry that you got roped into this, Tagata." The blonde just gave him a smile. "It's all good. I gotta say, I was surprised when Sir called me to ask about scouting you to his agency to start my internship this year. Though if I'm being honest, I think he was even more surprised when I recognized your name. Do you know what this is all about? Are you involved with his current case or something?" Izuku blushed and buried his face in his backpack strap. "You could say that. I'm sort of not allowed outside right now without someone to watch my back, since out of 2 of the 3 times I was outside of the apartment last month on my own, I got sort of caught up in villain attacks. While the odds of something like that happening again are low, no one in my family wants me going anywhere by myself until I can be taught some basic self-defense." Tagata scratched his head at that. "Is that why Sir gave me blanket permission to use my quirk from now until we got to the agency?" Izuku nodded before noticing the train pulling into the station. A sudden nervousness began to claw at him at the idea of getting on a train again. "That is us. We can talk more once we are on board. Tagata, having clearly caught the nervousness in his voice, rested a gentle hand on his shoulder. You okay? Why yeah. Sorry, it is just the last time I was on this train. Izuku saw Tagata's eyes widen as he took in a small sharp breath, likely having put two and two together. It's okay Midoriya, I'm here to help keep that from happening to you again. Come on. I'm sure we could find somewhere close to the front to sit. Izuku leaned into his senpai's touch, acting as a grounding force as he guided the pair of them onto the train. He counted his breaths to try to stay calm as they found seats and the train began to crawl away from the station. It wasn't until they had passed the city's edge that Izuku felt himself begin to calm down again. Thank you. Tagata gave a sad smile. It's no problem. I wouldn't be surprised if another reason Sir wanted me to tag along with you was because he worried you might have a bad reaction to boarding a train again. Izuku gave a dark, breathless chuckle at that. I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't a factor. You said earlier that you are involved in Sir's current case. Tagata trailed off, clearly fishing for information to try to take Izuku's mind off things. Sighing, Izuku nodded and leaned his head back in his seat, eyes closed. He kept his voice low as he spoke. He is currently working on getting All Might's hero license revoked. Izuku didn't open his eyes as he heard the sharp intake of breath from the boy beside him. Why would he want that? Sir's like his biggest fan. So was I until we discovered quirkless is pretty much the same as worthless in his eyes. Even setting aside my personal connection with Sir, I'm sure you could figure out why such a sentiment might upset him personally. Oh wow. That is wow. You are sure about that? Izuku opened his eye closest to the blonde. Pretty sure. There is a detective with a lie detection quirk that is helping out on the case that confirmed that I wasn't misinterpreting what he told me during our encounter. Additionally, All Might sessed off Nezu by implying that since I don't have a quirk, Nezu had made a mistake in accepting me to UA, so there is that too. Tagata ran his hand through his hair as he seemed to struggle to wrap his head around that thought. After a few minutes of silence between them, he spoke up again. You said there was a personal connection between you and Sir. Izuku huffed, fighting off a grin. Sorry, he made me promise to not tell you what it is. If you can't figure it out on your own, then you are out of luck until he tells you. Tagata gave an overdramatic sigh before throwing a hand up over his head in mock despair. I suppose I will just have to suffer in the dark for now. Izuku snickered and tried to lightly shove the boy, only to fail as his hand passed through the other boy's shoulder, his top half of his school uniform falling through him. Oh no! How embarrassing! His deadpan tone of voice clearly revealed his true thoughts on the matter. Izuku laughed at that. You realize you're going to have to get redressed now. The now topless boy shrugged. There is no hurry. We are still about a half an hour away from the station. Izuku swatted uselessly through the boy. You're supposed to be representing UA right now. I doubt the school would appreciate you starting your internship half-naked. I mean, to be fair, I can't do any worse than my first-year sports festival. It is hard to go any lower than completely naked on national television. Izuku had trouble regaining control over his laughter at that. Oh, I remember that. My dad and I record and watch back the sports festival together every year. The sound he made when that happened, he choked on his own flames. I thought he was dying from how much he was coughing as he tried to talk after. Tagata laughed at that. His flames. Izuku smiled, a familiar half-truth leaving his lips without a thought. My dad has a fire-breathing quirk. He calls it Dragon's Breath. It is a passive emitter-type quirk that changes the chemical composition of his outward breaths into a natural flammable gas that he can ignite with sparks generated from the roof of his mouth, like the ones Kaken produces on his palms for his quirk. Sometimes when he experiences a sudden large change in emotion, his control over his spark slips and he can ignite when he doesn't mean to. Tagata grinned at that. That is a cool breakdown of how his quirk works. You have all that about his quirk memorized. Izuku shook his head. I don't need to. Dad helped me pick up his hobby of quirk analysis when I was still pretty little. So long as I know a little about a quirk, I can break any down like that easily enough. Could you do mine? Izuku nodded. Your quirk is called permutation, correct? It is a transformative type quirk that allows you to weaken the connections between the atoms that make up your body so that other atoms can pass between the gaps, making you as good as intangible. Of course, your clothes don't change with you, so you had to get your hero costume specially made like your gym uniform that you use when working out in more public places. ∙ grinned. Impressive. That was spot on. Izuku felt his face warm at the casual praise. It's not that impressive really, anyone can do it with a bit of practice. ∙, still grinning, shook his head. You know, my friend Tamaki has a hard time accepting well-earned compliments too. Not to worry, that just means I have a lot of practice at letting people know how great they are. And by the time they disembarked at the station in Tokyo, Izuku felt like melting into the floor from all the praise the older boy had dumped on him. While they hadn't known each other long, ∙ had clearly come to the conclusion that Izuku was some sort of super genius from Katsuki's offhand remarks at the gym from when they crossed paths. When the pair walked in the front door of the agency, Izuku could still feel the blush painting his cheeks. Izuku watched as his uncle, who had been awaiting their arrival with Bubble Girl and Centipede at the front desk, raised his brows with a small puzzled expression faintly lining his face. Lemillion, I see you were successful in keeping your charge for this morning unharmed. ∙ grinned and dipped into a short bow. It was no trouble at all, sir. Midoriya was a pleasant companion for the journey. Izuku saw that strange look flicker over his uncle's face again. That is good to hear. You will be with Centipede for the rest of the morning for patrol and the following paperwork. Go get changed, Izuku, and I will be seeing you at lunch. We'll be in the gym if you need us before then. With that he gestured for Izuku to follow him back. Izuku flashed a grin at ∙, who had a rather puzzled look on his face as he seemed to look between his mentor and younger companion, before hurrying to catch up to his uncle's side. You know, it is a bit mean to not just tell him. If he cannot put the clues together himself, then that just shows that he needs to work on his investigative skills more. He has a good enough head on his shoulders that he should be more than capable of figuring it out without having to be told. You told Bubble Girl and Centipede who I was though. Technically I only told Bubble Girl. She was more than happy to inform Centipede herself in my absence. That aside, given that I thought you would be traveling down here more, I was only logically to inform them as to why I had an extra teenager hanging out here that shares such a strong familial resemblance. I guess that is fair. So what are we doing today? What I had hoped to be doing after your last visit, I am going to teach you how to throw a proper punch. If you can get enough proper combat forms down by lunchtime and still have the energy, I was going to see about having you and ∙ do some light sparring. ∙'s forms have gotten sloppy since I last saw him based on what I saw of his performance in the sports festival this year, but given that most of the time I would have hoped we could use for teaching that last year was more focused on solving his quirk control issues, that is not surprising. You can drop your bag over here. Stepping into the small private gym, Mirai pulled off his suit coat and tie to carefully drape them over the bar of a weight rack. Suddenly, it made more sense as to why Izuku had been asked to wear a set of workout clothing today. You're not going to change. While my clothing may appear to be just that of normal business attire, they are still made like any other heroics outfit. As such, they are perfectly suitable for working out in today. A strange picture of Mirai working out in a public setting wearing his full suit appeared in Izuku's head. You don't always work out in your suits, right? Mirai smiled and ruffled Izuku's hair. As funny as that would be to do, I wear more normal workout attire when I go on my morning runs or if I work out elsewhere. Doing so would just draw a bit more attention to myself than necessary. Come on, let's begin. And this was starting to get a little frustrating. ∙ Mirio studied Sir Night-Eye and the mysterious Midoriya Izuku over his dinner that evening as the two laughed over something the younger Greenette had said. They had the same laugh. He just couldn't figure it quite out. If Midoriya hadn't spoken about his father and his quirk earlier, he would have sworn that Sir was secretly the other boy's father. He certainly looked and acted the part, but it was clearly not so straightforward. Maybe he was Midoriya's biological father from a previous relationship of his mother's. The hero had asked casually about how the boy's mother was doing over lunch and had referred to the woman by her given name, so the two of them must know each other on a somewhat personal level. But why would Midoriya refer to the man by his presumably given name almost exclusively? Mirai, maybe you should just tell him. Mirio snapped out of his thoughts to a concerned look on the face of the younger boy. Sir seemed to study Mirio intently for a moment over the dining room table. I suppose if he has at least gotten close enough to the truth it would likely be for the best. I can already tell that you likely won't be able to sleep tonight until the mystery has been solved. Mirio slumped in a bit of relief at that. That's true, sorry, it just really bugs me. I can tell that you are obviously closely related by BLD. You two share too much in common mannerism and appearance-wise for me to not notice the connection when you are right next to each other. Are you biologically father and son maybe? Sir looked a bit startled at the response, but that earned laughter from Midoriya. Slowly Sir seemed to consider that as he studied Midoriya's face. I am beginning to see why Inko thinks you pass as my son more than Hess. He cleared his throat and shifted his attention back to Mirio. That is close but not correct. His mother happens to be my elder sister. The two of us share many similar features, so it is understandable where the confusion might come from, but believe me when I say he looks just as much like his father's son as he does mine evidently. Cackling, Izuku struggled to control himself to get out a question. Are you sure I am not secretly dad's and your secret love child? The look on Sir's face was a cross between bewildered and horrified. It was probably the most expressive Mirio had seen the man's face outside of laughter, which made him join the other boys' laughs out of pure surprise. Sputtering, the man tried to recompose himself. You don't really think that people might think that, do you? Izuku shrugged with a strange and wildly unhinged-looking grin. I mean, weirder stuff has happened thanks to quirks. Besides, test tube babies are a thing too, so it is not like same-sex couples haven't had bio kids before. Mirio watched as his mentor just lowered his face into his hands. Please don't tell me there aren't people out there that think you are actually my son. I would, but that would be a lie. I really don't recommend going on the hero forums right now. There are few trending threads online thanks to you spending your weekend with me when I was hospitalized the first time. Dad noticed before I did and tried to do some damage control by using photos of himself so that people could see that I overall look more like him, but all that did was make everyone think he is your secret husband. He just thinks it is kind of funny. Sir shook his head with a sigh. Of course he does. Hisoshi loves stupid internet drama. Hey, look on the bright side, no one knows how we are actually related and at least Mom is not caught up in the drama. Does Inko even know about this? Midoriya laughed. Who do you think Dad called as soon as he stumbled across everything? Shouter knows too, since Hitoshi apparently mentioned it at dinner last night just to see his and MIC's reactions. It was pretty funny apparently. Sir seemed to give Midoriya a half-hearted glare at that. Why did you wait so long to mention this to me then? This is the sort of thing I would have liked to have known earlier. Mom thought I should wait to mention it until dinner today so that your day didn't get thrown off if it didn't come up earlier. Dad said that we still have another day or so until mainstream media picks up on the story, so there wasn't a rush to bring it up yet. Mirio decided now was just as good of a place as any to chime in to remind the pair he was still there. What makes him so sure about that? Midoriya just flashed Mirio an apologetic grin. My dad threw money at the problem. While he can't do much to keep various non-mainstream news sources from picking up the story, he can at the very least delay it from spreading to the mainstream ones for a few days. Mirio blinked in surprise at that. I didn't realize your family had that kind of money. I mean, I know heroics pays well, but I didn't think it paid that well unless you were pretty high-ranked. Sir hummed in agreeance and chimed in. That is correct, Hisoshi's family just happens to be old money. As the last surviving member of his family, he inherited a significant amount of properties both here in Japan and overseas in America. There is quite a bit of money to be made in real estate even with the price of insurance for quirk-related damages. Mirio considered that information. I guess that means I should save up for a house when I start to make money. Midoriya flashed Mirio that wild grin again. If you want to make a good return on investment sooner than that, I would recommend buying up as much limited edition All Might merchandise as you can. As soon as he retires, which will be soon, all that stuff will be worth a whole lot more money. Sir seemed to give Midoriya a softer smile at that. I see we have made similar plans as to what to do with our collections then. Midoriya shrugged. As much fun as it would have been to burn all that stuff, I know how much it's worth even now. I figured I could reinvest into merchandise for better heroes. He smiled more genuinely at Mirio. You will have to let me know when you have hero merchandise of yourself made. I want to be able to show my support. Mirio felt his face heat up at that. Only if you promise to do the same for me. I want to be able to return the favor. Izuku's grin got even brighter. It's a deal. Izuku spun around, checking himself out in the mirror. Katsuki had really outdone himself on his vigilante outfit. The fit was perfect on him and more comfortable than he had been expecting. The coat was heavy, yes, but it flowed with his movements easily enough and broke up his silhouette as intended. It was largely black in color, with the inner panels a deep green with a hood to help hide his hair further after he gelled it back with his tinted gel. He had applied said gel rather liberally to force his curls back away from his face, combing them out to curl more loosely at the back of his neck where they would not be seen. With his utility belt pulled on and filled, he just had to pull his face mask up over his makeup-covered nose and put his finishing piece above his brows. It was a horned circlet designed to mimic the one worn by the character that would act as his namesake tonight. He had stumbled upon the golden heat-formed plastic for it while looking for a way to create goggles that mimicked his Uncle Shouters. The reason for it was a bit more than a homage to the comic book character though, since he had embedded small magnets in it. Matching magnets in his hood would snap to it to help hold the hood up while moving around. He was ready. With a deep breath, Izuku slid open his window and slowly and quietly climbed down. There was a surprisingly high number of handholds on the building side, so it was hardly any more challenging than the rock wall at the gym had been. Once on the ground, he swiftly moved away over to the building he had mentally marked a few weeks ago as a good starting point for patrolling from. He had noticed it back when he and Katsuki had first started learning parkour, since it was the closest building to his complex that had a fire escape that was easily accessible from the ground that was near enough in height to the rest of the buildings on his planned route. A quick running jump and he caught the bottom rung of the raised ladder. Now came the harder part of pulling himself up using only his upper body. Izuku had gained quite a bit of strength practicing the motion over the past few weeks, but it was far from easy for him to do yet. Still, it was doable. By the time he had made it to the roof, Izuku's arms were practically screaming from the strain, but hopefully that wouldn't matter. The plan was to mostly be running and jumping from this point forward, and that is where he excelled anyways. It didn't take long to get into the rhythm of running and jumping from roof to roof, but unlike when he had run this route with Katsuki in the afternoon a few days ago, Izuku was now painfully aware of how loud he was. He slowly adjusted his steps as he ran to find quieter and quieter ways of moving. It wasn't until he stopped for a minute to check the time that he heard something that caught his attention. There seemed to be raised voices coming from a few blocks to the north. Curious, instead of pulling out his phone as he had planned moments before to check his time, he turned toward the sound and started toward the commotion as quickly as he could without making a large amount of noise. A few roofs later and he was looking down into an alleyway. Look, we could do this one of two ways. Either you finally pay up now or your family will be paying for your funeral instead. Oh, that wasn't good. Izuku carefully assessed the situation below him. It was just the two men, but the one that had been talking was holding his hand up to near the throat of the other guy who was pushing himself as far back into the wall as possible. Given their relative positions, it was likely that the guy making the threat had some kind of quirk that the other was afraid of being used on him. Most likely some kind of dangerous emitter type that was either 5-point activation or was projected from the hand in some way. That wasn't good. Even if Izuku had been confident in his ability to fight, there was little chance of him being able to get down to help in time. Okay, so what could he do then? Izuku quickly looked around. He had, of course, noticed even before he landed on this roof that the owners of the building had turned it into a sort of green space. Maybe there was something up here he could use. There. That could maybe work. He quickly darted over to grab the object in question and shifted back over to overlook the alley. Quickly lining up his target, he leaned forward and bang! Crash! Izuku had leaned back mostly into cover, but he was happy to see from his vantage point that the sound created from the pot he had dropped to knock over one of the bins nearby had startled the two men apart. What the F was that? As the would-be attacker turned to investigate, the other seemed to realize his chance and turned to book it out of the other end of the alley. By the time the other had realized his mistake, the other had vanished from sight. "You have got to be shitting me." He kicked the bin that had served as a distraction before huffing and shoving his hands in his jean pockets as he stormed out of the alley, thankfully in the opposite direction of the other man. Grinning to himself for that clever bit of quick thinking, Izuku shifted back to continue his patrol when he froze. He wasn't alone on the roof anymore. The man that stood a few feet to the left of him had clearly been watching him, but his posture was relaxed. Much like Izuku, the man was largely dressed in black and a utility belt around his waist. Unlike Izuku, however, his head of long dark hair was uncovered with a pair of goggles on his face and a pale off-white scarf hung around his neck. Of all the luck. Intentionally changing his voice, "Hiya Eraser. Fancy seeing you here." His uncle tilted his head slightly, a puzzled look on his face. "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" "Mischief." "Here. You do realize it's a school night, right? Shouldn't you be in bed so you don't fall asleep in class tomorrow? Shouldn't you? I hear hero students can be a handful." Izuku could see his uncle narrow his eyes suspiciously at Izuku as his eyes flashed red. Izuku watched as the man's hair swirled up away from his shoulders and noticed immediately that his headache was gone. That was new. He hadn't even realized he had won. His attention snapped back into focus when his uncle reached up to grab his capture weapon. "Kid, I am going to have to bring you into the station to answer a few questions." Izuku shrugged and popped fully back to his standing height. "I doubt Tsukochi would appreciate you doing that. He is supposed to get off for the night soon. I doubt your not husband would appreciate you staying out extra late either." He carefully watched his uncle but didn't move to run yet. He wanted to make sure his escape route was the correct one according to his quirk. "My not husband. Present MIC, obviously." 𝐿𝐿 gave Izuku a strange look. "Kid, where are you getting your information from? Your quirk?" "Nope." Izuku popped on the P of the English word. He watched as 𝐿𝐿 blinked and was surprised to realize in the brief window of time that his quirk returned, it said to stay put. Interesting. He found words falling from his mouth before he could register and his uncle could reactivate his quirk on him. "My quirk is a luck-based one. So long as you don't use your quirk on me, I can't get hurt unless the benefits for me in the long run are greater. I am really good at guessing because of it." To his surprise, his uncle did not reactivate erasure. "So you have just been guessing?" Izuku bobbed his head in agreement. "More or less. I did have a profile written up on you since you were the hero I was most likely to run into if I was going to run into someone, so most of my guesses weren't really new ones." "Why was I the most likely hero? I am hardly the only hero that patrols this area even at this late hour." Izuku pulled out his phone rather obviously to check the time. 4 a.m. I would say early hour at this point, but that would be splitting hairs. Turning his attention back to 𝐿𝐿, he continued. "You were the most likely hero because you are the one that is least dangerous for me. You have a history of cooperation with vigilantes and like kids." 𝐿𝐿 seemed to reluctantly accept that. "Is there a reason you needed to check the time?" Izuku shrugged. "I need to go back home soonish. I want to try to catch my brother before he goes to bed, or I won't be able to chat with him until late tonight." "Your brother has a bad sleep schedule too then?" Izuku shrugged again. "His sleep schedule is fine, he is just mostly nocturnal. It isn't like he has school anymore. He owns a bar, so honestly it should be expected." That got an interested expression from 𝐿𝐿. "You do realize if you keep this up I will have more than enough information to find out who you are?" Izuku grinned despite knowing 𝐿𝐿 couldn't see it. "Do you think so? You are working on the false assumption that my quirk is listed in the national records correctly, as well as being able to cross-reference that data with owners of bars." 𝐿𝐿 made a noise of agreement. "That is true. What about your brother's quirk?" To Izuku's continued surprise, words continued to spill from him. He would have to ask his dad about all of this later, since this was clearly his quirk's doing, even if he had no idea why it was making him say all this. Decay isn't formally registered. It is kinda a hard thing to see about doing when you end up living on the streets after a violent quirk manifestation that leaves you to be written off as deceased with the rest of your biological family. To save you time, look up the 𝐒𝐬𝐽 family. Tenko doesn't use his 𝐵𝑅Tich name anymore obviously, but the records of the incident should be an interesting read. You should tell 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 to pass the case along to All Might, but tell him to not mention Tenko actually survived. He would prefer the man to continue to stay out of his life. �プ𝐿 had pulled out his own phone to jot down notes as Izuku talked. I don't blame your brother for not wanting to deal with the man if it makes you feel any better. Anything else you want to share? Izuku shook his head. No, just my vigilante name. I'm Loki. �㗱𝐿 looked up to seemingly consider Izuku for that. That is the Norse god of mischief, right? Of course. Suddenly your earlier statement makes more sense. I should hope so. If there is nothing else, I'm gonna go pester my brother now. Izuku pulled out his phone and sent a short message to Kurogiri with his location tagged. He grinned as a warp gate opened out to his left. He gave �㗱𝐿 one last wave before ducking through and vanishing from his uncle's sight. 𝐒𝐿 was not really sure what to make of that interaction he had just had, but resigned himself to the fact he likely would not be getting any sleep until he was on the UA campus today. He sighed and dialed 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's number. Eraser, please don't tell me you are bleeding out in an alley or something. I was just getting ready to go home. Sorry, but I just met our newest vigilante. He goes by Loki and I can already tell he is going to be a problem child. Child as in he's a minor. Most likely. He is pretty small, but based on his voice cracks, I think he is old enough that he has at least started going through puberty. The strangest thing about him though is that his costume looks like something made by a proper support company. It is too well made. That is something to look into at least. You have anything else to add to the physical description of the kid or a quirk to run? His eyes look like they might have been a dark green, but that could have just been the poor lighting. As for his quirk, he said it was a luck-based quirk and we wouldn't be able to find him by searching the system because his quirk is apparently incorrectly registered. Of course it is. I swear, with how bad the system is for registration in the first place, it is surprising that we don't have more cases of people being completely registered incorrectly. How did the kid get away anyways? He called for a ride apparently. He texted someone shortly before I called and a few moments later a portal of sorts appeared next to him that he vanished through. The portal itself vanished the moment he passed all the way through, so there was no chance of me following. Though given that he said he was going to go visit his brother, he probably contacted a family member. His brother. �㗱𝐿 sighed and massaged his temple. Apparently his brother is a legally dead guy by the name of Shimura Tenko. 𝐒𝐿 stopped as he registered the sound of 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 dropping the phone on the other end. Did you just say Shimura? I am guessing the name is important to All Might based on the kid's warning to make sure the man doesn't know that his brother is alive. You could say that. Shimura Nana was the name of Yagi's mentor. He was hurt rather badly by her death from what I understand. It sounds like this brother is possibly all that is left of her BLD family. Great. I think we should hold off on telling him about that detail until we can look into this more. The kid's family went through all the trouble of hiding his brother's identity for over a decade at a minimum, given his quirk is unregistered due to being presumed dead. I'll dig into this more tomorrow. This doesn't seem like it is likely to change between now and when I come back in this afternoon. Sounds good. I'll call you if anything changes on my end. When Kurogiri had gotten the text message just moments before, Tomura had admittedly been rather confused. He had known that the man had a cell phone since he used it to take pictures and jot down notes, but he had never seen him actually use it for its intended purpose. After all, who would he even be texted by? The only other people that he spent time with as far as Tomura knew were father and the doctor, both of whom video called through the TV at the end of the bar. To his continued surprise, Kurogiri did not pause before opening a warp gate into the bar to allow a small figure to cross through. The mystery presumed NPC was pretty short and dressed in a well-made costume of sorts. Tomura found his eyes immediately locking onto their strange horned circlet that peeked out from under their hood, as well as their bright green eyes that caught the light. To his surprise, the NPC pulled off his face mask and hood without any hesitation. Oh, Hey 𝐒𝐭𝐲, can you only create portals between 2 points if you are near one end? To Tomura's continued surprise, 𝐒𝐭𝐲's smoke flickered in a pattern that Tomura had long ago learned reflected his amusement. No, that is not necessary. I merely need to know the exact location of both points. I'm afraid that while I know your home address, that is not precise enough for my quirk. Would you mind if I just drop you off near your building? That would be great. Sorry, I should have considered that. Tomura found himself scratching at his neck in annoyance for being ignored by the newcomer who was apparently using his party member as a taxi service. 𝐒𝐭𝐲, who is this NPC? The NPC jumped in surprise. Oh, hi. I didn't see you over there. I'm 𝐒𝐿oki. I'm sort of a new vigilante around here. Who are you? Tomura noted the amused flicker to 𝐒𝐿oki again. Interesting. How does a vigilante have your number? I believe Sensei gave it to him the last time they spoke. 𝐒𝐿oki turned his attention back to the interloper, much to Tomura's annoyance. I presume that you would rather be the one to inform him of this late-night visit later. The vigilante flushed at that. Yeah, that would probably be for the best. I was hoping to keep the whole going out as a vigilante on the down low until I was a bit more confident that I won't get hurt again. I didn't want anyone to worry about me going out by myself. I'm sure Sensei could help you in your foray into a life of crime if you inform him as to what you are up to. Mischief mostly. I didn't name myself after the Norse god of it to do much else besides sticking my nose into things and meddling where I think I can get away with it. Tomura was not sure what to make of the kid, because that was what they were. Just a kid in a costume. Mind you, it was a really well-made one, but that didn't change the fact that the kid was clearly a prepubescent teen at the oldest. And father clearly knew who he was if his conversation with 𝐒𝐿oki was anything to go by. What do you think of All Might? The wannabe hero snapped his attention back to Tomura. He is a PP, why? Tomura felt himself actually smile at that. Finally, someone who wasn't completely blinded by hero worship for the BSTRD. I like you. Do you play any online games? 𝐒𝐿oki gave Tomura a puzzled look at that and shook his head. No, not really. I mostly play single-player games or local multiplayer. Why? Do you have a recommendation? Phone. He made a grabbing motion for the kid's phone. The kid shrugged before unlocking the screen and handing it over. Holding it carefully, Tomura began to type. I'm going to type up some stuff for you to look up later. If one of those games catches your interest, you can send me a friend request in it. I could use a player too. Tomura was slightly annoyed at the smile in 𝐒𝐿oki's eyes at the exchange. Thankfully, the kid didn't seem to notice. That sounds great. You're Tomura, right? Do you mind if I call you that? It's just calling you Shigaraki feels kinda weird. Tomura considered it for a moment, then shrugged. I guess. You have another name, or is it just 𝐿oki? Just as the kid opened his mouth to reply, his phone started to ring in his hand. Flicking his gaze down at it, he winced. RCRP. 𝐒𝐿oki, I need to go. I promised 𝐭𝐿oki I would be home by the time he woke up. He is freaking out because my phone wasn't home when he pinged the location. 𝐒𝐿oki nodded and opened another warp gate that the kid quickly vanished through. Tomura blinked in confusion at the sudden exit. Who the hell is 𝐭𝐿oki? His cousin. I presume he had something to do with the construction of that costume. As far as I am aware, 𝐿oki does not have a sewing machine at his own home. Tomura shot a glare at 𝐒𝐿oki. You know who he is, why are you pretending to not know his actual name? My apologies, Tomura, but I promised Sensei that I wouldn't ruin the surprise. 𝐿oki. Izuku heard a scoff from the other end of the call as he leaned back against the outside wall of his apartment building. Don't you 𝐭𝐿oki me like you don't know what's wrong, nerd. How the hell did you end up in Kamino? You said you were going to try to stay out of trouble on your first night out. Kamino, really? Hey, that is closer than I thought. Nerd. Ah. Sorry 𝐭𝐿oki, Dad has a guy with a warping quirk on his payroll. He's nice and enjoys cat memes. Anyways, I asked him to help me get away from Uncle Shouter since I knew I couldn't outrun him, but since his quirk relies on knowledge of precise locations to work, he had to bring me to where he was since he didn't have precise coordinates for my bedroom. Which was in Kamino. That seems pretty out of the way. To be fair, I thought he was just going to send me from the rooftop I was one to near my building. Which he did end up doing after I talked to him to clear up the confusion. So you already almost got caught by one of your uncles. How did that happen? Can I call you back? I still need to climb back in my window. I sort of need to put my phone away to do that. Fine. You call me right back and tell me all about everything that happened. Grinning, Izuku shoved the phone in his pocket and began to climb. It didn't take long for Izuku to fall into a new daily rhythm. Waking up late after his mom had already left for work for the day and eating breakfast during what was everyone else's lunchtime. Playing games for a few hours online with Tomura when he woke up before leaving to meet Katsuki at the gym to train and hang out. Dinner with mom before hanging out with his friends in an online call until their bedtimes. Switching to text chats for a few hours to exchange memes. Taking a short nap before eating again and gearing up to be low-key. Helping people and sometimes talking with Uncle 𝐿𝐿. Short call with Katsuki when he woke up. Bed and repeat. The most surprising part of this new routine was that he was surprisingly good at vigilante work. While yes, he still was not very good at handling straight-up fights, he was good with surprise tactics. So long as he was able to catch a villain off guard, he easily won due to his skills in quick analysis. If he knew how their quirk worked, he could avoid it while they had no such luxury. His uncle 𝐿𝐿 had also stopped trying to bring him into the station too, which was nice. Izuku wasn't so naive to think he didn't still want to, but he figured that his uncle was trying to earn his trust so that he could talk Izuku out of going out at night. Or possibly just get more information out of him so he could find him during daylight hours to get him to stop. It didn't really matter to Izuku since all it meant was more quality time with his cryptid uncle. And sometimes snacks on patrol. Which is how Izuku found himself sitting on the edge of a rooftop with his uncle drinking warm drinks the man bought from the small 24-hour store below them. Do your parents even know you are out here right now? Izuku hummed to himself as he took another drink of the tea through a straw fed under his mask that his uncle had offered him when they had run into one another that evening. Dad knows. He offered to replace my headpiece I made with a proper metal one so I don't have to worry so much about it breaking if it gets knocked off. His uncle sighed heavily at that. Of course your family encourages this. Why wouldn't they? Izuku snickered. Sorry, Eraser, but you really don't have to worry about me. My quirk more than keeps me safe. What's your father's quirk if you don't mind me asking? To Izuku's surprise he told the truth. Dad is all for one. Make of that what you will. His uncle froze at that, his cup of coffee frozen halfway to his lips. Your father is the king of the criminal underworld. And is supportive of you being a vigilante. Izuku shrugged. He's not that bad. The only reason he is so feared is because of his quirk and how long he's been around. Problem child, your father wouldn't have a reputation like he does if that was all there was to it. Izuku sighed and nodded. I know he hasn't always been a good person, but he is trying to be better. He has mostly stepped back from everything while he recovers from All Might nearly killing him a few years back. Most of his time lately has been spent playing chess, I think. 𝐿𝐿 pinched his brows as he let out a huff of frustration. Is that why you don't want All Might to know your brother is alive? Because he almost killed your father. Tenko basically had a front row seat to the fight. He and Giri were the ones who pulled Dad to safety after it was all over. If it wasn't for Dad's quirks, he wouldn't have lived long enough to get to the doctor. Giri. Oh, he's sort of like a bonus uncle of mine. He is the one with the warping quirk. He helped look after Tenko while he was growing up. 𝐿𝐿's eyes narrowed at that. Tenko, but not you. Izuku shook his head. Just Tenko. His quirk was a stress-induced manifestation, so it's not the most stable. Add to that how destructive it is, and can you blame Dad for being worried about us living under the same roof when we were younger? Giri's quirk kept him safe and meant that there was never any worry about Tenko actually hurting him. Dad was fine too, since if Tenko's quirk ever accidentally was used on him, he could take the quirk away to stop it. 𝐿𝐿 winced at that. That was probably a good idea of your father's then. I take it that your brother has better control now though, since you are hanging out with him. Yeah, he has less issues with accidentally dusting things. Now that his control is better, It behaves more like a normal 5-point activation quirk, so he is harmless enough when wearing artist gloves. What do you mean by that? A normal 5-point activation. You know how 5-point activation quirks normally require all 5 fingers on a hand to make contact. At a nod from his uncle, he continued. Well, when under extreme conditions, 5-point activation quirks have been known to change to reduce the number of points needed for contact. With how my brother's quirk was activated, he had to train himself so that it only acted when all 5 points were in contact. It's passively active. Unfortunately, he is still trying to learn how to turn it all the way off. That must have been a headache when he was younger. Speaking of headaches, how's your not-husband doing? 𝐤𝐻𝑜u rolled his eyes at that before taking another sip of his coffee. I know you're just trying to change the subject, but MIC is still doing fine since you last asked about him. Why do you call him that anyways? Because he is not your husband yet. Yet. He is just a friend. Izuku scoffed at that. Just a friend, he says. Honestly. 𝐤𝐻𝑜u's brows furrowed at that. Kid, whatever fantasy to have cooked up in your head about the nature of our relationship, it's not a fantasy when it is true. The only ones that can't seem to see the truth are the two of you. If you don't believe me, then just kiss him already. If I'm wrong, you can just tell him it was a stupid dare or something. His uncle seemed a bit taken aback at how much Izuku seemed to be invested in this. I'll think about it. Izuku felt himself deflate in relief. Good. How is your son doing, by the way? 𝐤𝐻𝑜u snapped back to full attention. My son? Shinso Hitoshi. This uncle looked a bit bewildered at that. How do you know about him? Izuku gave his uncle a look. I knew you were living together with present MIC before we met. Did you really think I didn't know you had a kid my age living with you? You're 14 then. His uncle was clearly trying to move the conversion away from Hitoshi. Yep, nearly 15 myself too. Don't try to change the subject though. How is the adoption going? His uncle's narrowed eyes flickered red slightly as he glared Izuku down. If you already know about it, why are you even asking? Easy eraser. I was just guessing that you were planning on adopting him. I didn't know for sure if you had actually started the process. No need to go Papa Bear mode on me. 𝐤𝐻𝑜u seemed to stare into his very soul for a moment before breaking his gaze away and downing the last of his coffee. If all goes well, I should have full custody before the UA entrance exams next year. Izuku felt a grin explode across his face. Hitoshi was going to be his cousin for real after all. That is awesome, eraser. Congrats. His uncle frowned at that. Don't get carried away. There is still a lot that could go wrong. There is no guarantee that my application for permanent custody will even be approved. Why wouldn't it be? You are a hero and a teacher at one of the most elite hero schools in the country. Not to mention that Shinso clearly likes staying with you and MIC. I am an unmarried man in a very dangerous career. There could be concerns that if something happened to me that he would just have to go back into the system again. Well, one, that is a stupid way of thinking. If the worry is about him having to go back in the system if something happened to you, how does keeping him in the system fix anything? 2. You have a pretty good support network from the best I can tell. If something happened to you, he wouldn't be lacking when it came to family to go to, both in BLD and in spirit. 𝐤𝐻𝑜u narrowed his eyes again. Okay, I have to ask, how much about me do you actually know, because you clearly know more about me than you really should. Izuku shrugged. I know that you changed your name from Sasaki to Aizawa before you started at UA, meaning you are the younger brother of Sir Nightai and Dr. Sasaki 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝑜u, so any family of theirs would be yours. Your sister 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝑜u is married obviously and has a son my age. You are not only close with MIC but also Ingenium and Midnight from your time at UA. Tsukochi would also be considered a close friend of yours. As he spoke, he watched his uncle 𝐤𝐻𝑜u grow paler and paler. And your father knows all this too. Oh. Whoops. Yeah, but you don't need to worry about it. Despite how much Dad hates All Might, he has no plans of taking out his hatred of the man on any of you because of your connection through Sir Nightai. He thinks you are some of the good heroes. 𝐤𝐻𝑜u didn't really look all that reassured by that. I am not sure how I feel about the symbol of evil thinking I am a good hero. Izuku had to concede defeat at that. Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. No, I'm glad you did. While I am not happy to hear that so much information about me is that easy to obtain, it is good to know. Izuku sighed and pulled himself back to his feet. I'm going to go. I'll see you around Eraser. His uncle didn't make any move to get up himself. Bye, problem child. Stay safe at least. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 wasn't sure how to respond to what Eraserhead had just told him. You're sure he said his father is all for one? The Erasure hero nodded. Yeah. Truth. Do you know if All Might fought All for One in the past few years? Loki said All Might nearly killed All for One in a recent enough fight. Truth. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 could feel a bone-deep exhaustion fall over him as he yanked out his phone from his pocket. Please don't tell me that you are Loki. Izuku. Okay, I won't tell you, demonic kid. Why do you keep doing this to me? How am I supposed to explain how I suddenly know that you are Loki to your uncle without admitting I already knew about your father? Izuku. Sorry, on the bright side, now you know that you don't actually need to arrest me, quirkless, and all. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 groaned and buried his face in his hands. What was all that about? 𝐿𝐼𝐺 raised his gaze back up to the hero drinking coffee in the chair beside his desk. I am going to go grey early at this rate, but the fight the kid was referring to did happen. It is the whole reason Yagi has a time limit now. Yagi swore up and down that he thought that All for One had died from the encounter, but obviously not, even if the man did go quiet afterwards. Eraser seemed to look through 𝐿𝐼𝐺 at that. As concerning as that is, should I be worried that you are avoiding my question? That is not like you. Truth. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 winced at being caught so quickly in his attempted redirection of the conversation. I was already looking into All for One for another reason that I can't really explain right now. Not without revealing that he had been hiding the truth of the man's brother-in-law/father figure being the symbol of evil himself. Eraser sighed but seemed to accept that. Just promise if you start to get in over your head that you will tell me or Mirai what is going on. As you yourself have pointed out on multiple occasions, there is no reason we need to do this sort of work alone. Truth. It is illogical to think you can do the work alone when you so often insist on the opposite for others. Truth. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 sighed and nodded. I think I should be fine for now. All for One is currently not very active on the crime side of things, and I don't expect that to suddenly change anytime soon. Nodding, his friend pulled himself back to his feet. I'm going to head home for the night. Truth. You should consider doing the same. Truth. You've done too many hours of overtime over the past few months. Truth. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 shook his head. I've got a few things I need to take care of tonight before I head home. I can take a nap tomorrow if it runs too long. Shaking his head, Eraserhead left the room. Sighing to himself, 𝐿𝐼𝐺 opened his phone back up. Are you really? Quirkless, I mean. Given who your father is, I suddenly feel the need to actually check. Izuku. I mean, technically yes, Dad apparently gave me a quirk called Danger Sense when I was pretty young after he realized I had been born without one, since it is a passive quirk and he didn't tell me about having it. I never realized I had it until recently. We think it is possibly why I have such a high pain tolerance, since the way the quirk normally works is by using pain to warn the user of incoming danger so that they would avoid it. I've just been blocking out the pain subconsciously for years now. You told your uncle it is a luck-based quirk. That doesn't sound like luck-based. Izuku. The quirk mutated since Dad gave it to me. It is now a passive precognitive quirk which has the fun side effect of making me really lucky. Given Uncle Mirai's quirk, the mutation to adapt to integrate with me makes sense. Is that normal? A quirk changing after your father transfers it onto someone else? Izuku. Sometimes. It depends on the combination of the quirk and the person. The combination is important, or Dad runs the risk of driving the new owner of the quirk insane if the quirk doesn't settle correctly. Kurogiri's quirk is the result of a few different unrelated but complementary quirks mutating to combine into one to stabilize. I am guessing that they are the Giri, who has a warp quirk that you use to escape from Eraserhead sometimes. Izuku. Yep, he works for my dad, though I wouldn't classify him as a villain. He is more my brother's babysitter, right? I had forgotten about that. What is this about you having a brother? Izuku. You know most of the story already from 𝐿𝐭𝐴. Probably his quirk came in and his 𝐵𝐻 family all died. He wandered the streets for a long time without anyone helping him. Dad found him and had 𝐭𝐴 help watch out for him so he could learn how to control his quirk without hurting anyone else and grow up in relative peace. Dad was visiting him over in the States where he had been keeping him squirreled away when he ran into All Might. The fight happened and he recovered Dad's badly wounded body with the help of 𝐭𝐴. He eventually moved with Dad when he was stable enough to come back to Japan. I see. How long have you known about your brother? Izuku, about as long as I have known about Dad. Dad accidentally mentioned him in our conversation. I got most all the details about him from 𝐭𝐴. After that, in exchange for cat memes, I've only met him in person once, but we play online video games most afternoons after we are both awake. He is a nice, albeit a socially awkward nerd. You should consider going to bed. It is late even for you. I'll think about it. Would your father pick up if I called him right now? Izuku, not normally, no, but he is still awake for some reason tonight. 𝐭𝐴 messaged me a little bit ago to warn me that there might be another incident like the secret love child one from the last time he stayed up late. Naomasa had to laugh at that. The completely dead inside look Eraser had worn the evening after that happened had made it hard to not laugh at the complete ridiculousness of the situation. The fact that the other man didn't realize the full extent of the absurdity given who Hisoshi even was. Shaking his head, he gathered up his belongings and headed out the door. As much as he wanted to get the phone call over with, his office was probably the worst place to have the conversation if there was any hope of him hiding the extent of his knowledge of who the man actually was. He was halfway home when he stopped as the realization hit him of what he was doing. What was he doing? Why was he going out of his way to help hide the identity of probably the most dangerous villain in history? What was wrong with him? This went completely against what he stood for both morally and legally. So why did the idea of telling anyone about the situation feel like the wrong choice? Slowly, he resumed his walk home. His mind swirled with questions about his own actions for the past few months. Was it his messed up sleep schedule? A quirk affecting him? As he stepped into his apartment and toed off his shoes, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Detective. Is something wrong? Oh, that was why. This was still the man that had helped raise one of his best friends. A man that he knew fairly well from stories from his family. Sorry, I'm not sure what time it is for you right now, but we need to talk, all for one. He heard what sounded like the phone on the other end being dropped, followed by a string of curses mixing English and Japanese with a spattering of a few other languages that Naomasa couldn't place. A few moments later the other man was on the other end of the line again. Well, that was one way to make sure I was actually awake. You nearly just gave me a heart attack. Did Izuku not tell you I knew? No, he didn't. The man gave a nervous laugh. I guess I should have figured that he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret from you, at least given your quirk. Inko, Shouter, and Mirai don't know yet, right? Naomasa sighed as he fell back onto his couch. No, but it is going to be hard to keep it from Eraser for much longer. Izuku just told him you are his father while he was out acting like a vigilante, which is how I now am in the awkward position of knowing that Izuku is Loki and not being able to explain how I know that. There was silence for a long moment from the other end of the call. You really haven't told anyone who I am. Clearly you have known for a while if the revelation you had tonight was that Izuku is a vigilante and not well me being me. I've known for nearly as long as he has. Izuku had a bit of an identity crisis after he got back to the restaurant, so Shinso knows as well. He talked me into not telling anyone else since he said you promised to come clean on your own to your family before he starts at UA next year. I figured the issue was less pressing than dealing with Shinso's custody case or the investigation into Izuku's old school district. I unfortunately had the realization tonight that now that both of those issues are out of my hands and into the hands of the courts, I should talk to you about the situation. Here. I will be honest, I didn't think I would find you on my side in all of this when the truth came out. I haven't decided that yet. There was a laugh from the other end of the call. You say that, but you have kept the truth of who I really am from the heroes. No, I think you decided which side you are really on a while ago. As much as it hurt to admit it to himself, Naomasa had to concede to the fact that as much as he didn't want to admit it, so long as his friends stood with the man, he was on the man's side. After so long of a silence on his end, All for One spoke again. If you would like, we could have a meeting face to face. I understand your quirk doesn't work over phone calls like this. Perhaps you would feel more reassured that you weren't selling your soul to the devil as it were if you could ask me whatever questions you needed and be confident in whether or not I was lying. Naomasa let the man's soothing tone wash over him. Yeah, that would probably help. You have a guy with a warping quirk, right? That's correct. Kurogiri's quirk is far more pleasant to use than my own warping quirk. If you could send me a location tag for your phone, he should be able to open a gate to your current location. Sighing, Naomasa hung up and texted his location to the man. He wasn't going to sleep until he finished figuring this out. Moments later, a dark purple mist sprung from the floor a foot away from him and sprouted up into a large doorway in his living room. Pulling himself back up to his feet, he hesitated only a moment before stepping through. Hisoshi liked to think that he was good at planning, but for all the good he thought he was, this conversion with the detective was going nowhere he had thought it would. The man had known and kept secret the fact he was the notorious villain all for one for nearly 2 months without any hesitation just because Izuku had asked him to. Hisoshi was honestly not sure what to think about that fact. Was it because it had been Izuku asking, or had his son just caught the man at the right moment to catch him so off guard he had complied with the wish without thinking? Regardless, the man had risked his career by keeping this to himself and was clearly starting to feel regret for his inaction. It was the least Hisoshi could do to soothe the man's fraying nerves that his gut reaction to the situation had been the right one. To his continued surprise, the man stepped through the gate without any shoes on. The detective, as far as his quirks could allow him to see, was a bit of a wreck. Exhaustion hung from his frame and slowed his movements to a clumsy shuffling walk. Still, the man did pause and take a sharp inhale when he actually saw Hisoshi for the first time. I knew Izuku wasn't lying when he said you physically couldn't go home, but I wasn't expecting that All Might tried to give me a lobotomy with his fist. Honestly, it could have been much worse. I could have lost my memories alongside my face. While it would be nice to not have to rely upon life support equipment, I wouldn't trade it for my memories of my family. The man seemed to sag in relief at that. That's true. You do really love them. Of course. Family has always been the most important thing to me, especially after I lost my first one. Hisoshi heard his voice crack slightly on those last few words and internally winced. I've heard the story of how One for All came about from All Might, but I was wondering if you could tell me your side of things. So, much like he had with Izuku nearly 2 months before, Hisoshi told his story. The detective was more involved with the recounting than Izuku had been, interjecting from time to time with a question here or there, but as the story unraveled, the man did seem calmer. By the end of it, the detective had made himself comfortable on the floor with his notebook in hand as he wrote notes of some kind with a manic sort of energy. So the last person you killed was Shimura Nana after she attacked you despite attempts to de-escalate the situation. Yes, though not for lack of trying with Yagi when I realized how bad the fight was going. The man seemed to brighten at that, which was a clear act of self-defense. Okay, this is better than I thought it would be. While there is technically no statute of limitations on things like murder, I think it is unlikely that you would be charged for anything worse than manslaughter, since all of the cases before Shimura are long enough ago that unless you admitted to the deaths yourself, shouldn't be able to be connected with you at this point. Yagi doesn't know any of the identities of the previous holders of One for All before Shimura, so I doubt that you could be connected to them. Hisoshi felt a sense of surprised relief flood over himself. Do you really think so? You have been easing out of the crime side of things long enough that you could probably go on live television and confess to everything and not be able to be charged due to the statute of limitations having run out sans the murders. Since you have never actually been arrested, you have never formally been charged as a villain, which would be the biggest issue if you had been. Honestly, given what you said about a lot of your earlier crimes, by today's standards up until your brother's death, you had only committed acts of vigilantism, and while I don't condone murder for the sake of revenge, I think that you would be hard-pressed to find a jury that wouldn't understand why you felt the need to go after the man who had essentially killed your brother. A murder that, given we have no idea who the man even was, that would be very hard to charge you for, given that technically there is not a victim. The strange laugh that came from the man after he said that last part had a sudden feeling of dread passing over Hisoshi. Detective, are you okay? There was that laugh again. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Detective, The way you just said that leads me to believe that you are not actually fine. The other man froze at that. Oh, I suppose that is true. Hisoshi cursed his lack of true sight at that moment. He couldn't read expressions like this, and right now he really needed that ability. Would it be alright if I use one of my quirks to check on you? The way you are acting right now is honestly concerning. The man continued to sit there unmoving, deathly silent. Hisoshi was beginning to wonder if asking for the man's permission had been a mistake. What are you going to do? It was a quiet question, but the fact the man had not outright rejected the possibility was a massive relief. I have an empathy quirk I can use to better understand what is going on. I can't see you properly given my injury, so I can't read your expressions right now. There is only so much I can tell from your voice and roughly seeing your body language. There was silence and stillness again for a long time. Okay. Hisoshi almost fell out of his chair in relief. Carefully he stood and moved over to the spot on the floor the younger man had made himself comfortable on. He didn't want to startle the man and make whatever this was worse. He carefully reached out and rested one palm on the top of the other man's head and activated the quirk. A bone-deep exhaustion washed over him. Confusion and fear raked at his mind like claws as guilt like he had rarely felt on this level rained down on him like shards of broken glass. Liar! Repeated around the man's brain as the man's quirk responded to his own thoughts. Hisoshi jerked back in surprise only to find that the connection didn't sever like it was supposed to. The pain and chaotic thoughts continued to dance through and into his own head. Panic welled up inside him, multiplying as it bounced back and forth over the connection between them. Before he could even think it through, Hisoshi had reached back out and triggered another quirk. Silence. It took a moment for Hisoshi to gather his thoughts back to himself as he held the now limp form of the now unconscious detective. Well, that wasn't good. When 𝐒𝐿 woke, it was with no memory of falling asleep. Jerking awake at the sudden revelation, he found himself safely tucked into his own bed at home, albeit mostly still dressed in his clothes from the previous day. What dash? Oh, you're awake. Truth. 𝐒𝐿 jerked his head around looking for where All for One's voice had come from. Ah, there is no need to be alarmed. Lie. Okay, maybe this is, but I am trying to fix it. Truth. I'm sorry, but I was unable to sever the connection between our minds correctly this morning due to your quirk's resonation with the one that I tried to use. Truth. I had to knock you out before the emotional feedback loop became debilitating. Truth. Okay, that was a new one. You're in my head. Correct. Truth. Now that you are awake, I can start to pick apart the connection from my end. Truth. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Truth. Well, that was relieving at least. I'm glad you think so. Truth. 𝐒𝐿 jerked back slightly at that. He could hear his thoughts. I thought that would be obvious. You are hearing mine after all. Lie. 𝐒𝐿 flinched hard at that. Sorry, I didn't realize half-truths like that register as lies for you. Truth. He wasn't sure what to think of that. Why can you hear my thoughts if I can't hear yours? I believe it has to do with how our quirks work. Truth. I have to keep a strong mental wall between my mind and my quirk normally, only lowering it partially to use any mental quirks while you have to have your mind wide open for your quirk to work. Truth. Sorry. Truth. I will do my best to ignore your thoughts unless you direct them at me until I figure out what happened. Truth. 𝐒𝐿 found himself falling back into his pillow only to roll over a moment later to scream into it. How was this his life? A few months ago, the most exciting thing that ever happened to him was 𝐿 bringing him into the villain factory cases. Now he had the father of villainy taking up space in his brain rent-free. He was beginning to regret having earned the underground hero's trust. The sound of someone pounding on his front door dragged him out of his mental spiraling. Hauling himself to his feet, he quickly made his way over to pull the door open. 𝐿, what are you doing here? The underground hero seemed to study 𝐒𝐿 with a puzzled gaze before sighing and shaking his head. You need to call into the station. Truth. While I don't blame you for clearly crashing hard after the hours you have been working, you are nearly 4 hours late at this point. Truth. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was worried you had been kidnapped or something. Truth. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 felt his face heat up at that. How long had he been asleep? A little over 9 hours. Our conversation ended at around 7 this morning and it is after 4 now. Truth. Oh right. That was a thing now. Hopefully All for One could fix that before they got used to the connection being there. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. 𝐒𝐭�𝐚𝐲 jerked his focus back to the pro hero in front of him. Sorry. I didn't exactly go straight to bed when I left the station yesterday. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 gave 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 a rather concerned look. He must really be worrying about him if he was both using his given name and openly emoting like that. Call in sick and get changed into more comfortable clothes. You are coming back over to my place for dinner at the bare minimum. Truth. Then you are going to explain what the hell you were up to this morning that was more important than sleep. Truth. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed but nodded and gestured for 𝐔𝐬𝐽 to come in to wait while he showered and changed. You can tell him that you are investigating me. Truth. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 huffed quietly to himself as he closed off his bedroom door. Because yeah, that would go over well. I am not suggesting you explain everything. Truth. That is my responsibility to my family, not yours. Truth. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if 𝐒𝐭 and her brothers at the very least suspected that I am not entirely above board as it were. Truth. You can admit to having gotten me to confess to having at the very least a connection of some sort to All for One. Truth. So that was how 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 found himself constructing a careful mental case that skirted the border of lying to his friend with the symbol of evil while he showered. What even was his life anymore? And if 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was being honest with himself, he was really worried about 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's mental health. While 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was the last person you would use as an example of a good work-life balance, at some point in the last month or so the detective's ability to take care of himself had taken a steep nosedive into the unhealthy. It was to the point that half the time 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was dragging him out of the station himself to get him to go to bed. He couldn't help but feel at least partially at fault either. Something 𝐔𝐬𝐽 had realized rather early on in his friendship was that the other man didn't really have any other friends. Sure, the man was friendly enough with other people, but there was a fakeness to his smile he wore around other people that only really disappeared when he was alone with 𝐔𝐬𝐽. The only people he had seen the man lower his careful guard around had been 𝐔𝐬𝐽's own family and close friends. The loss of trust the man had held in the position of #1 hero had hit the detective hard, and the man was clearly overworking himself to distract from the pain he felt over it. Even Hitoshi, who barely knew the man, was starting to worry about him from how often 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was dragging 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 home following his late-night patrols. Honestly, if things don't improve soon, he and Hisashi would probably have to find a bigger place and just have the detective move in like Hisashi had done with 𝐔𝐬𝐽 years ago while he was still drowning in grief over Oboro's death. This wasn't healthy. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was dragged from his thoughts as the man in question stumbled out of his bathroom, newly clothed in what was clearly an old workout outfit. Feeling 𝐔𝐬𝐽's eyes on him, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shrugged. I don't really have much casual wear. I know. Hisashi and I figured that out from what you have been keeping at our place a while ago. Come on. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 gently led his friend from his apartment, stopping only long enough to lock the door behind them. So do you want to talk about it? The detective sighed and seemed to slump into himself once more as he walked beside him. Not particularly, but there is no real avoiding it at this point. I have been looking into your brother-in-law for your sister. She was starting to worry that he was hiding something from her with how he is avoiding coming home, and well, it isn't good. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 stopped to stare at the detective as that thought processed. How not good are we talking? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ran a hand over his face as he let out a sigh. Symbol of evil bad. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 felt himself go ridge at that. He is involved with All for One. You could say that. Do you know why? The detective ran his hand through his hair. He claims that everything he has done has been to protect those he considers his family, which doesn't just include you and the rest of your family. Suddenly Loki's comment from their last encounter about 𝐔𝐬𝐽 not having to worry about All for One coming after his family was recontextualized. He cut a deal with All for One because Mirai was All Might's sidekick, didn't he? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shook his head before continuing the walk, forcing 𝐔𝐬𝐽 to resume walking himself. No, his involvement with All for One predates his even meeting your family. So you don't know why exactly then? What do you know about his brother? 𝐤𝐵 was thrown momentarily by the change in topic before it clicked. SHT. All for One was helping Hisoshi with taking care of his brother. That is what he admitted to me when I talked to him this morning. 𝐤𝐵 raked his hand over his face with a groan. How the F am I supposed to break this to 𝐭𝐴? You don't have to. Izuku has given him a hard deadline of the first day of classes next year to come clean to everyone in your family about all of his secrets that he has been keeping. Izuku knows. Izuku is the only reason I was able to get him to admit as much as he has to me. How did he figure out what was going on before all of us? Naomasa was silent for a moment as he seemed to consider his words. Izuku isn't actually quirkless anymore. 𝐤𝐵 nearly tripped in his shock. You're not saying All for One gave Izuku a minor precognitive quirk called danger sense so that stuff like what landed him in the hospital wouldn't happen? 𝐤𝐵 felt his stomach drop at that revelation. What did he want for that? All for One wouldn't just give away a quirk like that for free. True, but consider it from the angle that All for One was still only fulfilling the terms of his original deal of ensuring the safety of your family. Izuku is both quirkless and more danger-prone than most kids his age. It might have just been easier to give Izuku the quirk over other options. 𝐤𝐵 blinked before reluctantly nodding. That just makes me wonder more what Hisoshi is even doing for All for One to make the man agree to uphold a deal like that for so long. Suddenly, Naomasa starts laughing with a strange laugh that 𝐤𝐵 had never heard from the man before. It takes 𝐤𝐵 grabbing his upper arm to keep the man from falling to the ground. 𝐤𝐵 couldn't help the twisting in his gut at the thought of how similar the laugh sounded to the laughs of those under the effects of Ms. Joke's quirk. 𝐤𝐵 glared at a few of the passers-by that gave the man strange looks as he struggled to recover. Suddenly Naomasa went completely limp and 𝐤𝐵 found himself the sole thing keeping the man's head from meeting the pavement. Acting fast, 𝐤𝐵 shifted Naomasa to sitting propped up against the wall next to the sidewalk and met the man's completely blank gaze. He was awake still but clearly not conscious. Cursing to himself under his breath, 𝐤𝐵 fished out his phone and called Hisashi. 𝐤𝐵! I need you to bring the car to the location I am about to send you. Naomasa just collapsed while we were walking over from his place. He is awake but unresponsive. 𝐤𝐵 heard a curse on the other end of the line and the sound of Hisashi grabbing his car keys. Are we taking him to the hospital? I'm not sure that would help. I think this is. 𝐤𝐵 couldn't help but fall silent as he looked up from sending his location on his phone to meet the eyes of the man in front of him. Familiar red eyes. Oh, this is awkward. Without a word, 𝐤𝐵 hung up the phone. Hisoshi, what did you do? His brother-in-law, wearing his friend's face, flinched at the cold tone of voice. Would you believe me if I said I have no possible idea how this happened? When 𝐤𝐵 flashed his quirk in anger to no effect, the man held up Naomasa's hands in mock surrender. Sorry, 𝐤𝐵, that was a bad joke. Sorry, it is just this is not even remotely close to how I was planning on this conversation to go. Tsukochi is fine-ish. He needs to take a lot of time off for the sake of his health, but this shouldn't be hurting him. Hisoshi. The man flinched. So I guess I should start with the fact that my actual quirk isn't actually a simple fire-breathing quirk. That one was just one of the ones I have had the longest. All for One has been giving you more quirks. I mean, technically yes. All for One is the name of the quirk, not the person who has it. There was a beat of silence between the two before something clicked. Your original quirk is All for One. Yes. 𝐤𝐵 groaned and began to massage his forehead. And how did this happen? I might have broken the detective slightly this morning while we were talking. I was worried about him, so I tried to use an empathy quirk that I had to try to help him calm down, and it, I guess broke. I am still not entirely sure what happened, but I think that the quirk liked his a bit too much and created a feedback loop. Using another quirk to sedate him didn't sever the connection, so I have been trying to untangle the connection between our minds since then. I wasn't expecting to knock him out and sort of possess him in the process. Can you stop? Oh, I think so. I'm starting to think the only way to end the connection between our minds might be to give him the problem quirk though. The sound of a car pulling up beside them ended the conversation. �㑗𝐻𝑜uta watched as panic flickered over Naomis's face before his eyes dimmed back to their normal color and the man fully passed out. �㗉Xiaota sighed and turned to face Hisashi as the blonde hurried over. 𝐿, is he okay? Why did you hang up like that? He passed out all the way. Help me get him into the car. Hisashi was freaking out. There was no getting around it, he was a dead man if �㗉Xiaota told 𝐒𝐭 about what had just happened and who he actually was before he could tell her himself. He grabbed his phone and dialed his youngest son. The moment he heard Izuku pick up, he was talking. So you know how you gave me a deadline to tell your mother everything? Yeah, that is happening now. Are you both home? Because I am sort of panicking and your mother might be slightly less tempted to kill me if you were there as a witness. Dad, what did you do? Hisashi let out a nervous giggle that he noted at the back of his mind as being like one that the detective had made not long before. That was concerning for multiple reasons. What makes you think I did something? Dad. 𝐿𝐴uta knows because I completely screwed up and somehow possessed his detective friend's body due to a quirk accident that I had with him a few hours ago. There was a sigh on the other end of the line. Do you want us to come to you or are you coming to us? If you could convince your mother to go through one of Kurogiri's warp gates, that would be better. I've been working on getting a helmet for my life support made, but it won't be done for a few months yet. We'll be there soon. When 𝐒𝐿 had been getting ready to cook dinner with Izuku that evening, her husband. Calling Izuku had not been high on the list of things she was expecting. It wasn't that she thought that it couldn't happen, since there had been times over the past few years when her husband had clearly forgotten that he was supposed to be on some sort of American time and called during dinner, but it had not been high on the list of possibilities given that the man had been doing rather well at pretending to be in another time zone. 𝐒𝐿 was not stupid. She had known that Hisashi was a compulsive liar from the moment she had met the man, and he stumbled over his words to introduce himself as Midway. It was stupid, but she had let it slide and agreed to the date the man had offered because he was a cute idiot who didn't even bat an eye when she commented on how she couldn't do a date most afternoons since she had to go home to take care of her brother that she was sole guardian of. The way the man had brightened and offered that he understood what that was like, having been the sole guardian for his own ill younger brother after their parents had passed, and said that her family should always come first, had earned the man his desired first date. A few years later, she stood at the altar happily taking the fake name as her own, content with the lie born from the man's smitten stumblings when he had fallen so hard for her. The lie was safer anyways. Hisashi was clearly much older than he looked or claimed from the way he spoke on historical subjects, as if he had been there to witness the events himself. Which, while it was a strange thought that perhaps her new husband was old enough to at least be her grandfather, the man's mental immaturity at times was worse than 𝐿𝐴uta's, and he was barely a teenager. The man was also a great father, and 𝐒𝐿 had no doubt that whatever the man was hiding from his past, he would never let it come close to them with how he spoke of the loss of his younger brother. It was clear after all that the man's quirk was not just a fire-breathing quirk. Sometimes, over the years since they had met, until the day he physically vanished from their lives, the man would clearly forget that his quirk was supposed to be just fire breath. She had caught him more than once using strength or speed beyond what was possible for someone without quirks that boosted those physical abilities. Also, after Izuku had been born, the man had somehow always known exactly when Izuku needed someone to calm him down when he had a panic attack or nightmare. So, with that in mind, when Hisashi had called a few days into his trip overseas for work, and said that he was going to be delayed getting home, 𝐒𝐿 had noted the sounds of medical equipment and how he was being very careful as to avoid saying why he wasn't coming home yet, and had merely requested that he called once a week at a minimum until he came home so she would know he was still alive and so Izuku would know that Hisashi was trying to get home. It wasn't until Izuku had been wheeled away for surgery that it clicked that her husband should really have come home by now. Horrible injuries or no, he should be home at this point. So she dropped a hint to the detective when he came to sit with her and hoped that her husband would get the hint when he started poking around. Then a month later she woke up to Izuku having a hushed phone conversation with Katsuki about his first night out as a vigilante, because of course Hisashi's son would do something like that. While that was concerning, the fact that 𝐿𝐴uta evidently already had run into Izuku while he was out reassured her that at least her brother would keep an eye on things even if he was actually unaware Izuku was the new vigilante. The fact that Mirai had commented after Izuku's week training with him, that 𝐒𝐿 was more than clever enough to handle himself in a fight if need be had helped. So it was hardly a surprise when 𝐿 overheard 𝐒𝐿 mention his quirk for the first time when completing his post-patrol phone call with Katsuki. There was no question of how that was possible given what she knew of her husband, but it would have been nice if Hisoshi had at least consulted her before he gifted their son with a quirk and never mentioning it. With all that in mind, when 𝐒𝐿 asked her to follow him through a shadowy portal to where his father was waiting for them, she only sighed and led her son through. Her first though, as she took in her husband's clearly anxious form, was that at least now she knew why he hadn't come home. The idiot was trapped in the small area of this one room by the tether of his life support. It was as good as a jail cell with internet access. 𝐿, I can explain. She sighed and shook her head. Hisoshi, you're an idiot. My idiot, but still an idiot. Before he could respond, she had finished crossing the room to pull his face down to kiss him. I told you to just tell Mom. 𝐿 broke off the kiss. 𝐒𝐿, honey, why don't you go back home and eat dinner? Your father and I need to have a talk. Hisoshi, rightfully, flinched at that. You could have your dinner with Tomura and Kurogiri if you want. And who are Tomura and Kurogiri? 𝐿 watched her husband pale as 𝐒𝐿 quickly made his goodbyes and darted out the door, presumably to meet with the two that Hisoshi had mentioned. It's a long story, but the short version is a boy I adopted and the one who has been helping me raise him. 𝐿 leveled a glare to her, clearly not as blind as his face would imply. Husband. You have been hiding one of our sons from me. The man waved his hands in an effort to try and calm her down. I hadn't planned on it. It just sort of worked out that way. Tomura's quirk is extremely dangerous and was hard for him to control at first. I had only meant to keep him away until I was certain he wouldn't accidentally use his quirk in a way that could hurt anyone. Kurogiri's quirk mutation protected him from ever having to worry about Tomura possibly decaying him, and I could take his quirk away if absolutely necessary, but you and 𝐒𝐿 would have been at risk. He lost his entire BRTH family due to his quirk's initially unstable nature. And he is safe now. I would never have considered letting 𝐒𝐿 in the same room as him otherwise, brothers or no. 𝐿 frowned and sighed. So how old is Tomura then? Just a few months over 4 years older than 𝐒𝐿. And I presume you must have found him back when 𝐒𝐿 was still a baby then. No. Tomura got his quirk a few years late when he was 7. 𝐿 felt her eyes widen at that. Late bloomer or stress-induced? The latter. His BH father was abusive from what I have gathered from offhand comments from him to me or Kurogiri over the past few years. And Kurogiri. There was a pause and 𝐿 noted as familiar tension appeared in Hisoshi's face. I messed up. Hisoshi. 𝐿, I am not a good person. I have done things over the years that many would consider unthinkable. One of those things was funding the man who'shed. How do I even begin to explain the BSE? As much as I wanted to kill him after what he did, I am glad I didn't, because he is the only reason I am even still alive, but I don't trust any man would look at what he did and not be horrified. Even Mary Shelley's Dr. Frankenstein was horrified with what he had done. Hisoshi, should Kurogiri be dead? I don't even know anymore. He was Shirakumo. He remembers that he was Shirakumo. I don't even know why he decided to stay after his memories came back. 𝐿 internally balked at that. How? They cremated him. Hisoshi shook his head. Apparently the doctor has gotten rather skilled at stealing bodies over the past several decades. When he heard that a UA hero student had been killed, he jumped at the chance to get his body and quirk. You mentioned his quirk mutation protecting him from Tomura. Kurogiri doesn't really have a physical body anymore. His body dissipates into a cloud like his quirk used to create unless he really reigns in his quirk. I am less sure it is a true mutation as a result of the stress of his body dying and being brought back over a mutation caused by the combination of it and the other quirks the doctor forced on him while bringing him back. Luckily they all resonated well together, so they combined into one, or it would have left him trapped in his own mind. There is a reason I don't just give random extra quirks away. So did you have to consider something like that when you gave our son a quirk without telling me first? 𝐿 leveled a glare as she crossed her arms. Nothing so dangerous. Quirkless people just have to worry about backlash from a quirk if it is unsuitable for their body. For example, as fun as fire quirks sound, without a secondary quirk mutation for heat resistance, the welder will just burn themselves when they use it. Mental quirks like the ones that run in your family are generally pretty safe, so it was a no-brainer to gift Izuku with danger sense. I was not expecting it to mutate the way it did into a true precognitive quirk, but all that implies is that Izuku was a carrier for the gene needed for such a quirk to appear. Basically, the quirk was just skipping a generation before I activated it with a resonate quirk. Had they not resonated, he would have just had the quirk the same as the original holder of it. And there was no chance of a hidden quick gene resonating badly. If the hidden quirk didn't resonate well, it would have just stayed dormant. 𝐭𝐽 sighed and nodded in understanding. She hadn't really been too worried. Hisoshi was nothing if not protective of Izuku. So what made you decide this evening was the time to come clean about everything? Oh, I accidentally discovered a quirk that resonated with Tsukochi's this morning. While I was trying to untangle them, since the two of us were each holding one end of a resonate pair of quirks, I might have accidentally hijacked his body while 𝐬𝐽 was walking with him back to 𝐬𝐽's apartment. It took less than a second for him to recognize me, even wearing the detective's face. Of course you did. Okay, is there anything else important that you are keeping from me that I don't already know but should? Oh, I'm not only in my 50s. I said something I didn't already know, Hisoshi. Honestly, 𝐬𝐽's complete social obliviousness and the fact Mirai has barely been around you in person is all that kept them from realizing something was up. Ah. There was a pause. I suppose there is the whole symbol of evil thing maybe. 𝐭𝐽 snorted. Who on earth calls you that? You would be surprised at the reputation you can get over more than a century. But honestly, it wasn't until All Might that people started with that one. I was just the boogeyman of the underworld. Hisoshi, you are probably one of the least threatening individuals I have ever met. He shrugged. I can be scary if I want to. You scream when you see a spider. As her husband began to protest about how completely terrifying he could be, 𝐭𝐽 couldn't help but smile to herself. Hisoshi, regardless of his years and knowledge, was an idiot. Her perfect idiot. 𝐬𝐽 was not sure what to do. His brother-in-law was apparently one of the most notorious and dangerous criminal masterminds in all of Japan, if not the world, but that mental image did not come even close to matching the man who had practically raised him since age 10. As much as he would deny it if asked, the man was as good as his father as far as their relationship went. And, as far as he could tell from his years as a pro-hero and teacher, he had been a DMN good one as well. But the man had literally just confessed to 𝐬𝐽 the truth of who and what he was by way of hijacking Naomisa's body. Naomisa, who clearly had known what was actually going on from how he had danced around the truth before the incident. Was that an actual willing decision that his friend had made to try to protect 𝐬𝐽 from the truth, or something that All for One forced him to do? Hisashi leaned up against the kitchen counter next to 𝐬𝐽, his gaze also on the man they had relocated to their living room couch that had been the man's bed more often than his actual one over the past few weeks. He'll be okay, 𝐬𝐽. He has a mental connection with the symbol of evil. Hisashi sighed and leaned over slightly to bump their shoulders together. He has a mental connection with your dad. Hisoshi isn't my dad. Hisashi snorted at that. Sure he is not. 𝐬𝐽, the first time I met the man in person, he referred to you alongside Izuku as his boys. 𝐬𝐽, best I can tell, you are his son whether you like it or not. 𝐬𝐽 sighed and leaned back to the point of thumping his head against the wall cabinet behind him. What am I supposed to even do? Zeshi Iway are pro-heroes. This isn't just something we can ignore. Well, we could try. 𝐬𝐽 half-heartedly leveled a glare at his best friend, earning him a smile. I'm just saying, All for One is supposed to be dead, right? What's stopping us from just pretending that he is, and your dad has nothing to do with any of that? That was unfortunately a good point. You realize that any crimes he commits from this point forward we could be considered complacent in. So we ask nicely to hold off on the crime for at least a few decades. For a man that has apparently been around for so long, that surely won't be long at all from his perspective. And what am I supposed to say to 𝐭𝐽? Hopefully nothing. Before 𝐬𝐽 could respond, Hisashi waved his hands to stop him. I am not saying that she shouldn't know, just that you should let him explain himself to her. The little listener gave him a deadline to come clean to all of you, yeah. That actually made 𝐿𝐴 feel a bit better. Thanks, Zashi. The blonde grinned brightly at that. What are real friends for if not helping one another cover up crimes when needed? 𝐿𝐴 snorted, triggering Hisashi to start laughing. In that moment, 𝐿𝐴 was so glad that the other man had taken his refusal of friendship as a challenge. He was not sure what he would have done without him. As his friend fought to keep his quirk under control, 𝐿𝐴 couldn't help but think how much he loved the man. Wait. SHT. He was in love with Hisashi. How the hell had that happened? When had it happened? Was this the reason Loki was so insistent that Hisashi was husband material for him? Is something wrong? Hisashi's green eyes met his with a puzzled gaze. Before he could talk himself out of it, he reached over and pulled the other man in for a kiss. 𝐻𝐿𝐴 Oboro was starting to worry about Shigaraki Hisashi. As much as the man claimed he was fine, he had clearly not been for a while now. As much as it hurt to think about, the man had suffered a major brain injury that was affecting him more than he seemed to realize. He was acting more impulsively than he would have years ago. The patience built from living such a long life was just gone. Tomura was less impulsive than him at this point, and that was honestly concerning given that the man's adoptive son would normally destroy something that he decided he didn't like at the drop of a hat. The man was letting his private life leak into his work life, and all Kurogiri could do was worry about how this could come back to bite all of them. Kurogiri also couldn't help but worry for 𝐿𝐴 in all of this. There was a reason that he had never once seriously considered revealing himself as he was now to his old friends and family from before, and it had nothing to do with Sensei trying to stop him from doing so. The man had only done it once when he had first woken up, and Kurogiri was relieved that he had. If he had not had his memories buried, he would have been trapped in the memories of his own death. Oboro used his quirk to move the children to safety as the blast from the villain crumbled the building. There was a sudden sharp pain to the back of his head and a sickening pop as he lost feeling in his body. Darkness. He had died. There was no getting around that fact. When he reined in his quirk to the point he could see himself, the scars of what happened littered his body. Contrary to what many of the patrons of his bar might think, the metal brace on his neck was not a fashion statement. When the building fell, Oboro had snapped his neck. While the doctor had repaired the damage, and frankly it was hardly a concern given his general incorporealness, the brace reassured him that he wouldn't ever go through that again. A laugh from the other end of the room dragged him from his dark thoughts. Tomura and Izuku playfully shoved at one another as they played a game on Tomura's laptop that he had brought out after Izuku had shown up nearly an hour ago asking to join them for dinner. Kurogiri couldn't help but smile to himself as he noted the true happiness in Tomura's voice that had always been so rare to hear over the years since the boy had been found. The most interesting part of Tomura's clear fondness for his brother is that Tomura had become attached despite being unaware of the familial connection between the two of them. Tomura honestly didn't seem to care to dig into the identity of his vigilante friend. He had merely commented after a few days of knowing him that who Loki is to the world at large didn't really matter so long as he was still fun to hang out with. His father and Kurogiri knew anyway, so if it was something he should be worried about they would have told him. Since that conversation, Kurogiri had wondered from time to time if the fact the younger boy was his brother would be something Tomura would be upset about not being specifically told. He wasn't terribly worried about how he would react to the news given that the older boy had clearly mentally adopted the younger as his little brother on his own, but he still mentally waffled with the idea of telling him. It was only Izuku asking him not to that had stopped him. The younger boy had commented in a text days after meeting Tomura that he wanted to see how long it would take for him to figure out their connection on his own. It wasn't like any of them were actively trying to hide it after all. Izuku pretty openly referred to his father as such, but it was clear that Tomura had yet to make the connection. A sudden buzzing noise stopped the pair abruptly as Izuku stopped bumping his brother to pull out his phone. Finally! Tomura gave Izuku a puzzled look as he started rapidly texting whoever had just sent him a message. Finally what? Izuku promptly ignored him in favor of quickly standing to rush over and shove his phone into Kurogiri's hands. Before he could inquire what all the excitement was about, the image on the phone registered and he found himself staring at an image of 𝐿𝐿 and Hisashi kissing. It's about DMN time. Tomura gave 𝐒𝐿 a look like he had grown a second head as he joined them to look at what the pair was so excited about. What is going on? Izuku pulled the phone back and started rapidly texting with his cousin on the other end. Uncle 𝐿𝐿 and Giri's friend Hisashi finally confessed their feelings for each other. We aren't sure about Uncle 𝐿𝐿, but Hisashi has been pining since they met in high school. Tomura gave the pair a puzzled look before deciding to focus on 𝐒𝐿 first. Since when do you have friends? Izuku snorted as 𝐒𝐿 resigned himself to Tomura's inevitable reaction. I am not sure if our friendship would still count since I am very much dead as far as they are concerned, but I met Hisashi and 𝐿𝐿 back in our first year at UA, though 𝐿𝐿 didn't transfer into our class from general studies until our second year. Tomura blinked a couple times and brought a hand up to scratch at his neck as he processed that information. Wait, are you saying you were a hero brat? Up until I had a building dropped on me, very much so. Izuku winced at that. Yeah, if you ever work up the courage to admit you are alive to everyone, I recommend not phrasing it like that. So, what, you have been lying to me? Is 𝐒𝐿 even your real name? There was anger in his voice now as his nervous tick sped up. Sighing, 𝐒𝐿 carefully reached out and pulled his charged hand away from his neck before he could make himself bleed. I have never intentionally lied to you outside of perhaps by omission, Tomura. While I was not originally born to the name 𝐒𝐿, I have to admit it is a far more accurate name for me as I am now. Shirakumo is hardly fitting anymore, so I am now 𝐒𝐿 Oboro, just as you are now Shigaraki Tomura, not Shimura Tenko. 𝐒𝐿 felt himself relax as Tomura nodded. That's fair, I guess. You prefer 𝐒𝐿 over Oboro then? As things stand, yes. And Loki here knew all this already. Izuku shot Tomura an apologetic look. Yeah, sorry. I thought you knew already since you grew up with Giri. Sensei explained my situation presumably. You got a building dropped on you then. Why didn't you just warp away? Because I couldn't at the time. My quirk, as you know, it was created by the doctor combining two more quirks with my own cloud when he was reviving me following the incident. Tomura froze at that, breath momentarily caught in his throat. Yuria Nomyu. 𝐒𝐿 winced at the reminder. I am the reason Sensei refuses to let the doctor work completely unsupervised anymore. As happy as I am to be among the living once more, what happened to me I would not wish upon even my worst enemy. I am, to put it bluntly, a complete fluke. The reason the other Nomyu are all essentially brain-dead is because Sensei insists that they are. The only reason I didn't go insane upon waking was because of his direct intervention. Izuku, who 𝐒𝐿 knew at the very least knew about his past, was clearly as shaken as Tomura. The doctor. He has tried to make more like you. Tomura grimaced as he seemed to register the fact that his younger brother was still there. If father wasn't completely dependent on him because of his injuries, I probably would have dusted the bestiary by now. I don't think anyone even likes him. Still, he is the only healer we have in our party, so we can't get rid of him. Izuku scrubbed his hand over his face. I am starting to wish Mom was a different kind of doctor. He sighed and nudged Tomura. Come on, let's go back to the game. You still need to show me that bonus level. And when Hitoshi had left his bedroom after finishing his homework to ask his new guardians about the plans for dinner that night, he was not expecting to walk in on the pair making out in the kitchen. He rubbed his eyes to check that he was really seeing this before quietly pulling out his phone and taking a picture before retreating back to the sanctity of his bedroom. It probably was Izuku's fault. Coffee is my lifeblood. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 at everyone. It's Fing Canon. 22XX0624477041. JPG. I feel so attacked right now. Turned I am speed. JFFSTC. The thing responsible one. Glasses. I am speed. I was next to my brother when I opened the image file, which was a mistake. I had to fight him to get my phone back. Hitoshi, have you sent that image to Aunt Nem yet? Coffee is my lifeblood. Already done. I would have sent it to your brother directly, but I don't have his info yet. The thing responsible one. Who the F is Aunt Nem? And since when do you use 𝐈𝐵AG's given name? I feel so attacked right now. 𝐼𝐴 is midnight. She apparently insists on being called that. From what I understand, I am Speed, since it was confirmed by Izuku that Hitoshi was getting adopted by �プ𝐴 before the school year is out. I feel so attacked right now. You would know this if you joined the voice call for longer in the evening. Sorry, might disappear now at the bar for dinner tonight since dad finally decided to come clean to mom. Coffee is my lifeblood. It's all good. The thing responsible one. It is about demon time, Uncle Hisoshi told Auntie. Coffee is my lifeblood. I have finished what I came here to do. Have fun with your family drama. The thing responsible one. You know that this is your family drama now, right? I am Speed. Bakugo has a point. Coffee is my lifeblood. I hadn't thought of that. The thing responsible one. Just use Katsuki glasses. Coffee is my lifeblood. SHT this family is a thing dumpster fire. The thing responsible one. We are in this hell that is the nerds thing family bullshit together. I am Speed. While I think that the two of you are being a bit extreme in overstating things, I find myself having to agree. Hitoshi chuckled as he pocketed his phone again. As important as that had been, he was still hungry. The two lovebirds could be gross after dinner. Walking back into the kitchen, Hitoshi found the pair thankfully more focused on Hisashi's phone than each other. He watched as the two of them flushed red as they stared at the image on the phone. Wow, she forwarded that to you guys fast. The pair snapped their eyes up as they jerked away from one another as if they had been burned. Bright red, Hisashi cleared his throat. Hiya Hitoshi. How much of that did you see? Hitoshi chuckled and walked past the flustered couple to open the fridge to pull out a bottle of water. I walked in to see that, took the picture and left. Uncle Tensai stole Tenya's phone when I put the image in our group chat. The look on their faces of horror was priceless. Who all did you share that picture with? Izuku, Tenya, Katsuki and Aunt Nem directly. Your guess is as good as mine as to who all they will show it to. The look of absolute terror on Hisashi's face and complete resignation on 𝐿𝐴's was an amusing juxtaposition. Maybe if we are lucky she will manage to not bring it up when students are around. We would be lucky if she doesn't shove the image in the faces of all our students. You know how she is about this sort of thing. Who is what now? The three of them turned almost as one unit to look at the detective slowly shifting to an upright position. Hitoshi had barely registered that fact when 𝐿𝐴 had moved to his side. Easy, Naomasa. You collapsed just a little over an hour ago now. The man winced. You mean all for one accidentally knocked me out? 𝐿𝐴 hummed seemingly in agreement, flicking his attention back to Hitoshi. The realization dawned on him that as far as his guardians were concerned he should still be in the dark about who All for One is. For the record, I found out about all the All for One nonsense at the same time as Tsukochi since we were both with Izuku when he had his identity crisis after finding out. The detective grimaced as the other two men gave Hitoshi and the detective odd looks. After a moment 𝐿𝐴 seemed to decide Hitoshi was the better target. And how long ago was this? Do you really want to know? That gave him pause. No. Actually I don't think I do. There was a snicker from Hisashi at the face he pulled at the thought. You can continue your identity crisis later 𝐿𝐴, we should focus on getting these two both something to eat. For some reason I doubt Naomasa has eaten anything since his late lunch yesterday. Before that Hitoshi quickly moved over to Tsukochi's side holding his phone out open to a certain picture. You will not believe what you missed while you were asleep. 𝐿𝐴 immediately tried to snatch the phone away but he was a bit too slow. Finally. 𝐿𝐴 froze mid-grab. Finally. Tsukochi immediately turned his head away to avoid meeting either 𝐿𝐴's or Hisashi's eyes. Oh, the two of you haven't exactly been subtle about your feelings for one another. I've heard that Midnight has been running a betting pool about when and how the two of you would finally start dating. Hitoshi found himself struggling to not laugh at the faces that both 𝐿𝐴 and Hisashi pulled at that. Feeling merciful and hungry, Hitoshi put his phone away and cleared his throat. Well, that is enough teasing. Dinner. That snapped Hisashi out of it almost instantly. Right, dinner. And 𝐵𝐼𝐻 was not sure what to make of the situation he found himself in. The last time he had fallen asleep against someone had been back before father had been attacked by All Might, and it had been even longer since he had done so and woken up still cuddled up next to who he had fallen asleep against. At some point during the night, He had offered to relocate to his bedroom to play some of his console games, but he didn't remember nodding off while they had sat together on his personal couch. Loki had apparently dragged the two of them down into a slightly more horizontal position in their sleep by shifting to lay on top of him. The kid was surprisingly heavy. Pined, Tomura lay half on and half off the couch with his neck resting painfully on the arm of the couch. After checking to make sure his gloves were still on, Tomura reached up to shake the boy as best he could. "Greenie, wake up." The kid opened his eyes blurrily at Tomura. "Tomura-ni." Tomura felt his face heat up at that. "We fell asleep on my couch. Can you move so I am not pinned with my neck on the armrest? It's not comfortable." The boy blinked sleepily as he seemed to take a moment to process the request before sitting up and freeing him. The kid rubbed his eyes as Tomura took advantage of his freedom to stand up and pop his neck. "Sorry. Didn't mean to fall asleep." "It's fine, brat. You won't get in trouble at home for crashing here, right?" He pulled out his phone to presumably check for missed messages. "I'm pretty sure Dad would have asked Guri to send me home if it wasn't." Tomura scratched at his neck at the awkward silence that followed. "You called me Tomura-ni?" The brat hummed in confirmation, not looking up from his phone as he seemed to check the early morning news. "Why?" The boy paused and looked up at Tomura with a look that he had last seen on father's face years ago that he quickly recognized as a is the answer not obvious look. "Tomura, I am not wearing any of my vigilante disguise." Tomura nodded, continuing to scratch. "Yeah. I thought that was weird when you showed up. I didn't realize you had that many freckles. And who do you know that I look like?" "That is easy, you look like." Tomura froze mid-sentence as the itch at the back of his brain that he had since meeting the young vigilante vanished. He found his palms smacking his forehead. "Ah. You could call me Izuku if you want. Or just Aizu. Whichever." "That's embarrassing. How many failed perception checks would you consider that?" "2 if you only count when I was out of costume, maybe 5 if you count in. We haven't really been physically in the same space outside of a couple times, and I avoided talking about Dad while we gamed since I don't trust the voice chat security of most of them. Well, I suppose this explains how you win people over so fast. You have father's natural charisma bonus." His brother snorted at that. "It helps counteract the quirkless status debuff." Tomura gave Izuku an odd look. "But you aren't quirkless." The greenette rolled his eyes. "I mean sure, but the world on the whole doesn't know that. I am medically quirkless. Dad gave me danger sense, but it is a passive precognitive quirk which are hellish to prove exist under the best of circumstances. The moment any doctor did any testing to confirm, it would get written off completely since my body is definitely that of a quirkless person. How the hell did that even happen? With how strong father's quirk is, he is also a first-generation quirk user, remember. It was common back at the dawn of quirks for quirks to skip generations due to how unstable they were. That is why the farthest anyone can trace a quirk in a family is 5 generations, despite quirks having been around for longer than that. By all rights, quirks should really be considered closer to being in the 6th or maybe even 7th generation. Besides, quirks can go dormant in a family at any time if the kid's parents' quirks are a bad enough match that if a quirk did appear, it could hurt the child. Tomura studied his brother for a moment. It was easy to forget based on how the boy acted at times how smart he was, but Tomura had heard enough of his ramblings while gaming together that he had always known that when the boy's brain really started to run away from him and he started to mumble like he had been near the end, you really should pay attention. "I was quirkless when I was younger too." To his surprise, his brother nodded. "Stress-induced quirk manifestations like yours are rare due to the low survival rate. You were really lucky, all things considered. Didn't feel like that at the time, if I am honest." Izuku shifted to pull the taller teen into a hug. "Well, I am glad you are here now. While we haven't known each other for long, you are already a great older brother." Tomura felt his face flush once more. "Thanks, Izuku." Mirai was not sure what to make of his current situation. He had been woken up early this morning to a phone call from both Inko and Hisoshi asking if he could take his morning off to talk. This had been alarming for multiple reasons. The biggest reason was, of course, that Inko and Hisoshi were clearly in the same room with one another, meaning his brother-in-law was back in the country with no warning, along with the fact that neither Izuku or Shouter would not be joining them. The fact that instead of giving him an address to travel to, he was supposed to send Hisoshi his phone's location when he was ready was also suspicious. Now dressed and caffeinated, he reluctantly sent his location. Hisoshi, just a moment. A warp gate will open up next to you for you to join us shortly. Perhaps that was how the man had re-entered the country so quickly and quietly. Before he could ponder that for long, a doorway of black mist formed a foot behind him. Quickly reorienting himself, Mirai stepped through the door to find himself next to a chair at a breakfast table across from his sister. "Thank you, Kurogiri, you can go back to your own breakfast now." Mirai found himself turning to meet the gaze of his brother-in-law at the spoken comment only to find himself failing. Hisoshi's eyes were gone. As he reeled with the shock of that revelation, he only vaguely noticed that the man that had helped bring him here, who appeared to be made of the same dark mist that the doorway had been made of, just vanished like the smoke that comprised his form. Mirai found himself looking to 𝐭𝐽𝐾 for guidance for how he should react. Given the scaring, this was likely not a new injury, but given that healing quirks like recovery girls existed, that didn't really mean much. Still, this seemed like something that would have come up before, at least in passing before now. "You can ask if you want. My injuries are at least in part what I needed to talk with you about." Mirai found his mouth dry as he fell into his seat. "How did that happen?" 𝐭𝐽𝐾 sighed and shoved a glass of water at him. "You are not going to be happy, but please keep in mind what you know about who Hisoshi really is as a person and let him finish." Mirai gave his sister a questioning look before slowly nodding. "You are not exactly giving good feelings about any of this. It is a fair warning though. I believe the best place to start would be for me to ask if you know the whole story about what happened a little over 5 years ago with All Might." It wasn't phrased like a question, and the details Hisoshi had omitted in implying he already knew the answer set off alarm bells. "The fight between him and All for One, you mean?" There was a flicker of a grimace on the man's face. "That one, yes." Mirai found himself flickering his attention between his sister and the man that he was starting to sense was more dangerous than he had always appeared. Surely he wouldn't hurt them. The man was painfully smitten with 𝐭𝐽𝐾 and adored Izuku. That couldn't really all be an act. All Might never gave me much in the way of details about the fight, just that it had happened. At the time I was more concerned with his health to worry about receiving a play-by-play. And what details would those be? Just the extent of his injuries and that he managed to kill All for One before the man could do the same to himself. Hisoshi seemed to relax at that. "See 𝐭𝐽𝐾, nothing to worry about." "What?" Mirai suddenly felt lost, which was never something he was happy to feel. "What were we worrying about?" 𝐭𝐽𝐾 gave him an apologetic look before reacting over to lightly smack her husband's shoulder. "Hisoshi, you are just confusing Mirai." I'm sorry." The man flashed Mirai a familiar grin. "I am just glad to hear that something good came out of that mess. I suppose I should clarify that All Might did not in fact succeed in killing me." Mirai felt his stomach drop out from under him as he recoiled from the man as if he had bitten him. "You're All for One." The complete lack of reaction from 𝐭𝐽𝐾 was concerning. Oh, well, that was not exactly true. She was now giving Mirai himself a considered look, but she was clearly unbothered by who her husband was. Had she always known and just not said anything, or had Hisoshi done something to make her feel this way? "I was All for One. I am retired." "Wait. What? How does someone retire from being the supervillain?" 𝐭𝐽𝐾 snorted into her hand at that, earning her what could only be seen as an annoyed look from her husband. Could he actually see like that? "By playing dead. I nearly died just because I happened to run into All Might out of the blue and he refused to believe my claims that I didn't want to fight him just as much as his predecessors had. The only holder of One for All I ever held any amount of real hatred for was the thief who stole it from Yoichi. The bastard killed my brother." The anger in the man's voice made hairs rise on the back of his neck, but oddly enough, he found himself believing the man. It was strange. The part of him that had known the man for 20 years recognized from the way the man gestured and the way he spoke that none of the man's aggression was directed at anyone in the room, but the part of him that had been All Might's sidekick for over half of that was terrified of the danger that the man's very presence created. He found 𝐭𝐽𝐾's hand on his from where she had reached across the table to grab it. Meeting her eyes, she gave him a reassuring smile. He is still just the Hisoshi we know. Is he? Is that even his name? More or less. My family name is actually Shigaraki. Was dear. Was Shigaraki. It has been Midoriya since we got married, dear. The man gained a momentarily panicked look before quickly nodding. Of course. 𝐿𝐭 stared her husband down before smiling. In that moment, Mirai found himself suddenly relaxing in the man's presence once more. Somehow, he had forgotten how much 𝐿𝐭 seemed to intimidate the man. While he was most certainly going to be looking into all of this more later, for now, he allowed himself to relax. So does Izuku know about any of this? Hisoshi smiled at the change in topic. Of course. I would have invited him to join us this morning, but he was up late playing video games with his brother, according to Kurogiri. It suddenly occurred to Mirai that with how old Hisoshi actually was, that he might have had other kids over the years. His brother. 𝐿𝐭 huffed and shot an annoyed look at the injured man. Hisoshi apparently decided back when Izuku was little to take in a kid he found on the streets without telling me. Tomura is 19 from what I have been told. You can meet him as soon as he and Izuku wake up. Oh, so Hisoshi had hidden at least that from 𝐿𝐭. He is coming to Izuku's birthday party in 2 weeks even if you aren't able to figure out how to come yourself. The man sighed but nodded. If I can't get something figured out, would you be opposed to relocating the party to Kurogiri's bar? I have full visual coverage of the main rooms and a few TVs set up so I can join in using a video call while staying hooked up to my life support here. It wasn't until the man mentioned his life support that it hit Mirai exactly how badly hurt the man really was. He had tuned the rhythmic hissing pump of the mechanical lung that the other man was hooked up to out almost immediately. From the extent of the scarring on the upper part of his skull and NTMT knowledge of how All Might fought, the man in front of him should be dead. His sister's husband had almost died at the hands of the man he had worked side by side with for years, and they might not have ever known what had happened to him had he not found a way to come back. All Might had clearly not cared what happened to All for One after he had come to the conclusion that he had been successful in killing the man. Had he succeeded, what would have happened to the man's body? Suddenly, Mirai found himself glad that the man was here in front of him. The fact of the matter was, had Hisoshi been anyone other than the man he appeared to be now, All might have screwed everyone over by not once apparently inquiring into what had happened to All for One's body. In another universe that would likely have been a mistake that cost lives. After all, if the man before him was anything like he had seemed to be when he had pretended to be a normal civilian, Hisoshi was ruthlessly petty and thrived on causing chaos. Sort of like Nezu from what he understood. Wait. Meanwhile at UA, a hyper-intelligent chimera chittered to himself in the privacy of his office. It was a mystery as to why he had never thought to seek out All for One as a chess partner before. Nezu only hoped that his son Izuku would be this fun to play against when Aizawa could no longer shield the boy from himself. Tomura was nervously sitting at the table beside father. He knew there was no real reason to be. Whoever the woman was that father was so deeply in love with and who had helped raise his honestly amazing younger brother was bound to be a great person. But the fact was, she was one of the most important people in the lives of 2 of the 3 most important people of his life. What if she didn't like him? Surely both father and Izuku wouldn't leave him if she asked them to. Izuku had just said that he was important to him too, and he hadn't seemed too concerned about what his mother might think, so he was fine, right? There was a hand on his. Tomura, you're going to hurt yourself if you don't stop. Oh. He had been scratching again without realizing it. Sorry. Father sighed and moved his hand to pat his shoulder. It is okay to be nervous, but I am fairly confident that you and 𝐿𝐭 will get along. I told you that her first reaction upon hearing about you was to refer to you as her own son. Tomura grimaced at that. How could she really think that when she has no idea who I am? It's because it doesn't matter. Tomura nearly jumped out of his seat at the sudden female voice from the other side of the table. Standing in front of him was a small woman holding a serving dish with hair the same forest green as Izuku, grinning at him from beside her. She gave him a soft smile before turning on Kurogiri, stepping out of the now closing warp gate behind the trio. I don't care what you say, you are joining all of us for dinner, Aboro. Kurogiri's form flickered in his pattern that Tomura easily recognized as resignation. If you insist. I'm afraid I won't be able to really eat anything though. Izuku gave the man an inquisitive look. Is that because you physically can't or because you aren't hungry? The former, unfortunately. He can't digest solid foods in his new base form. Theoretically, you might be able to eat something more solid if you could hold your fully corporeal form for long enough, but I imagine that would be more trouble than it's worth. The last part had been directed to Kurogiri as he sat down in an extra chair he had grabbed with his quirk. It doesn't help that I lost most of my sense of taste either. Izuku grimaced. That a sea kiss. I don't know what I would do if katsudon stopped tasting good. Inko pushed one of the containers that she and Izuku had arrived with in his direction. So you can still enjoy soup then. There was a small flicker of surprise over Kurogiri's form as he accepted the dish. I wouldn't want to take someone else's serving. Nonsense. I made more than enough for all of us. Goal accomplished, she turned her attention to Tomura. So you must be the Tomura that I have been hearing about. That's me. Tomura caught himself mid-motion to scratch at his neck again, but evidently all that did was draw attention to his neck. Oh dear, don't tell me that you did that to yourself worrying about how dinner was going to go. Tomura quickly raised his gloved hands to wave off that line of thinking. It is not your fault. It is a bad habit that developed because of my quirk. My skin dries out easily, so my skin sometimes randomly starts itching. Since I think better after I scratch an itch, I built up a bad habit of scratching at my neck and head when I am thinking. Inko still seemed concerned. Have you tried using fidget toys? Maybe if you have something in your hands already you won't be tempted to scratch as much. Yeah, but that only works so long as I have my gloves on. I have decayed a lot of them accidentally over the years, so it just feels like a bit of a waste of money at this point. Father shook his head. Tomura, you know money is hardly an issue. You could order a bunch of fidgets in bulk so you have extras. Tomura winced at that. I know. It's just, he shook his head. I guess I could try some again. Inko gave him a soft smile. I'm glad to hear that, Tomura. So what all do you like to do? Izuku has mentioned that you like video games and Hisoshi said that you help out Oboro with his bar. Tomura gave a hesitant nod. Yeah, I help Kurogiri with inventory and the books. Crunching numbers is not very exciting, but I don't mind doing it. It is like level grinding in a game, a bit of a necessary evil. But yeah, between helping with the bar and video games, I don't really do much else unless you count people watching. Izuku perked up at that. People watching. Tomura, finally relaxing into the conversation, gave his brother a smile and a shrug. It's something to do when I go on my daily walk. Keeps things from getting too boring. Sometimes I do it in the bar when it gets busy. It makes it easier to catch people before they do something stupid. From there the conversation started to flow between the people at the table more freely. By the time dinner was over, Tomura had come to the decision that while he might not think of Inko as more than just his younger brother's mother, he was not opposed to the thought of calling her his family. Shouter stared at his problem child from across the roof that he had stopped to rest on. In the chaos of the past few days, it hadn't really clicked that the fact the kid had said he and his brother were the kids of All for One and the fact that Hisoshi was All for One meant that his vigilante was connected to his nightmarish family drama. Narrowing his eyes, he gestured for the kid to come closer. Problem child, a word. Sure. I heard that you and Dad talked briefly since we last ran into each other. As the kid plopped down onto the roof with his legs crossed, he yanked down his mask that he had always been so careful as to avoid fully lowering in Shouter's line of sight. So how are you holding up? The kid was clearly wearing makeup to hide his freckles, but his face was too identifiable for Shouter after growing up with a brother with one so similar. He found himself pinching his nose as he processed this information. Izuku, what the hell? What? The kid had the nerve to actually try to put on an innocent face. Let's start with the fact you are breaking the law right now. Izuku tilted his head as if puzzled, but his wild grin told a different story. Am I though? I am both legally and medically quirkless. Sure, Dad gave me a quirk, but you know how hard it is to prove the existence of a passive mental quirk, let alone a passive precognitive quirk. I thought you said it was a luck quirk. Izuku shrugged. That is what it mostly acts as. Danger sense just tells me what I need to do to get the best outcome for myself. 𝐿𝐿 sighed. That was a fair point on both those things, as frustrating as it was. As long as it could not be proven that Izuku had a quirk, he would be considered quirkless regardless of the fact that Hisoshi had evidently given him one. Okay, next question. What is this about you having a brother? One with a bar of all things. The boy lit up at that. Tomura is pretty great, you'll like him. Dad found him living on the streets after the quirk accident that killed his first family. Izuku's face started to fall as he continued. Dad was actually planning on introducing him to everyone when he accidentally ran into All Might. I am not sure how much Dad said about that to you, but he is in really bad shape. He is pretty much trapped in one room. By his medical equipment. Tomura says that when he and Giri pulled him from the wreckage, the top half of his skull was just gone. He nearly died, and Mom and I might not have ever known. SHT. His nephew was crying now, not that he blamed him. 𝐿𝐿 was starting to get the picture of why Hisoshi had basically vanished from both 𝐭𝐼𝐲's and Izuku's lives despite how much the man loved family. As much as he had conflicting feelings about everything to do with the man, the idea that he could have just vanished without a trace after being such a presence in even his own life unnerved 𝐿𝐿. He found himself shifting from his spot sitting up against the ledge edging the rooftop to next to the kid to pull him in for a hug. He is okay, Izuku. You could call him right now and he would pick up. Izuku rubbed his eyes as he tried to stop sobbing. Much like 𝐭, Izuku seemed to have trouble stopping crying once he started. When he finally got his tears under control enough to speak, his voice cracked. I know that. I saw him less than an hour ago. Mom is staying in the apartment he had modified for himself right now while I mostly have been staying with Tomura. That caught 𝐿𝐿 off guard. Does 𝐭 know Dad has told her everything? Everything. Izuku nodded, wiping away tears. Yeah. I don't think Mom is taking the whole being a supervillain thing seriously, but given her reaction to me telling her about me being Loki, I think she might have already known even if she had not known all the details. So she does know you're out here tonight? Izuku nodded. Yeah. She just commented that I was my father's son and told me to call you if I got into any real trouble since I patrol when you do. 𝐿𝐿 was definitely calling 𝐭 tomorrow. If I agree to let you tag along on my patrols, will you stop coming out on your own? Bold of you to assume that I wasn't already working my own patrols based on your schedule once I figured it out. Sighing, 𝐿𝐿 reached over and tugged Izuku's mask back up. Come on, problem child. We have quite a bit of ground to cover. Hitoshi turned the slightly lumpy package over in his hands. Thanks, I think. Izuku rolled his eyes and pushed it closer to him. Just open it. Hitoshi had been surprised when he had woken up this morning to find his new home littered with streamers and Hisashi shoving pancakes at him for breakfast before he had been rushed out to meet with his friends. Cousins. Hitoshi couldn't remember ever celebrating his birthday outside of one family he had stayed with briefly who had used his birthday purely as an excuse to buy the other foster kids cake. It had not really bothered him much since he frankly was happier by himself most of the time, so his new family making this big of a deal was a bit overwhelming. 𝐿𝐿 had apparently asked that Izuku keep him busy, so he now found himself seated in a quiet corner of a small cat cafe with Tenya who, upon hearing it was his birthday that Hitoshi had not told him about, had decided to pay for him as his birthday gift this year, and Katsuki who was also shoving a package in his direction. Carefully unwrapping the gift that Izuku had pulled from his bag as soon as they had sat down, Hitoshi soon found himself holding a soft cat ear hoodie the same shade of lavender as his hair. Where did you even find this? Internet. I have a lot more free time than I am used to, and I find myself getting bored when I first get up most days since all of you guys are normally still in classes for the day and Tomura isn't always awake yet. I could only play chess with Dad for so long before it stopped being fun. Thanks, if it wasn't so hot outside I would put it on. Katsuki huffed and pushed his gift closer. Yeah, the nerd's gift is nice and all, but mine will blow his out of the water. Hitoshi rolled his eyes and took the more neatly wrapped package from the table. Tearing away the paper, he found a plain wooden box. A jewelry box. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Inside the box, dumbass. Hitoshi lifted the lid only to immediately slam it back shut before anyone else could see the contents. Dropping his voice as to not be overheard, how the F did you even get your hands on something like that? Support items like that are illegal for civilians to obtain. Tenya was looking back and forth between Katsuki's grinning face and the nondescript box. What is it? That is how 𝐈𝐵𝐺 is passing the heroics entrance exam if he doesn't get in on recommendations. Uncle Hisoshi helped me find a guy to make it for you, so I guess you could say it is also from him. Izuku groaned and lowered his head to meet the table. Kaken, no. Please don't take advantage of my dad's less than legal connections. We are trying to get him to stop so no one has to get arrested. You say that like he isn't helping fund your criminal activities. I won't actually be charged if I get caught. My quirk is impossible to prove exists in a court of law since I am still biologically quirkless. What is this about criminal activities? Both Katsuki and Izuku froze as they both seemed to realize something together. Oh, right, we never actually told you guys about that. The nerd is the new vigilante Loki. Hitoshi found himself laughing at that. Wait, you're the kid that has been driving 𝐤𝐵𝐺 crazy. Izuku lifted his face up off the table grinning. I still can't believe I managed to hide it from him for so long. You should have seen his face when I asked him how you were doing in costume. While I am glad that Dad came clean to everyone so soon, a part of me wishes he hadn't so I could have seen how long it took for him to figure things out. Hitoshi grinned at Izuku. Yeah, I can't imagine how he would have taken what seemed to be a random kid knowing anything personal about him. The fact I had dropped the fact that I was the son of all for just minutes before probably did not help matters. Before they could continue talking, a voice from the entranceway of the cafe piped up loud enough for them to hear. Hey, isn't that Katsuki with Deku over there? Hitoshi watched as both Izuku and Katsuki went rigid. Tenya gave the pair approaching them an odd look before Izuku made a quick slashing motion with his hand over his throat. Katsuki jolted into action by turning in his chair to the pair when they reached the table. What the F do you want? One of the boys grinned at his companion and Katsuki. See, I told you it was them. Hey, Katsuki, you want to come join us at the arcade? You realize the last time I went to hang out with you two, I ended up in the hospital, right? Ah, come on. It's hardly our fault that we ran into a villain. Besides, I know we are more fun to hang out with than the quirkless loser, the other boy chimed in. Hitoshi had to briefly cover Tenya's mouth before he could cut in. Katsuki is busy today with us. Katsuki glared at the pair and gestured vaguely in Hitoshi's direction. What he said. The boy who had led the pair over gave Hitoshi and Tenya a questioning look. And who the hell do you think you are? We have been friends for years. Why would he choose to hang out with you and Deku over us? With a perfectly deadpan voice, Hitoshi replied. His cousins. That's right, and I am not sure how you could talk about Izuku like that at all. The pair gave the two of them odd looks before turning to Katsuki. I didn't know you had any cousins. None of you look related. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Seriously? He gestured to Izuku beside him. I know we have called each other's mothers auntie in front of you guys before. Izuku gave the pair odd looks. Yeah, I am not sure how you could have missed that. The leader of the unwelcomed pair gave Izuku a glare at that. We weren't talking to you, Deku. Izuku's glaze flickered from the pair to over their shoulders as the door of the cafe opened once more. Suddenly a grin appeared on his face as he waved at a pale young man with messy long cyan hair in a black hoodie, awkwardly standing at the door looking very lost. Over here, Tomurani. An understanding of what was going on passed over Hitoshi and his two other friends as they saw the older teen start to wander over while the other two boys just stared at the teen in complete confusion. Hey, Izuku. He pulled what looked to be a small hastily wrapped object from his hoodie pocket and offered it to Hitoshi with no hesitation. Your birthday present. Who are you supposed to be? Deku doesn't have a brother. Tomura looked at Izuku almost apologetically before throwing himself to drape over Izuku dramatically. Oh dear, I guess I am just a figment of your imagination after all. That earned a laugh from the group at the table. Izuku shoved him lightly off before turning to look at the pair. We're half-brothers. He grew up over in America for the most part, not that it is any of your business. The pair looked at the older teen as if trying to decide what to make of him. What is your quirk then, or are you a quirkless loser too? A dark look flashed over Tomura as he smiled and pulled out what looked like a fidget cube from his other pocket before pulling off a glove and touching it with all 5 fingers. The look of horror on the pair's faces as it disintegrated was probably a better birthday present than whatever he had quickly wrapped up to bring with him when Izuku had presumably messaged him. When he spoke, his voice was as cold as ice. "Now, what was it you were calling my baby brother?" They ran. Tenya looked torn about whether or not he should be happy that they were now good or admonishing Tomura for threatening them with death. Katsuki and Izuku had broken down laughing while Tomura just shrugged and tugged his glove back on. "Thanks for the birthday present." Tomura gave Hitoshi an odd look. "You haven't opened it yet." "It isn't that great since Izuku asked me to get here quickly after he woke me up with his texts." Hitoshi smiled at the older teen. "Nah, your present was scaring off those 2 bullies that were ruining the fun." He held up the package. "This is just a bonus." He looked at Hitoshi with a surprised smile before turning to Izuku. "I like your cousins, Greenie." Izuku rolled his eyes. "They're your family too if you want them to be." Hitoshi pulled off the wrapping paper only for the sight that greeted him to earn a laugh. He tossed the fidget cube back at Tomura. "I don't need to steal all your fidgets." Tomura caught the cube and passed it back. "I have more where that came from. Inko and father basically ordered me to get them in bulk at dinner the other night." Izuku then proceeded to properly introduce Tomura to everyone. All in all, a pretty good start to a birthday. Izuku smiled to himself as he watched the day tick over on his phone. "Happy birthday to me." Sitting on the bar's roof, Izuku was still contemplating going out on a patrol for the night. On one hand, he didn't take nights off often and he would have been better rested for his birthday party later that day, but on the other was the simple fact that he was too awake to just stay home. And wasn't that a weird thought? With the revelation of his father's situation, he and his mother had more or less moved out of their apartment to live with him. Well, technically Izuku was living at the bar and not with his parents, but given that his dad had only modified a single-room studio apartment for himself, that was more or less necessary. At least living at the bar as well meant that Kurogiri only had to walk between 2 points for all of them to spend time together as a family. They still owned their old place, which was a given with the entire complex belonging to his father, but until it was closer to time for Izuku to start at UA, there was no real hurry to start changing things in the apartment so that his dad could move back in. As he continued to ponder the changes in his life, a crash from a few alleyways over caught his attention. "Looks like I am going out for a bit after all." He flipped up the hood on the hoodie that he had stolen from Tomura and leapt into action. As he got closer, he started to see flashes of a strange blue light and heard a pained scream. Arriving at the lip of a roof next to the alley in question, he quickly took in the scene. 5 men, 1 teenage girl. One heavily scarred man, the source of the blue light, stood between her and the other 4. Another man on the ground, trying to put out the flames dancing over his upper body. Another lay bleeding out from a large gash to his side, likely caused by the blade in the girl's hand. "I said F off. We aren't buying the SHT you're selling. Or don't be such a killjoy, Darby. They can stick around to play if they wanna." Izuku watched with mild fascination as she liked the BLD off the blade. Probably a BLD-based quirk then. "Let's get the F out of here, they are not worth it." Before Izuku was forced to cut in, the 2 apparent former aggressors that were still standing grabbed their friends and started hauling but out of the alley. Weird. Izuku had assumed that since his quirk had wanted him here, it would have been to help break up the fight. "Hey, you enjoying the show or something?" Izuku turned his attention back to the pair as the guy flipped him off. Feeling the urge to go say hello, he dropped down into the alley. "Sorry, I would have helped, but I was a few roofs over when the scuffle started. The 2 of you had it handled by the time I got here." The guy's eyes widened as he seemed to get a good look at Izuku. "You're even younger than Himiko." "Hey, you're right. What is a cute boy like you doing out this late?" Izuku felt himself shrugging. "I'm a vigilante, so this is the middle of my day normally." The man, Darby presumably, gave him an odd look. "You are a vigilante?" Izuku nodded as the problem seemed to dawn on him as to why the guy was confused. "Yeah. It's my night off, so I'm not in costume. I also normally patrol in Musutafu, so I doubt you would have seen me around anyways." The blonde girl, Presumably Himiko tilted her head with what probably would have been an unnerving fanged grin for anyone else. Yeah, definitely a BLD quirk. That is pretty far from here. What brings you to our neck of the woods? Izuku pointed back over his shoulder in the direction of the bar. My family owns the bar just over there. I hang out there on my nights off with my older brother. You want to come hang out? Darby was giving him a concerned look. As nice of an offer as that is, shouldn't you be worried about bringing a couple of obvious villains back to where your family is? Izuku snorted. That would be a concern, yes, if my father and brother weren't classified as villains themselves. My brother is trying to start an official group called the League of Villains to overthrow hero society as we know it. We have booze and BLD if you guys want it. The girl basically threw herself at Izuku at that last point. You guys have BLD? Izuku nodded, arms full of blonde. Yeah, Giri keeps some stocked at the bar for customers with BLD-based quirks like yours. When was the last time you had a proper drink? She drained a guy 3 weeks ago and is on the run for it. Darby patted Himiko on the head as her posture sagged at the thought. Mommy and Daddy say that drinking BLD is gross and that I should be able to keep myself from doing it, but it is just so good and red is such a pretty color. Everyone looks so nice painted in it. Izuku grimaced. That 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐵, no pun intended, but what your parents were doing to you was very illegal. People with BLD-based quirks like yours need to consume BLD in order to function. Come on, you guys don't have to stick around, but I am not going to let you go on your way so long as you are literally starving. Darby gave a reluctant nod. Thanks, kid. I wasn't even sure where to begin looking for BLD for her. We only met a few days ago. Izuku flashed him a grin. Glad to hear you realized what the problem was at least. He then gestured for them to follow and lead the way back to the bar by way of the streets. The trio earned a few looks as they entered, not really surprising given that 2 were very clearly underage, but the patrons didn't visit the bar due to being upstanding citizens, so collectively decided that it was not their problem and resumed drinking. Kurogiri gave Izuku a very clear look of confusion as to his coming back in by way of the front door and waved him over. I thought you were on the roof. Izuku grinned and waved the question off. Oh, I was, but my new friends weren't, so I had to lead them in the door like a civilized person. Himiko here needs BLD bad. He tugged the grinning girl in front of him. Kurogiri raised a hand and warped a BLD pouch from the back fridge to the bar top in front of them. It hadn't even fully hit the counter before it was in her hands, being sked dry like it had been a juice pouch. Oh dear. When the second was devoured just as quickly, he gave Izuku a look that, despite the fact he didn't have a human face clearly red as his uncle shouters, why must you do this to me problem child face? Just take her to the fridge. I expect an explanation after we close. Izuku gave the man an apologetic smile. Can do. Come on Himiko. Darby, you can follow if you want. The man snorted. Like I am going to let her out of my sight. When Tomura wandered into the kitchen at 2:30 in the morning, he was not expecting to find his brother and 2 strangers sprawled out over the floor in front of one of the fridges, surrounded by empty BLD packs. The girl was completely passed out, half on and half off of Izuku's lap, BLD drying on the corners of her mouth. The other guy was still just as awake as Izuku and was now staring at him questioning. As he started scratching at his neck, Tomura found a fidget cube nearly beaming him in the head. Instinctively his hand shot forward to catch it, but his hand closed around a fistful of dust instead. Hey Tomura. Hey Greenie. Why are you hanging out with strangers in our kitchen? Does Kurogiri know you brought them back here? After Himiko downed 2 BLD packs in a few seconds, he just sent us back here to grab more ourselves. Darby tagged along to make sure she was okay. Tomura gave a puzzled nod as he tallied up the amount of BLD the one girl had evidently drunk all by herself. You realize she drank like 7 liters of BLD, right? That is more BLD than in your average human body. Izuku gave an excited nod at that. It was so cool. Her body apparently processes the BLD almost instantly for her quirk to turn it into energy for her transformations. Quiet, you'll wake her. The look of absolute ice that the man gave was promptly ignored by his brother. Anyways, this is Darby. He hates Endeavor as much as you hate All Might. You should take him out with you when you go on your vandalism sprees. Tomura gave his brother a look at that. I don't need your help to find friends. Izuku shook his head. I know that. I was just thinking of him joining up with your league. Darby nodded. If what the kid says is true about how you plan on operating, then it sounds up my alley. While I don't have anything against All Might myself, I am hardly a fan. Tomura studied the burnt man before shrugging. Given this has mostly been a two-man operation up until now, I can hardly say no. I'll make sure we hit Endeavor SHT more often, I guess. Walking past them to open the fridge for his original goal that brought him to the kitchen, he pulled out one of his energy drinks. So is the vamp chick interested, or is she just here to eat? Izuku shrugged. No idea. She has been starving for long enough that she snapped and murdered someone just to eat, so who knows what she is really like normally. Tomura froze with his drink half raised to his mouth to stare at his brother dumbfounded. Izuku, are you telling me you let someone you know has murdered before fall asleep on you? Izuku had the nerve to just shrug. I mean, you have fallen asleep on me before. I don't really see the difference between your quirk accident and hers. Darby, the but laughed at that. Demon kid, that was savage. Tomura sighed and messaged his forehead. I'm not the one explaining this to Mom. Wait. SHT. By the time Tomura realized the slip, Izuku had lit up. You called her Mom. Blushing, Tomura covered his face. Shut up. Darby looked between the two of them, obviously confused. I feel like I am missing something. Tomura is adopted, so he has never called our mom before. Izuku turned his face of weaponizable sunshine back to his brother. Now it is like we are a normal family. You seem to be forgetting the fact that none of your family could really be considered normal. Tomura found himself glaring at a clearly exasperated-looking Kurogiri standing in the doorway between the kitchen and the bar. Like you can talk. The Nomu walked over to ruffle his hair. I believe Inko made it rather clear that I am included in that count whether I wish to be or not. He turned his attention downward to the trio on the floor. Did she really drink all of that? Darby rolled his eyes. Well, the rest of us sure didn't drink any. Kurogiri sighed. I see why you brought her back with you, Izuku. Do the two of you have someplace you are staying? Darby shook his head. I have an old building where I have been keeping my stuff, but I have been needing to find a new one. We have a few spare rooms and a shower if you need it. Tomura, do you mind if they take a few changes of clothes to wear? Tomura found himself shrugging. You ask as if Izuku hasn't been stealing from my closet. Then that is settled for tonight at least. Come on, let's get you all to bed. ℔ Hitoshi, hypothetically speaking, would Snipe be able to teach me how to use a gun without telling on me? Nedzu, that depends on a number of factors. Are you planning on having one added to your hero costume? ℔ Hitoshi, let's say I already have one. Nedzu, really? I must admit to being curious as to how you came upon such an item without either of your guardians knowing. Did you get it from All for One then? ℔ Hitoshi. Nedzu, your family seems to have forgotten that I am in the number 10 chat, not that I hadn't already known about my Doria Hisoshi's alter ego. ℔ Hitoshi. Oh, I guess I should have figured you knew what was going on, but yeah, the gun sort of came from him. Technically it was my birthday present from someone else. I am not going to get in trouble for telling you this, right? Nedzu, oh no, of course not. I can't wait to see everyone's reactions when you use it for the first time in front of everyone during the entrance exams. I presume that is why you have it. ℔ Hitoshi. Yeah, Aizu said I should look into a support item for dealing with things my quirk did not work on in our group chat, and Katz apparently thought I was taking too long to decide on something, so lessons. Nedzu, I'll see about setting something up to get you your firearms license. Just remember to register your gun as your support item for the exam with the correct forms, and I will see about keeping Aizawa, Yamada, and Kiyama from seeing the form until afterwards. Does my Doria or the others wish to join the lessons as well? ℔ Hitoshi, hold on, let me ask Hitoshi swayed tabs in the Hero Chat app to the group chat. It probably was Izuku's fault. Coffee is my lifeblood. Anyone else want gun lessons at UA? I feel so attacked right now. Bold of you to assume I need to go to UA to learn. Can't catch these hands. You could have asked me if you needed lessons. I don't use a gun myself because my quirk makes it impractical, but father made sure I knew the basics. Coffee is my lifeblood. I wanted to learn through the legal channels so I don't get arrested unlike some people here. I don't want to break the law. I feel so attacked right now. That's fair. I guess I don't plan on using guns normally myself, so I don't see the point in trying to get licensed before the optional class in 3rd year. Heroics. Hitoshi swayed back to the private messages. Shinso Hitoshi, Aizu says he's good for now. It is too late for Tenya or Cats to still be up, so I will have to wait to hear back from them. Nedzu, that is understandable. I will pass your request along in the morning to snipe before joining you all at the bar for the party. Shinso Hitoshi, sweet Hitoshi yawned to himself as he checked the time. A little after 3 a.m. Stretching, he opened his bedroom door and headed to the kitchen to heat up second dinner for Shouta and Tsukochi when they got home. Because of everyone's messed up internal clocks under one roof, not everyone ate at the same time as one another. Since Hitoshi had found he generally didn't get to sleep at night until around the time Shouta finished his patrol, he had started to warm up food for the pair before heading to bed so they would eat something before passing out themselves. He was just portioning out the 2 bowls of soup when the front door opened to let the 2 men in. In all the craziness that was the mental adjustments that came with both Shouta and Hisashi dating and the revelation of all for one being a member of the family, Tsukochi had ended up taking over Shouta's old bedroom after he had moved his meager personal possessions in with Hisashi's. Hitoshi was not 100% sure how he felt about the man since he mostly only saw him in passing, but he had to admit, the detective was looking significantly better than he had been when he had been living alone. You don't need to wait up for us to come home, Hitoshi. Hitoshi shrugged. It isn't that much later than I would have stayed up anyways. At least this way it feels like there is a reason to still be awake. Has Izuku gone to bed yet? He still stays up on nights he doesn't go out, right? Hitoshi shook his head. He and Tomura were still up when I came out here a few minutes ago. Tsukochi sighed. Hisashi says he is going to tell them to go to bed now. Shouta grimaced slightly but didn't comment. That was another of the things that they had been forced to get used to. It seemed that unless Tsukochi took the empathy quirk that caused the mental connection between him and Hisashi, the connection was most likely permanent. Despite not being particularly happy about the new arrangement, Tsukochi was firm in his current refusal to take the quirk. Given that he felt he had enough issues dealing with the drawbacks of always knowing when someone was lying to him, the idea that he wouldn't be about to block their emotions either really did not appeal to him. As he had said, the supervillain in his brain was the lesser evil. Hitoshi yawned. Well, I'm going to go pass out now. See you guys when the sun is out. Night, Dad. Detective. Good night, Hitoshi. Shouta smiled to himself as his son walked back to his room, clearly not realizing what he had just said. So Dad here? Shouta gave Naomasa a half-hearted glare. Don't you dare. The man held his hands up in surrender. I just thought it was cute. I am just glad the kid trusts you enough to consider calling you that, even half asleep. He has been through a lot of change over the past few months. Shouta sighed. We all have. That is true, I suppose. Naomasa sighed. At least now all of the cards are on the table. Hopefully in a few months everything will have settled into a new normal. Hopefully. As Tensai looked up at the building, he couldn't help but wonder how it was that a 15-year-old ended up celebrating their birthday in a bar of all places. It was not like he was complaining since he would rather spend his day off in one normally anyways, but the sight of his younger brother leading the way into the establishment was endlessly amusing to him. As the pair pushed past the door, he noted the sign taped to the exterior of the bar being closed for a private engagement for the day. Tensai heard the party before they reached the stairway landing that the bar was on. That totally counted. No way. It didn't stick for at least 5 seconds. It totally did too. Pushing the last set of doors open, he and Tenya found a pair of 20-something looking guys holding knives standing in front of a dartboard with the top 2 heroes crudely taped to it. At the bar sat the birthday boy in question beside a blonde girl who looked to be roughly around his and Tenya's age, who both watched the argument with clear amusement painted on their faces. Oddly enough, all 4 of them were wearing matching sets of black hoodies and sweatpants. Tenya took one look at what was going on, sighed rather dramatically, and walked past the 2 men to Izuku and the girl. I see you and Tomura have made some new friends. Tensai watched Izuku brighten. This is Himiko and that over there is Dabi. I ran into them last night. They are homeless, so Kurogiri is letting them stay here until Dabi can afford to rent themselves a proper place. Hiya. It is nice to meet another one of Izuku's friends. Tenya gave the girl a smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, Himiko. My name is Ida Tenya, but feel free to call me Tenya. I suspect things might become confusing if you were to refer to my brother and I both by our family names. Tenya gestured back to Tensai, who suddenly realized he was just standing awkwardly in the doorway, so quickly entered the rest of the way. This is my older brother Tensai, of course. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Obviously I've heard plenty about you, Izuku, from both my brother and 𝐿𝐴, but I will always be glad to see my little brother making more friends. Izuku opened his mouth to respond before snapping it closed and chucking a knife that had been sitting beside him in the direction of his brother and friend. Tensai found his head snapping to follow it on reflex. The two men, who had apparently been too caught up arguing to register anything else, were frozen with the black-haired man's hand on fire inches from the chest of the cyan-haired man, whose palm was nearly touching the face of the other. The knife was buried in the wall in such a way that it was clear that Izuku had thrown it between the two of them. Knock it off. Tomura, you are not killing Dabi over a stupid knife-throwing contest. Dabi, I am not going to let you set my brother on fire. The pair slowly separated, muttering apologies. The cyan-haired one, noticing him and Tenya, picked up a glove from the floor that he had apparently pulled off in the heat of the moment to wander over. I wasn't going to kill him. Sure you weren't, Tomura-ni. Izuku shook his head. Why don't you go help Mom and Giri while you calm down? Dabi, by process of elimination, huffed and shoved his hands in his pockets before walking out the front door. I'm going to go get my stuff. Keep an eye on Himiko for me, would you? He was gone before any of them could respond, brushing quickly past Sir Night-Eye coming in the door. Sir gave the younger man a questioning look but made no attempt to stop him. Did I miss something? Sir gave the knife embedded in the wall and then Izuku a very clear look of, it was you that threw that, wasn't it? Izuku just gave his uncle a sheepish grin. Dabi, the guy who just left, and Tomura were fighting. It was the fastest way to get them to stop from killing one another. Sir pinched his brow and sighed. I'll add knife throwing as something you are instinctively good at because of your quirk to the list. That made Tensai's brows shoot up. I thought you were quirkless. Izuku grinned as Sir sighed. Izuku registers as quirkless according to all the medical tests, so he is legally speaking. Unfortunately, the reality is that his quirk is a passive precognitive one, which is basically impossible to prove. Tensai had to take a moment for that to register. SHT, that must be frustrating. Izuku shrugged. It has its pros and cons. The best thing about it, though, is that I can never be tried as a vigilante. There is a massive loophole in the law that says you can't be one if you don't have a quirk. Tensai nodded at that. Yeah, you would be surprised how many people get out of vigilantism charges because they never used their quirk in the fight they would have been charged for. Tenya snorted at that. I suspect Izuku could give you a list breaking all of it down. You know he is Loki, right? Oh, that is why 𝐿𝐴 has started referring to you almost exclusively as problem child. Kurogiri was not stress baking. He really wasn't. Even if the third tray's worth of cupcakes might say otherwise. And the platter of cookies. And the cake. He was perfectly fine. He did not want to spend the day hiding up on his rooftop failing to get drunk instead of dealing with seeing his friends he missed so much it hurt. He wasn't the hero student Loud Cloud. He wasn't Shirakumo. He was Kurogiri. He was still Oboro. Hey, are you okay? It took longer than he would have liked to register that he was sitting, curled up on his kitchen floor with a hand on his shoulder. He didn't even have to look to know who the hand belonged to. The voice hero's voice was his most identifiable trait after all. Not really. Hisashi fell into a seated position on the floor next to him. Looked like you were having a panic attack. Those always are no fun. You want to talk about it? Before he could think to stop himself, he found the words escaping from his hidden mouth. It was more of an identity crisis. What would you do if one day you woke up and the person looking back at you in the mirror wasn't you anymore? Hisashi blinked, tilting his head back to stare at the ceiling. That depends. Do my friends and family still know it's me? They think you are dead because by all rights you should be. Is there anything keeping me from clearing that mistake up? 𝐒𝐻𝐽 found himself pulling his legs up tighter to his chest. Just yourself. Hisashi rubbed his hand over his shoulder. Are you scared of how they will react? Yes. With a crack in his voice as he spoke that last word, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 found himself crying for the first time since he had first woken up after his death. Without any hesitation, Hisashi had pulled him into a tight hug. It's okay. I've got you. For the first time in years, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 found himself grounded well enough to easily pull his quirk back under his skin. As Hisashi began to release him, the other man took a sharp breath. Oboro! Hey Hisashi! Oboro reached up to wipe away the tears on his scarred cheeks. Long time no see.